fit in your box. You're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa, we won't fit in your box. No.
Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine.
Let's go.
as a vet, but everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go.
We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No.
Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go.
We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No.
Don't box me in. I do my own thing, spirit is right within. I got my own way, violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do, words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move.
Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No.
Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Augustin.
Let's go.
back of the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livik, and Sandhawk. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Card can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash between EU and MEA. I can tell everyone out there is extremely excited about how I introduced the show because this is going to be an exciting day as we're kicking off day 2 here for $100,000 on the line. I'm your host, Justin Kaplan, and we have switched things up quite a bit here on the desk. It's not just me on the desk anymore. Well, I'm always on the desk. We got a new handsome man join us. John Allen there on the very end.
Hey.
And of course, you have Blank returning from yesterday.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
It's the only nice thing I'll ever say to you.
It's not that much of a switch up. I mean, it's one dude.
Yeah, but we gained about, I don't know, 1.5 feet on the desk.
Well,
That
that
helped
is
the
true.
bots.
Like 1.5 dudes.
Stop, pipe down.
And his shoes definitely look more deadly than Kalaris' yesterday because he probably has a bigger foot size as well.
I thought he was going to wear his loafers again today, in which case I'm absolutely fine. Those
Nothing
things are
wrong with a good pair of loafers.
That's true. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
It just makes you an old man. But John, we didn't get to talk to you about this. How was yesterday for you? How was
It was
the
pretty
matches?
good. We saw the first TDMs coming through, which was always very exciting on the different map that we saw back in the regional stages. So I was happy about that. I also was interested to see how the playstyles matched up, and I think we'll get into that a little bit later on. But I think passivity, it was amplified into this into these.
I can see Max just like, oh, aggressivity, passivity.
But tell us how you really feel.
About what?
Yesterday.
About yesterday.
Yeah.
I felt pretty good. I had a good time. Max was on the desk, was on the casting booth with me,
Yeah,
so
good.
that was a
Pretty good.
big treat.
We had a pretty good day. Let's take a look at the format, though, if you guys missed out on what all happened yesterday, but more importantly, how this whole of shebang works. So we got 4 days, 6 matches a day, and we'll also be having the rotation there. 1 Sandhawk into 3 Aaron Girls into 2 Miramars. And I'm actually really excited to see this kind of format potentially continue in the future. But of course, like always, these next days, we'll be having 2 TDM matches. What's up, Blank? You have your hand up.
Yeah, so there's 2 TDM matches, right? They equal regional points. They don't go towards your end game points, but they do go towards bragging rights of which region is the best. I thought I'd just throw that in there for posterity's sake, because the
Blank
producer-
recently did year 3 reading, and so he's just showing off his skills.
I am. I'm really proud of it, actually. I think I did great there. I didn't think I got a single thing wrong, and the producer really wanted that to happen, so I made it happen for him, because Andre, that's who I really do it for.
Well, I wish I could say the things he tells me in my ears, but I'm not allowed to do that. But John, take a look at the prize pool, $100,000 as well here, 3 again for first place. But more importantly, you also get extra money for participating and being here.
Absolutely. It's quite an even distribution across the board, I think it's safe to say. Not as widely disparate as we've seen on a lot of other tournaments. But it is that regional clash, and it's just celebrating the skills of each of these regions and helping to support them economically into the future.
I think 3,000, you're going to be pretty happy with that if you come away with it. But as Kalaris was saying yesterday, sorry, I'm going to have to reference the bar on the desk from yesterday, 100%. He's got his hands in the air. He knows he's the winner. He's taking the trophy home. But I think that a lot of these teams are just testing things out, getting a little bit more experience here. You know, GK is hot dropping everyone. And we'll talk a little bit more about them later. But they've done some crazy things considering.
Crazy things indeed. I just want to remind you, Blank, to make sure to look at your notes, especially that #1 line there, to remember what to do and not to do on the show today.
It says no more plus ultra 100%.
All right, let's take a look at the teams who are participating. There are 16 of them, 8 coming in from MEA, 8 coming in from EU. And we've already seen a couple of teams really start off strong. But more importantly, over the day of yesterday, we did see 4 MEA teams take home a chicken dinner. So technically right now, MEA is up 4-2.
I love the phrase "the day of yesterday." That's going to be
The day of previous.
Yes.
Yes.
It's good. I liked it.
What else do you like, John?
That was what I
You
was
liked
coming in with.
yesterday. Well, I really liked yesterday as well. And I think that, you know, MEA had did a lot more than we expected them to do at the end of the day. Stop it. But I will say that, you know, Europe still has that strong contender at the top at the moment, which we'll talk more about later in Fireflux. But overall, I've been impressed with MEA. Good job, guys. And I think that you believed in from right at the start.
I did.
You did.
I did. You and Kalaris both made fun of me.
I was a doubter.
And I had to
True.
show you exactly why. Let's take a look at the overalls, though. So if you missed out, you can see who's in first place. As you mentioned, Blank, it is going to be Fireflux in first place, but only by 1 point, to be fair. Enigma Galaxy right behind them at 53.
Yeah, they've done very well. 34 eliminations. Fireflux taking the cake just a little bit in terms of that placement points. It's only 3 points ahead of there, but you look down, and again, GK, we talked about them earlier, 3rd place. That is pretty ridiculous, all things considered from yesterday, which we'll touch on later. And Regnum Kaya also at 40 points. I think Team GQ is definitely an outlier. I think they got the majority of their points at the last game of the day on Miramar. I think they came away with a 17 elim game with that chicken dinner, so 27 points total came from that single match. It is big, and I don't think we'll see the similar things today from GQ.
Okay, well, similar to Road to Glories we did see as well. But looking down on the second page here, John, I mean, Gladiators, 31 points in 10th place. Nexus Gaming as well with 19th and 15th place. That is, I think, kind of surprising considering the kind of form we saw out of this team in PMPL.
I mean, there's 3 teams that really were surprised to see down on the second page. It's the Gladiators, it's the Mad Bulls, and as you say, Nexus. I think those 3 teams were very much expected to be front page teams. Of course, it is only day 2, and we always say that, but it is still within the speed up period for the Gladiators. So hopefully they'll be able to pull things back together, because they right now have not been displaying the strength that we're used to.
Yeah, and just very quickly to touch on Gladiators, you know, they had a 15th and a 10th place, and those were their lowest rankings. Then they had 2 7th places, a 4th place, and a 5th. But they did come in 3rd place with overall damage at 6,776, which is kind of insane considering what they were able to do in the lobby. And I think today, you might just see them get much further in, because it's not like that they weren't taking these fights, that weren't damaging a lot of these other teams, still doing really well.
I think a lot of the strength that they were showing, especially in PMWI, was being able to third party and sweep around the edge. A lot of those engagements aren't happening as much in this tournament, so we aren't seeing the ability to find those openings that gave them the point scoring ability they had previously.
Yeah, and we are seeing here just a couple of highlights from some of our top teams from EU. But we're obviously going to have to focus on one team in particular, as you did touch on a little bit, Blank, with Fireflux. And it wasn't necessarily the Fireflux we expected in terms of who was able to wake up and step up for the team. Was someone else able to do so?
Yeah, I think Solus coming in very, very strong yesterday. Picking up the slack a little bit from Ketch. He did do a lot of damage at the end of the day, but it's those conversions that we really care about. As you can see right here, 2,514. Literally 13 damage points behind his Ketch, but 11 eliminations and 10 knockouts is really, really good. Getting the conversions is not always as easy as it looks, and I think they were a little bit disjointed yesterday, especially in that end game. We touched on yesterday how there was potentially 3 Fireflux chicken dinners available to them.
Okay. Well, obviously, we're going to see if Fireflux can kind of continue this pace. I feel like we did get to see a couple of really good games out of them, John. I mean, you started the day with the Maxman. You got to actually see their victory in the very first match of the day. But they did kind of fall off a little bit throughout the rest of the day, right?
I mean, the first 3 that I was on, they did really well, so it wasn't my fault. It wasn't hands-off on culpability for that one. But I think the big factor that they had was a lot of zonal control with that Mini 14 in the hands of Solus, who was incredibly efficacious in that role of just creating and maintaining that space around them. I think that you can't ignore that performance, and that's why we're going to be certainly paying attention to see if they can pick it up. The second half of the day, not as powerful, so maybe they're going to be looking to regain some of that.
Well, one team that did, I think, surprise us as well, and we got to see some dominance out of, like we did see with Fireflux. And I still want to say, to somewhat of a surprise, Nigma Galaxy. They came out the gate swinging. We obviously knew what the team could do, especially with the man here of Coops, putting up 15 eliminations and 4,147 damage, almost averaging pretty much 1K a game. That is a ridiculous number to put up.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. Obviously, he's taken, I think, the least damage out of all of them. So he is really picking his fights very well, and he's winning them really confidently. Freak, on the other hand, I think you were talking about this, Jason. You know, 18 knockouts, 13 eliminations, only 2 behind Coops, who was just a gigantic powerhouse yesterday. You know, being able to support him like that is really important, because we felt like Nigma Galaxy, it would just be the Cooperang show all day. It wasn't. Freakalicious was actually able to get in there and do some really good work for them.
I think the surprising thing, as you mentioned, and I'll throw this to you, John, is that Coops kind of has been the spearhead of the team that we've been talking about. And for him to have the least amount of damage received, I feel like that's such a weird stat to have when you're the one typically going in first.
Yeah, it is quite curious, but it seemingly works out quite well. I imagine a lot of the time his team is drawing a lot of the fire, because he plays split and plays as that spearhead. You say, why are you looking confused here?
You guys both are just ignoring me on the desk right now. I literally said that a lot of his conversions must be very efficient, and how quickly he's getting these eliminations means he doesn't take too much damage in return. But that's what I said before.
Yeah, but I feel like I wanted to highlight it again, just because we really focused
it was
on
so
that.
good. That's cool. Yeah,
but
we had John to clarify at the end.
We had to do it 3 times, you know.
Yeah.
But obviously to mention as well, Freak able to step up quite a bit yesterday. Typically, we always talk about Coops. Obviously, Solus able to do that, and it was kind of not the superstars of the team, right? It wasn't Ketch stepping up necessarily. It wasn't Coops, you know, pretty much washing the board with everyone. We got to see some other players on those rosters really be a good anchor for the team and to really put up the numbers they needed to have the success they had prior.
Yeah, I think that you can definitely say that about Fireflux. They did fairly well. I think zonal control towards the end game, a little bit lacking. There was a lot of opportunities where they could take a simple approach into the circle. I'm thinking last Miramar, where GQ actually won. That should have been a Fireflux win all the way. They had so much ample time to get towards that spot to win the game from the high ground, and they just didn't take it, which is baffling to me. But I think that we also have to highlight Regnum Kaya as well, because I think they're taking some really good, strong spots in the circle. It's not the same kind of Fireflux, firepower, but I think if they continue with this, they're going to continue putting up good results.
Okay, well, don't switch too early to Regnum Kari because we got to talk about a player to watch here, John. Solus is going to be the one we're looking at. We obviously had Coops for Enigma yesterday, now we have Solus today.
I think the impact of changing up the weapon loadouts, we're seeing that Mini 14 come through. I know Kalaris was particularly happy about that. He's been singing its praises for a while, so hopefully bringing more of that power to come today. Better results in their second half of the day, sure, but Solus absolutely laying down the leads when it came to pretty much the entirety of the rest of the lobby. And no one could crash into them, seemingly.
And a really important part of today that I think we're all going to be watching is what teams have been able to review what happened yesterday, what teams are going to come into today improving. Teams like Nexus, I mean, considering we had COVID, they didn't have the opportunity to play these offline events. This is their first time even meeting in person. I think for a team like that, if you want to have long-term success, it's got to start here. It's got to start now. As you can see in a couple seconds, we got to head down to the stage with Barney and Atik to kick off day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash.
Strength in numbers, a phrase that couldn't be truer as we approach the final moments of each and every map. It's day 2 and our regions are only just getting warmed up. 6 maps down and 18 to go, so there's still plenty of time to assert your dominance here on the Gamers8 stage. So with that being said, whether you are watching this from home or if you're here at the Gamers8 stage, welcome to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and joining me on the main stage very shortly is my fellow supporter of Europe, Atik.
نايس تراي اجين بانكس، لكن برضو اعزائنا المشاهدين اعزائنا الحضور وصلنا لليوم الثاني من بطولة PMRC اللي راح نشوف فيها ابطال هذه النسخة. نذكركم ان معنا 8 فرق من الشرق الاوسط وافريقيا، وبرضو معنا 8 فرق من اوروبا، كلهم يتنافسون معنا في هذه ال4 ايام، والحين احنا في اليوم الثاني. لسه ما تحدثت اشياء كثير، ما زلنا في بداية الرحلة. الفرق علموا اشياء كثيرة معنا في اليوم الاول، واليوم هو يوم التعويض. اليوم هو تعويض النقاط وتعويض التشيكن دينرز اللي راح نشوفها من الفرق اللي راح يحققونها، وبرضه عندنا مباريات الTDM اللي راح تكون معنا اليوم.
I'll get him one of these days. So, $100,000 on the line, the PMRC trophy, and possibly the birth of a friendly regional rivalry. I absolutely love it. So, let's head over to the casters to kick things off before we dive into our first TDM of the day.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين حاب اذكركم بس مجموع الجوائز $100,000. غير كذا عندنا مباريات الTDM اللي راح يلعبون فيها الفرق اليوم برضو راح تكون معنا. وخلونا ننتقل مع المعلقين، نبدا اول مباراه TDM لنا لليوم.
All right, let's do it. It is time as we get into our TDMs to figure out who's going to battle for the bragging rights here to start things off. My name's Kalaris, and alongside my fellow EU cohort, we've never cast together, but it's time. I've rinsed you on the desk before. Now I get to do it in the cast. How are you feeling, Max?
I'm feeling great. I mean, it's way overdue that we finally cast together here, Kalaris, and what a way to start off with some good old TDM over on Ruins. Good times over here, but not gonna lie, we did see 2 TDMs happen yesterday, right? And we saw some strategies. Mainly, if you hold the middle of the map, you're controlling pretty much 100% of that middle section, especially the 2 side lanes, so we can see how that's gonna come out, and especially saw some shotguns, which were pretty impactful.
The cheeky M1014, yeah, making its appearance in that second game. And as you say, you're right, that high ground position that I think it was Demuerte was able to control in the very first game was instrumental to quite the decisive victory for them. So we'll see how it's going to go. Our first match is going to be, I think, between Excuse Me and Vision, correct?
Exactly, Vision Esport and Excuse Me, which are going to be then your 6th place team from both MEA Championship and the European Championship. I don't know if you have a favorite potentially going into this one. I do. I'm looking at Excuse Me, especially there's some good individual performances from some players. Mainly I'm looking at Black White. There's been a highly experienced player when it comes to playing the fragging role in all the multiple regions he's been part of, mainly CIS and recently Europe. The thing is, they're really good at utility typically. You only get 1 grenade entering into this. That's all you get in your loadout, which might not work out their way.
Yeah, and generally, actually, there are moments in TDM where you kind of do want to expend that nade a little earlier than you usually would. The reason I say that is because, of course, you want to work with the information game and then identify where they are to make that utility work out. But once you're down, once you're eliminated, I mean, that's that nade gone, right? So you could have used that during that period of time, where it was you basically don't want to waste it by just have it not be used at all, is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. I mean, normally I use it when I spawn because I'm just like, I'm bad with nades. Just throw it across the map. If I'm lucky, I get someone right as he spawns and they can uninstall the game. Just absolute rage quit. But no, so hopefully we'll see some good stuff on Excuse Me. And then the following match is going to be Falcons, your favorite team. We'll see after that how that's going to go. But diving right into the action, and of course we expect things to be relatively quick at the start. And the slowdown as we get close to the 40-point barrier.
You can already see Beck already charging up his nades, good to go here. So not really got in line of sight and vision, but you see them as they're trying to make sure that they at least use the nades. At least they get a little bit of usage out of them. Vision's going to try and move around whilst Excuse Me is grouping up quite heavily. Flashed though here up on top of this ramp and going for some jump shots. Not quite working out.
Yeah, because you've got little areas, little corners, actually flashbangs are pretty good on Ruins. So you're going to see a lot of players try and go for the nade, and the flashbang is pretty common over here. And currently, Excuse Me, holding the middle section with 3 players, as we said, very strong to get full control over on Ruins. Volt trying his best to secure it back, but not able to make it happen just yet. Things slow down, 2-2. And no extra limb taken so far.
Interesting choices. A lot of M4s on the field here. No Grozers, well, we didn't see the M114 rear its head just yet. So all full M4s. I mean, for the most part, I don't mind it at all. It is the gun that most of these guys are very, very comfortable with, to the point of it's like an extra appendage. It's part of their body.
Exactly. Though Volt is pushing solo. I don't know where his team currently is. He's trying to take center since earlier, but does get some assist eventually from Scythe, so that's going to be a nice knock. Well, not knock, direct elimination in TDM. That's how it goes. But yeah, a lot of M4s, as you said, going to be coming out from these players. Also, the Scorpion, typically a weapon of predilection I would recommend to go for. It's just a good third weapon to have on top of potentially a UMP if that's your secondary weapon. And control of the high ground, which also could be really strong. Some players trying to take it, and Life currently in control with that third-person perspective. Really good to hold on to.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of pre-fire from Excuse Me to try and wrestle this away from them, and it looks like they have been able to do so. So 2 players on up there. If the rest of Excuse Me is able to kind of rendezvous with them over there and they hold it down quite strongly, that could be very good for them. They're currently in the lead here against Vision, who's now slightly, again, disjointed a little bit away from each other. Not able to find too much traction as this high ground, again, it just provides so much vision over this area.
Exactly, you just can't really escape from the information game with that third-person perspective. And actually, Havlikana doing a decent game so far, has to reload, goes to the handgun, didn't get the Scorpion. If he had the Scorpion, could have been an elimination right there, but didn't quite do that correct loadout, and now pushing together. It's going to be, again, another one from Excuse Me. And it's going pretty fast right now, I'm not going to lie. A lot slower than some previous games, but we do expect it to slow down as the game goes on. But we are seeing actually a few sawed-off shotguns coming out, actually.
It's quite bold to make this work. I mean, in close range, it's very, very good. But the thing about Ruins that doesn't work in its favor is, again, holding a lot of these long angles. It was what we were seeing against the M1014 yesterday. Just, once you realize that shotguns are in play, just find those long angles, hold them for ages, and it's not really going to have that much effect.
The M1014 was really good yesterday because teams are just pushing together, and it was really easy to clear like multiple players in a row. Here, like everyone's kind of doing their own thing, except right now it seems like Vision are just grouping up, losing 1, losing potentially 2 very soon. The sword off, actually. No, not going to be used whatsoever. But the high ground, once more, with that third person is just so impactful when you are the team getting pushed in a corner.
How much TDM does Havlik play? He's got himself about 10 elims right now on the side of Excuse Me. So he's doing a lot of the carrying here for Excuse Me. A great start for him. And I actually haven't been able to look at the Vision eliminations coming in and how that spread is. Very even at the moment here with these guys as they're, again, just kind of like trying to get some of these off angles. A nice little spray on through. We'll try and kind of pre-fire against Safe there, but not to be the case.
7 elims for Mon right now, 6 for Scythe, so doing pretty good. Actually, one thing I find very surprising, Kalaris, is no one is using the sliding animation, which is a TDM-specific thing.
Yes.
No one is using that, and it's actually decent when you have people camping corners. Just use that, you lower your third-person perspective, you lower your 3D model, and you can actually get yourself a nice little surprise factor. But so far, I think I saw it used once in yesterday's matches, and that was it.
Do you not think these guys are too good, though? Like, shooting?
I'm being very picky right now.
Okay, that's fair. Volt going for a 1 limp, we'll be able to get it. Actually, Volt's quite low on ammo, so eventually it's going to get to the point where he probably wants to kind of trade himself off here against some of the Excuse Me guys to get more on the board, and he's already gone down.
Yeah, Fury nice actually controlling the middle section, just get himself nice 2 sneaky backstabs onto Vision. 7 eliminations more going the way of Excuse Me, but oh nice, we're seeing Vision starting to play a little bit more grouped up. Kalaris trying to push together, trying to overwhelm with numbers, as Barney mentioned earlier on the stage, but
I mean, that was clearly the initial problem for Vision, right? They were just so separated up and really not being able to kind of coordinate their pushes compared to Excuse Me, which was just holding as a group and doing very well with it, even though we're coming around the corner with a sawn off. Good stuff coming in for that elim. And then now, I mean, they've got such a clear advantage. Excuse Me is looking great.
Yeah, they didn't even leave Leif get himself that nade out. Just push it right away. I mean, you hear the pin, just push around the corner. Don't allow him to get that nade. It will control a decent amount of the map when it is chucked, and you need to be careful about those. Black-White, once again, trying to control the middle section of the map. That could be a decent nade. And he does get some support from Fury on the backside, so that's going to be a one-on-one trade right there. There's Flashbang still being pretty impactful. If you know a team is pushing you and you time it right, it could get 2 players flashed, and that's 2 easy eliminations picked up.
I mean, Fury has done a lot of work in this second half. He's actually been able to pass Havlik now in terms of those eliminations, so it's really been going a lot of his way. Black-White will go down. Again, trying to hold this high ground, this little choke point that he does have for himself. As long as you cover the right-hand side, it's not that vulnerable.
Oh, jumping on down, gets 1, almost 2. That was a nice try from Furia, but Scythe just barely survived with a slither of HP. Nades not coming out there in the middle section, which is very vulnerable typically to that utility, but 2 more eliminations here is only going to be needed for Excuse Me to get the win, and they get it as Havlik kind of gets the final blow.
There you go, Excuse Me takes the TDM. That was, Max, a masterclass in how to play TDM from Excuse Me. What a great game.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, that's true. It's a good map. I mean, Flashbang's a lot more used, which I gotta say, on this map is what I typically go for. Not saying that I'm like a masterclass player of TDM, but it is in my loadout with a Scorpion because I feel like it's really good in this mode. Yeah, good play from Excuse Me. That means that so far, 3 points for Europe in TDM, like 3 victories.
Has it been 3?
Yeah, I mean, Demuerte won their first match, Regnan Karia. Now, Excuse Me, the next one is Team Falcons versus Nextria. Currently, we are on the flawless run.
Well, maybe half the European teams could just practice BR and then they won't be down the bottom. No, I'm just... Instead of TDM? No.
It's out of pocket. Okay.
I'm just trolling. But yeah, I mean, next coming up is going to be Nextria going up against Team Falcons, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the infamous strat from Teak, no push. Chicken dinner. Well, there's no chicken dinner, but TDM win is going to be the strat, and it could be very, very powerful. Though, one player from Nextria that we've been looking at, it's Frozen. Mainly, do we want to see a lot more presence from, and we know how good he can be on an individual level. So, if I had to favor one team, I might go towards Nextria because that Turkish fragging power is ever present.
That's nice, Max. However, they're going up against the Falcons, and let's be real, they are excellent when it comes to this game. So, I think. Obviously, you're saying, they might not be looking for a chicken dinner, but a TDM win, what's kind of like a 6-nugget meal, like a 3-cutlet meal? What is it?
Yeah, like 3 nugget, yeah.
Just a small chicken dinner. I'm not sure what you could call that, but...
A small KFC bucket.
There you go. Exactly. A small KFC bucket. Let's do that. Let's do that. And Falcons is going to be looking for that because they're awesome going up against Nextria.
Could be the case. I mean, Nextria, I talked about Frozen, also Z-Wolf, which I would say, Kalaris, had the best spring season of his life. Back in Turkey and PMPL Turkey, of course, and I'm looking at the entire lineup. I really do favor Nextria in this. Of course, TDM is completely different from what you would expect in your normal BR mode, so maybe Team Falcons are just going to start popping off and doing really good, so it's up in the air. This is a lot tougher to like predict than your BRs, when your team is in a good compound, blah, 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 like this. It's 50-50.
Honestly, you could get a 10 elim head start in terms of obviously not exactly just 10-0, but you could get yourself a little bit of an advantage really early on Ruins if you're holding the high ground that we're kind of talking a lot about because it gives you so much vision, and then it's really hard for your opponents to catch up against that. The only thing that really allows you to eventually catch up is either them running out of ammo whilst holding those angles or not having the capability of dodging those nades, because that's one big way to dislodge people from the high ground is the limited nades you have when you respawn.
Yeah, though you do loot up very often when you knock people, right? You've got the crate on the ground, you can just loot up their weapons, loot up also their grenades if they didn't use it, which we saw in the previous game. A lot of players don't use their nades, they just really focus on the gun place. You can just get a few nades up, and we see sometimes players get like 2-3 nades, and you just chuck it, just hold a choke point pretty quickly, and in that central position that is very nadeable, the weakness of that spot is, and we saw it with Demuerte more specifically, they were holding down that position, just nades coming in flying all the time, always have to be on the move to make sure you're not getting picked away. So it is a little bit of a weakness, but those nades, if you can loot up a few, that can really turn the tide in your favor. Or Zerich is sleeping.
chilling.
Oh, yeah.
I like the song. There's some little whistling going on as well whilst we're just waiting for this next TDM to get on the way. And then after that, of course, we have our 6 matches for today. I'm hyped for matches today, Max. I'm going to be excited. Between us, we're probably just going to ramble about things that we find very, very interesting on the map. It's like, oh, this compound's really good because I like how he's going to be able to approach it. Oh,
No play-by-play, just color casting all the time. And it's going to be a fun time to see how things are going to go. A lot of teams for the BR mode, we're expecting to do a little bit better. I feel like you're thinking about Nexus, and I'm also expecting a little bit more from Nexus Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would be good to see some improvement on their side. But it is the first time they're playing LAN. That's something to take into account.
We can come back to that after this, though, as it is our second TDM of the day here. And Nextruya is already charging up their nades with Grozers in hand. A bit of a little change.
M2. What?
Did he have an M24?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wait, we're seeing some sniper from Z-Wolf. I mean, he's playing the long range. Like, this is the long lane, so you can actually play the sniper here. The main issue, if you're getting pushed from the east, then you're going to be completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of teams.
The second issue is iron sights only as well, which, yeah, we'll come back to later on. Groza, though, is able to do a lot of work in these close-range encounters against an M4. Usually, I would actually prefer a Groza, but these M4s, as I said, people are very comfortable with them, so they can kind of match it to a degree.
Yeah, a nice little peek around the corner. The M4 can sometimes be a little bit too much. Frozen right around the corner, and there you go. I mean, Groza versus Groza. 6 does take himself that one. So 3 players of Nextray onto the long side of the range. I think he's swapped out of the sniper. I'm not seeing it anymore. I think he's given up.
I mean, these players are very adept at the idea of, okay, we're crouching and then we're, oh, wow.
Okay.
He got a little no-scope on him with the M24. I love it. I love it.
Do it again.
Do it again.
Oh, unfortunate. I do like playing that sometimes, just sniper, you don't even scope. Just rush in.
You can clearly tell with the M24 pick, there's a little bit of fun being had here. That's good, that's good. We've got ourselves Groza that needs reloaded, but actually they've seized this location now, and it's quite a good location to hold out on. You can see that's why Falcons is not really approaching. They're just taking the long-range fight here for the moment. But the M24 is in play again, and he hits it! Zwolf! Yes!
Oh my, what? Okay, I'm enjoying TDM now. This is really cool.
Yeah, bring this back.
Just do a sniper-only TDM, and I'm going to have a great old time over here.
We should just force M24s, Kar98s, Moisen Nagants. Let's go!
Just a mandatory weapons, just snipers with iron sights. This is a great time. Okay. Oh my word, Seawolf!
Yes!
What has he had for breakfast? This is great.
This has changed my opinion of TDM.
Oh, okay. He's gonna eventually gonna have to reload. Okay, you can't just keep spamming down with that M24.
You've turned my world upside down. Where does TDM go from here? That's my question. We've peaked, Max.
Come on, Z. Well, he's got 3 limbs, okay. Not as much as you would normally like, but he's having fun with it, as you said. There's definitely a fun factor coming into play. And if he can actually play these high ground, I mean, this long lane here.
It's not bad on runes.
It's actually really good, yeah.
There is I mean, of course, Iron Sights is a little bit different to actually having a proper scope, but it's still not that bad because it hits so hard. If you peek and you get hit by it, it's bye-bye.
He hasn't used the iron sight that much, though.
No. Some of that was a lot of... Oh, there we go again!
Whoa! Do it. One more. Come on.
Do it again.
Do the clutch. He's on it. Come on, rush him. He's in the pistol.
He's Yes! You know what? I did want Falcons to win. However, now I just want Zwolf to win alone. So that's where I'm at right now.
It's a solo win?
Yes.
From Z-Wolf.
It's 2020. It's really close.
I mean, I told you to look out for Z-Wolf. He's had a great spring season, but this is definitely a highlight of his year, 2023. Come on.
I love it.
Got himself the Groza here. He's got the Scorpion, which is actually a good loadout. Thank you very much, Docker Machine, for listening to my tips. And he's back there. Switches over. He knew he wasn't going to get a double there. Picks up one. Switch over. Do it. Oh, he's reloading. Oh, okay, fair enough.
You know what? That's a decent 2v1 there. I like that a lot here. Falcons having a bit of a shorter end of the stick in this location, but they're doing all right elsewhere. That's the thing. So as much as the M24 is great to watch, Falcons is still holding it down on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and it is working clearly. I mean, they have a 2-point lead for Nextruya, and he has how many elims now? 8 elims. He's actually one of the top fraggers of his team.
Brilliant. 9. He's on 9. This is great. He got him again.
But, hit marker. That's unfortunate. Confirms it with the M4. That's the strat.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine for me. I'm okay with that. He will go down to the Groza, though, here. Once again, actually spraying through these doors. Very, very important to hold that angle and make sure that they're not approaching. Goes for the round corner. No, it's not going to work this time, mate.
Yeah, saw Yekta actually playing with the Scar instead of the M4. Interesting choice.
That is interesting.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Grozas and then, of course, the M4.
Oh!
This is just visual ASMR to me.
Yeah.
It's really satisfying to see him hit those shots.
You know what?
Wolf do it again.
You know what I need most? I need it suppressed. The suppressed noise it makes is very satisfying. Don't you think?
I get where you're coming from, but I do prefer the non-suppressed sound.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
It's just very loud, very obnoxious.
Okay.
And I like that.
Ah, okay. Like me.
Exactly, that's why I like working with you.
There you go, there you go. Gonna go for it.
Get down!
You know what? That's not even that impressive a shot. I'm just so happy he's just hitting it over and over.
I'm actually enjoying covering this. So, 2 more, come on, Z-Wolf.
almost over.
Z-Wolf, get the final. Get the last one.
He's gonna punch him. He's gonna punch
Yes!
him. Did he get with a punch?
Yes, he got it. Z-Wolf with a punch.
Oh my.
Secures the win for next Riyadh in the second TDM of the day.
That was the best TDM of all time.
I can't wait to see what the desk is going to say about that. What do you guys think of the M24?
I imagine they were loving it as much as we were, but that is a great win coming on out. And actually that now means 4 wins for Europe in TDM.
The best region.
Well, I mean, Falcons is usually the best team, but they can't beat the might of the M24 Max.
Yeah, good old Z-Wolf. I mean, I'm hoping that the other teams that are going to play TDM looked at this and said, that seemed really fun. The entertainment value was definitely there.
We were popping off.
We're going to play the M24 too.
Popping off? That was awesome. I was really enjoying myself in that one. So good stuff by next year to be able to get themselves that win. Unfortunate for Falcons, but Falcons is going to try and have their retribution in the next games. Don't you think so, Max?
I think so. I mean, there's definitely a chance for that to happen in the BR maps, though. Hey, next TDMs are going to have some interesting matchups happening tomorrow, just as a little bit of a leeway.
Yeah.
Going to have Brute Force versus Mad Bulls, Enigma Galaxy versus G Gladiators. That match could be super interesting to see who's going to come out on top, but I think Coops might just pop off.
Maybe, maybe. All right, well, thanks, Max. It's time to head on over to the desk here for their excellent analysis of those TDMs.
That was awesome.
What real wide
That
shot?
was grim.
Yeah. You know,
Was it
not the
grim?
TDM.
I mean, I think Zwolf won it single-handedly.
Zwolf was blasting me with M24. You just blasted me with the nastiest burp ever. Goodness
gross.
me. But yeah, that was a ridiculous game on TDM.
Yeah.
Getting the final elimination with the punch out as well. It does check out though. It checks out. John Zwolf is playing the best in the game for the team, and he was just dunking on Team Falcons. And it's to be expected. And it's nice to see that he can translate that from the actual game to TDM.
He revolutionized TDM
He
in
did,
one
yeah.
fell swoop.
He made it exciting.
You know what the funniest part about it, though, watching, was like, we're all excited, you know? And then there's Hot Jukes in the corner just going, that's not that hard. That's
You know,
pretty
I
easy.
can do that. Sorry. I can do that. That's my Hot Jukes impression.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
You can have that
what.
one for free.
I'll
Take
tell
that home
you
with you.
what. Yeah, I don't think that was him.
I'm Hot Jukes. And
Keep going.
okay.
I can hear him laughing. I can hear him
You know,
My name's Hot Jukes, and I'm gonna find me some gold. Dang it.
you know, he actually has a vineyard.
I know.
You're doing the farmer bit, but
I was doing
He
the
sure is,
crazy
isn't
gold
it?
miner from.
Yeah, but like, was
This
that
is someone else.
Californian?
Maybe I don't know.
The Gold
You're the
Rush?
expert. Toy Story from Kale.
Toy Story. Toy Story.
So anyways, let's kind of focus up here
Cypher.
and get back on topic of what's to come today, right? We do have Fireflux in first place, if you guys missed out, what we were talking about before. They are currently leading the charge, so the first 3 games that you were casting, John, they were doing the best at. We're going to see if they can maintain that kind of low play. But I think one thing we are seeing is teams like GK, which we didn't get to touch on, actually. How many hot drops did they do?
It's like
5.
At least 5.
Yeah,
Everything
5.
except for Sanok.
Exactly. And to us, that to us is kind of like, come on, lads.
I mean, hot drops in Picado have been historically our least favorite play for probably about a year and a half now. Every time we see it, we're like, that's terrible, stop doing it.
Yeah, I think during a league stage, right, you're hot dropping on Paris Resort, like you're trying to claim that position from the other team, and eventually someone gets evicted at some point and they go somewhere else. We actually did see that occur in the PMPL for EU. But you're right, it does not go well. You want a lot of times to get towards that central side of the map. You don't want to be messing around with the initial hot drop in the first place. So I think that, you know, getting away from this hot drop is probably a good idea. And it's nice to see that GK's like, you know, this Sandhawk, it's not a great map for us to hot drop on, so we'll probably won't do that here. But everywhere else, that's open game.
It's also dropping on top of other teams that are trying to make stuff happen, like Mad Bulls, for instance, who have had a pretty...
Well, they've had the worst time with this, I feel like.
Exactly.
They're in
On
12th
Erangel.
place right now.
In Erangel,
Yeah.
3 times they got dropped on. Actually, sorry, the second time they didn't get dropped on, GK went a split on schools and apartment and then decided, you know what? We miss our hot drop. Let's just go back and fight them anyway.
Yeah, they tried some interesting raps that we were talking about yesterday that didn't work out massively well because Mad Balls was like, let's figure this out because this is a real issue at the moment. And I think they did quite well heading up towards the higher levels of Rozhok, towards Warehouse as well as 3-story, and then just kind of baiting GK into that engagement. Yeah. I would not be surprised to see it happen again today, Jason.
You know what I'm not going to be surprised to see today? Which is something that I actually looked up.
You looked it up?
Analyst Jason Kaplan here found the stats.
Oh my God.
Gangsters.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Every single player spent over 15 minutes in the blue yesterday. The next closest was De Muerte. They had 2 players at 8.5 minutes. They have spent almost double the time per player in the blue than everyone else.
The funny thing for me as well, John, is that De Muerte over on Miramar rotate alongside with Gangsters. So the reason a lot of times that De Muerte's like bumped up that number is because they were out in the blue fighting Gangsters with nades. It was pretty ridiculous, to be honest. But I think that, Gangsters, they are trying to make this wide wrap work, and it is a decent tactic. But if you guys at home, you're wondering why the map is so zoomed out, that's the Gangsters for you.
It's those guys. I mean, on Sanhok as well, they were there for so long on the south side. We were like, why aren't they moving? What are they doing down there? Eventually, they snuck up the east coast and did okay. But
the push in, I think that some of these wide wraps would work out, and they're so slow, and then they'll actually inject early when I think they could have gone further. But at that point in time, you're in the blue for God knows how long, 24 hours.
Yeah, that's a long time to be in the blue zone. I don't know if you have that many meds, but they also had 3 players in the top 5 of most grenades used yesterday, and yet they still finished off with only 30 points in 11th place. I thought that was kind of interesting to use that many grenades, but not really get many knocks or eliminations with them.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking at grenade usage as well, I can definitely pinpoint that for Gangsters, because the way that we looked at them yesterday, they were splurging utility in a lot of these engagements, try and get them done as fast as possible and get out of the way. And even in their end game that they got to on Erangel, I think that was versus Road to Glory, they were just tossing so many nades over there. And by the time it gets towards that end game where you're close together and nades are a little bit easier to hit over that valley side, they had nothing to work with.
It's interesting as well because we were seeing a little bit of supply drought in those final moments as well. So having those usage in the right place is good.
All right, well, gentlemen, it's time to get into our first match of the day with a new casting duo, Kalaris and Maxman.
We're so new! That's right, it's going to be game number 7 here to get us in. We are on Sanhok, and I want to see an opportunity for some of these teams not have to play Edge on Sanhok. However, we might end up seeing that because that's how Sanhok normally works. I'm with Maxman. We are here to break down everything and be dry. No, we're probably going to do some play-by-play as well, probably.
Ooh, yeah. A little bit of play-by-play every once in a while. But yeah, hyped to be here back again for the start and some good old Sanhok action here. And I'm looking at Brute Force. Are they going to be aiming to just eliminate teams in the first minute or two of the Sanhok because they're out for blood on this battleground in particular, but seeing if anything else a bit different happens. We're still seeing, oh wait, Pineland is completely free now. Only Regnum Courier is taking that spot. And Nexus are going to be merging a little bit with some players of De Muerte. De Muerte, it happened yesterday. They lost a player to, I believe, Tixi from Gladiators. This split is very dangerous.
Okay, so I was talking about this earlier with some of the guys. I actually did think maybe De Muerte would become a victim of Nexus on this battleground because for Nexus, you don't want to stray too far away from your normal drop spot, which means that you go to the trash spots, which means if your De Muerte is as split as they were, you can punish them very, very quickly. I think also Gladiators has identified that heavy split, so he's looking for an easy elimination up at the top.
Yeah, and Tixi, as always, just not doing anything in the early game, just trying to loot up, trying to potentially secure trifecta. Though at least GK, one of the only times, Kalaris, they will not be fighting in the first 2 minutes of a game. So take it in.
They don't want it.
It's not going to happen very often. What did they say on Desk? They hot dropped 5 of the 6 matches yesterday. Mostly versus Mad Balls and Rozhok and then Picardo fights. So a bit weird. But yeah, De Muerte then, of course, as you said, going to be punished for this split. Teams have spotted this out. And well, Tapok, as good as you are, might not be good enough to 1v4 Gladiators.
Yeah, potential reinforcements are quite far away for them here, but Meku is already down. That's not very good start for them at all. He also got Matic as well, and he could actually go for this. Kitsune, though, will finish off Tapok and get him done. But Lamentrix on the way now. I don't think they expected 2 to be knocked as easily as they have done here. Gladiators needs to recover and get this back up smoothly.
I thought they were just going to overwhelm Tapok really quickly, but no, actually he was able to buy so much time that Elementrix had a little bit of more impact in that fight. So well executed as Kitsune going to go for the nice little res on his teammate, trying to hopefully get everyone back up, because we are seeing some shots, actually. We saw a shot, I think, from Octavian over towards Hatin, and he actually got the initial knock onto Gladiator, so that did help turn the tides in favor of De Muerte. As now Kosse is just up north. He wants nothing to do with this. He's out of here.
Yeah, he did a little speeder on over on the water and then decided, well, I can't really do anything. I'm going to turn back. And again, if you're going for this split as De Muerte, honestly, you're always going to get punished on this battleground.
True.
When teams are able to walk away after one night and identify how they could best punish this for an easier limb point here or there, there's no way they're going to pass it up. They have to, on the next day, Sandhawks, reformulate a strategy to De Muerte.
Exactly. I mean, even though Sanhok is not like the majority of your battlegrounds, you want to do better on Narangal and Miramar, it is still one game that's going to add up over time. Exactly. Yeah. It's just not good for the morale of the team. It is going to hurt you in the long run. But actually, something I spotted out, James, that's very interesting is, excuse me, as we know, to avoid hot drop in GK in the side of Bootcamp, they went for the warehouses north, instantly rotate super fast actually into Trifecta, because we know that typically, Gladiators, I mean, we saw it also in the elimination feed, taking a fight versus De Muerte. Trifecta's available. This circle, is it going to go mainland? Is it going to go Southwest Island? We expect the Southwest Island to potentially be the end result, but excuse me, with the fastest rotation ever we've seen from them in PMRC, currently in the best position, so I'm loving it. Excuse me, more of that, please. Yes.
There, the bridge south of it, and then Painan. Those are the three main locations that you would probably want to pitch up on in a circle like this, where it's still a little bit up in the air as to where we're going to be going, right? So for these teams, as they're kind of jostling around, like Random Kaya, for example, not really a whole lot of reason to leave Painan. At present, they might send one or two to compounds near it, just so that they've got an extra anchor point into these circles, but for the most part, they'll be sitting pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, really good position right now. Really easy transition point across the rivers, which is causes the demise of most of the teams when they transition later on in the game. So it's good that you can just easily make that transition on those islands later on. Fireflux also a lot quicker on the move away from Paradise. Currently made it out of the rough terrain around Paradise Resort, skirting over to the east of Bootcamp. Might go for similar rotation to, excuse me, going for Bootcamp Hill, because GK have not made that transition yet. So there's a lot of possibilities, but one thing I'm looking at is Gangsters all towards docks might be going for rotation on the west coast, which would be a really good strat. Not many teams are there, except for some players of Enigma Galaxy and Madballs.
And let's be real, they've got to keep that blue time up, right? They said on the desk 15 minutes per player or something.
Bring it to 20.
You've got to bump it up a little bit. Perfect place to do it is Sandhawk. We're very familiar with that. Of course, it's been changed a lot since we saw those healing strategies. But yeah, you can still do this for now.
So Enigma Galaxy, actually, they're split away from Same, their typical drop that they've been dropping there since 1998. And they're slowly moving towards GQ, which have got currently a decent compound road trifecta position. I don't expect Enigma Galaxy to push this. It doesn't make much sense to me. Just, at least you got information, the team is there, you're not going to send it. Don't take it, please. Don't need to.
You sound so concerned.
I am.
I think they're just scouting, mate. They'll be fine.
The thing is, I know Enigma Galaxy, and I know they're like, oh, we want to push it. Oh.
Well, it's just Coops, actually.
Coops. Pretty much.
No, but I mean, Freak is far away as well. And if you're going to actually have a 1-2 punch from Enigma Galaxy, you would want Coops and Freak to be in there like swimwear very quickly. Both of them doing a fantastic job yesterday. Freak being almost able to keep up with Coops in terms of those eliminations. And meanwhile, Nexus has pitched up on the warehouses north of Bootcamp. And honestly, you still don't want to go into Bootcamp.
Still dodge it, yeah. It's just not worth it. GK are typically very slow to leave Bootcamp, so who knows?
Yeah.
No, you know they're still going to be in that position. And actually, Fireflux did what I said. They're going for Bootcamp Hill because, as we already said, GK are slow to leave Bootcamp. So why the hell not? Fireflux could get a good point of information up there on the hilltop. As teams are starting to now center up. A few teams that are renowned for being slow to rotate, like Falcons, Vision, RTG, Gangsters, are going to have to initiate that rotation soon, because that blue zone, as we know, starts ticking a little bit harder if you stay there for too long.
Good.
As it should.
As it should here. But our first shift's going to tell us a lot about this game. Unless it centers up towards, again, that bridge, that Painan area, then it's going to cause a lot of problems for these teams. Obviously, that Northwest Island, a lot less likely to really become a focus point. So you slowly seeing Gladiators slowly move down that Northwest Island, kind of debating in their head how they're going to get across. And we'll see where the circle goes.
Madball's actually in a really good position, because if it does go to the southern western island, this is really good to gatekeep teams trying to cross the bridge. So you could get easy eliminations throughout this game. And they did leave ruins. I was scared they'd stay there for too long, but actually goes somewhat center, a little bit higher north. So the trifecta is still in play, but now you're going to have some teams that are going to start thinking, we're going to have to cross the river eventually. That will be super risky later on down the line.
They were just looking for an opportunity here, weren't they? Some shots coming in, just waiting for them to even leave the buildings means that Nox could start coming in. Yeah. And if Enigma Galaxy, obviously we didn't see the very start of this fight, but if they were very smart about this, you hold your trigger finger for a little bit, allow them to run outside just a little bit, and then allow 2 or 3 to show themselves. Then you start the fire raining down on this compound. And speaking of fire, ooh, that might actually catch him. No, it does not. He was able to move back.
Yeah, you see right away, GQ understand, oh, we have to get actually out of the building because mollies are so strong to breach these type of compounds. It locks out huge portions of the map, and even though he's outside, gets hit by the molly. Another one is going to be thrown out by Ralph. That's going to be the nade traded off, and Toffiz is going to be confirmed out. And yeah, GQ now down to 2 is Corker and AC. And Enigma Galaxy, I mean, sure, you said they could maybe have held the trigger a little bit longer, but so far it's been working out great.
Oh, yeah.
And those nades and mollies are doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Absolutely. The 2 knocks that they had to recover from the GQ, that bought so much time for Enigma Galaxy to close the gap, get on in here. That's a good little trade, though, from Corker to start things off, but he will go down. And they do lose 1 for it, but it is enough of a team wipe to keep them in a steady spot up at the top now.
Yeah, Ralph did push it a little bit too solo, so he's going to get confirmed and punished for his sins in this game. But Mad Balls, actually, during this fight, have taken even more control in the center of the map. There's a nice little bit of elevation southeast of Ruins, which is going to give some good info on teams maybe coming out from the south, coming out from the eastern edge. So I do like that they're just keeping their options open, waiting for Phase 3, Phase 4 to just regroup and have the better position under control.
And it's access to good compounds too. There's some great compounds in that area that they're probably going to be eyeing up a little later on when they want to actually fully group up. But I mean, coming back to a point you were saying before, Max, man, it's... Max, man, comma. Anyway, as we take a look back at these shots as well, they waited for them to get in the vehicle. It's perfect, right? But mollies have, I would say, a heightened efficiency rating on Sandhawk, as you say, because of those floors and stuff like that, because so many of these shacks are just the wooden shacks and stuff like that. There's other buildings in other battlegrounds that exist like that, but so much on Sandhawk. So mollies, A+ here for Sandhawk.
Yeah, 100%, except for like the Camp Alphas, Camp Charlies, etc., and Paradise Resort Boot Camp. Otherwise, most compounds have wooden floors, so it's really strong. Talking about strong, Ketch, one of the top players of Turkey, gets himself a nice little knock and confirm, currently up to 2 limbs, but Soulless Nox, you don't want to lose him. This is the mini 14 king from day one.
I think this was a little bit calculated by Fireflux, staying on that boot camp hill to the south. They realized that GK does linger for quite a while, so all they had to do was wait for an eventual move. That being said, though, third parties are still a potential. You can see Falcons in the distance, so can Fireflux. They realize they're there, and they're not going to bide their time too long. They're going to relocate.
Yeah, I mean, Kalaris, we know that Falcons love their third parties, right?
Yes, yes.
That is going to be their game plan. If they can go for a third party, chances are they're going to be full sending that third party eventually. But because GK tried to actually make it to Bootcamp Hill, that opens up Bootcamp. Nexus has transitioned into there, and you know they're like thinking, what is going to be our next opportunity? Maybe third party that. It's not an easy third party because it's an uphill battle, literally. But this circle is going to be very telling of how the rest of this game is going to play out, because these rivers are 100% going to come into play.
I'm still a little bit surprised that Gladiators is still so far north on a circle like this. I was expecting them to maybe take the bridge or at least scout it out and try and use that as a transition. And I mean, look at this circle now, lingering up in the north like this. It's just a little bit slow. And look at the very south. Good old gangsters in the blue. Let's get those numbers up. Bump them up.
I want 20 minutes after this.
20 minutes.
Average.
Yes.
As you said, right now Gladiators can go for the Western Bridge because no one is there. We know Mad Balls do not linger towards Ruins for that long. They tend to try and go for the southeast of Ruins really quickly, get to that strong compound, that little bit of elevation. So right now, if you've done your research, you should know it is available. As we see a replay of how this fight broke out and Ketch, that's how he got the 2 elimination. Oh, that was a great spray onto Guy. And gets the instant confirm. I mean, you need the points right now because they're in first place. If they can distance that lead on the Sandhawk, that could be massive for the rest of the day.
Definitely, definitely. Now, I mean, it's just a case of how they're going to make these transitions. They're still lingering on the main island, whilst teams are starting to pitch up, like, south of Ruins on a ridge that's very strong. All those compounds that we were talking about from Mad Bulls here, they've kind of found themselves a hillside and one of the stronger compounds. You can see, as we look at this overview here, it actually has a good high angle on a lot of the area, despite the tree coverage, etc. So it's a strong spot they have.
I'm a little bit scared. The fact that you have so many teams like Next Rhea playing that ridge line followed with Mad Balls. I'm looking back at the team you mentioned earlier is Gladiators. Their entry point through this bridge is going to be around ruins, which is a very vulnerable position. It is not easy to transition. You do have a compound a little bit further down, but are they going to get there completely untouched, undamaged, is my question mark, because teams might be looking your way. Also, potentially Enigma Galaxy, they can take a few sneaky shots. So not given transition, but if they're fast enough, it might be easy to pull off.
It's especially questionable because Meku was swimming
yes,
whilst the other guys were coming over the bridge. But anyway, that's by the by. Let's take a look at some of these fights here. Zerich still holding on at the moment. Gangsters have found themselves a potential entrance on that west side. But next through, yep, this is a strong spot. We've seen this ridge line be very instrumental in victories in the past. Some teams have abandoned it a little bit too early, and we weren't happy with that. But look at it. It's the M24 Master himself, M24 Master.
I was going to say he doesn't have the M24, unfortunately, so I'm a bit disappointed.
Rough.
Would have liked to see some sniper, some good old bolt action, but we've seen a lot of Mini 14, so I'll take what I can throughout that first day of PMRC. As still RTG, Falcons going for their wide rotate southwest towards Nakam, so they're going to get there in the circle eventually. But a lot of teams lingering in the blue, like Nexus. We've seen some plays from Fireflux, Brute Force, GK. But because we know that these bridges, these rivers you're trying to cross over are so tough to cross, so you're trying to buy as much time as possible, but the blue zone starting this phase is going to start ticking really hard.
Fireflux is all in one vehicle, and actually they're very near Brute Force right now. It's south of Painan as we're waiting for this circle to actually shift.
It worked out.
So here they are. And now they've got to be very careful. They did get instantly 2 knocks. Oh my, that really causes a lot of problems for Brute Force, who could have potentially tried to hold them. Oh my.
Whoa.
Hello?
What?
Okay, they're on the warpath.
Catches on 5 already.
What? Okay.
Actually, one little thing about this that was really good. There's a very small portion of that river that's shallow enough where you can have a car, and they just drove it right there, instantly just stop the car, play that little ridge, take the shots onto Brute Force. What the hell?
That was really
huge.
well executed. Super fast reaction times on spotting exactly where Brute Force were and absolutely annihilating them. Great stuff, Fireflux, or Ketch alone, for the most part. But as we're taking a look, Vision here does actually have an alright spot down to the south. They do know where Mad Bulls is, though, so they're going to be firing a few shots, a few volleys over at them. Oh, no! The car for Fireflux has completely exploded, and everybody has died in it. Hello? Regnum Carrier must have exploded the vehicle. There's no other way.
Yeah, it is. It's Ezel. Actually, Ezel99 got himself that final blow on the car and got himself 4 eliminations for the price of 1 final bullet. So, good trade for it. I mean, it was not even a trade. It was a one-sided deal.
I want to see the replay of that. But anyway, I mean, the fact of the matter is that, honestly, most of the times, never have just one vehicle.
Yeah, especially on Sanhok. It's definitely a map where cars are just punished a lot more compared to your Wrangles or your Miramars. We'll have to see, though. Mad Bull's actually transitioned away from their northern compound, southeast of Ruins, a little bit deeper, a little bit more central in this position. Good information gathering on Vision Esports, Enigma Galaxy. They're playing so far these 2 road compounds, which are very strong. Not the easiest to leave, though, if the circle does move away from those positions. So it could be a bit deadly. As I'm looking at right now, Gladiators lost 2 players on the transition.
Exactly, down to 2. And I can't help but feel they could have been here so much earlier. Now it looks like Lath is going to try and find Kitsune here. Off for this. He does actually have an AUG as well. And then the drive up, trying to really put a lot of pressure on Kitsune here. He has a DBS. How is he going to play this? Goes around the corner on the left, tries to go for the knock, does not get it though. Mon will take him out. And it's now just Tixie left alive.
Yeah, good stuff from Siphon Mon, actually getting 2 angles to try and just overwhelm Kitsune behind that rock. We know how strong those rocks can be over on Sanhok, so good execution from Vision. As things now continue to move on, waiting for the circle, but we're seeing some big fights unfolding over to the east. Mostly it's going to be Regnum Carrier versus Nexus Gaming. Nexus has been in the blue for ages. I feel like they might just be already severely wounded, so maybe not fully ready to take a fight versus Regnum.
Yeah, you get into the circle, and then you have to heal up, and then at the same time, people probably see you coming in from the blue, but don't exactly take shots. So, as you can already see, Kapala is under a lot of bullet fire here. Will get knocked as well. Regnum Carrier's able to convert a lot here on this side. Does he also have 5 limbs?
Yeah, it's the Ezel and Ketch show today. What's going on?
Love it.
Yeah, having a great time. They're actually north, we can see on the circle as it does shift towards the road, so the compounds of Vision and Enigma Galaxy are still in play. But actually now that wide rotation from Gangsters is paying off so massively, and they could actually get away with a chicken dinner because the west is pretty much unoccupied except for RTG south.
Position-wise, whilst there's so much to talk about, but there's also fights going on here. Frozen's doing a pretty good job of holding this. Next row, you're holding this ridge line. Was important in previous circles, now not as much. I do want to talk about this, though, as we take a look at... okay, the replay. Jimmy. Yes! So probably just an absolute hailstorm of bullets and an instant explode. That was great stuff by Regnum Carrier. I can't help but feel Tixie's gone. The Gladiators is out, but I think they're giving the lobby too much respect sometimes and not moving quick enough. If they were down here, kind of where Gangsters is, Gangsters gets hauled out way earlier in the game.
I fully agree. It's very similar to what we saw from DRS back in the All-Star stage, right? Very passive, really smart, getting in circles, but when they would get in that late game stage, wouldn't really execute anything on that position, and we've seen something very similar with Gangsters. So hopefully take a little bit more control, try and just shut down a rotation from Nigma Galaxy later on, maybe Vision or RTG in the south would be great. The next Rhea, slowly but surely going to be entering. We do have Black-White, just a remaining final player, that did survive the assault. But next Rhea taking that fight is huge because they cleared their backs. That's a way easier transition if you want to crash on Nigma Galaxy, which might be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're going to try for it. How much will this do? And Nigma Galaxy is currently split across this compound, so it's a perfect time for them. Meanwhile, though, reinforcing shots coming in. That's actually not even Nigma Galaxy putting the boot in against the next Rhea. They're going to end up getting absolutely obliterated. These off angles, multiple teams were shooting at them from all over the place. This is what you got to be scared of on Sandhawk, man.
Yeah, that off angle in the sniper tower was massive from Kevin. Though, are we going to see even more execution behind it? We have to see Regnum Kaya looking for the breach in the compound of Vision Esports, initially getting so many extra knocks. Do they have mollies or not? I don't know, but molly would be huge to just wrap up this fight, but it doesn't matter. They jump it into the windows, getting even more eliminations. Azel on 5, 2 for Wild, and looking to get full control of the East.
I love the timing Regnum Carrier actually pushed on this. They realized Vision was shooting all the way at next Rhea, kind of reinforcing that fight that was going on in the compound over. Take advantage of that. In the chaos, hit this compound where they're not aware of what's going on. Safe will go down as well. 2 Falcons in the distance. And now here, if Regnum Carrier get in this compound and hold strong, it's another good win for them in this game, I would say.
I do wonder, are we going to see a crash coming out from Mad Balls here? Because right now, if they delay their rotation, Nigma Galaxy, Vision and Esport are going to be completely ruining your rotation. So you might want to try and get to a point of interest. You've got a few building of Vision Esports compound still available, so it's good to just get into the circle, heal up, and just hopefully get a little bit more intel on where the other remaining squads currently stand. Nice try on the nade, just put him low. But Volt really holding on solo here versus the full strength of Regnum Kaya. What a play.
You've got to get rid of him. You've got to get rid of him soon as well, because you want to make sure that Mad Bulls, as you say, can't leapfrog ahead of you. So you need to finish this fight off fast and then start worrying about the problem that could be north of you.
Zerish actually just crossed over the road. They're slowly but surely here, Kalaris, closing that gap with this fight of Regnum Kaya and Vision Esport. The nade comes out, and that's it for Vision, taken out in 7th. Now 5 teams remaining, as all the teams are just falling down one by one.
This is Zell once again. Great stuff here by Regnum Kaya. Here comes Zerich, though. He scouted this out, and he knows exactly to hit this. This comes at the unfortunate pace that which Regnum Kaya took the previous fight. They've been caught off guard once again, trying to hold the angle here with that DBS, and will be successful, but a nade catches him.
Yeah, good stuff coming out. Still Regnum Kaya, even if they go out right now, they still have 10 eliminations. A massive win on this first game to kick off day 2 of PMRC. So the nade's still going to be traded back. Zerich, that could be a decent one onto Loxy.
Could be. Good bounce.
Oh, gets it done. That's it. Goodbye, Regnum Kaya. Straight back to the lobby. And Zerich kicking things off in style. Up to 2 elims right now. Confirms it onto Reva. They're starting to turn on the heat. These buildings are so crucial to now heal up and to start thinking of how they're going to transition across the roads. Smokes are going to be of the essence.
Mad Bull's ramping it up, and they do have, it's not only buildings, it's also kind of like a half sniper tower that you can use to lie down in, have that third-person perspective across to gain a lot of information, but you're going to need those good transitions soon here. Frozen's probably going to go down. I mean, the problem is transitioning over the road, which is going to be a huge problem. And Gangsters is alive. 7 limbs. They sneaky guys, man. They're making these big wide rotates, and they're making it work.
I mean, that wide rotate to the west worked out great, Kalaris.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I do feel like I still wanted to see more, but you know what? The circle's just constantly heading and shifting to the west. And now they have 3 angles. They have a 2-1-1 split currently. That's it for Mad Bulls. That transition across the road was just not possible, Kalaris. And now only the strength of Nigma Galaxy can wither away onto Gangsters.
Can Gangsters clutch it out? I mean, of course, yes, they have the man advantage. However, we've seen them in a late game scenario before, and they weren't able to do it. They weren't able to make it happen on an Erangel. So, going up against Nigma Galaxy, very hard, heavy competitor. Coops, almost done. They didn't quite catch him with that nade.
Actually really smart. They're just pushing it all onto Yusef because he's currently taken away. He's split away from the rest of the squad. So if you can get that opening knock, that could be massive. Again, there's some decent smokes actually to block out some extra vision out from Gangsters. But these rocks are just so strong. You just can't push Yusef away unless you have nades.
Yeah, there's no urgency for Gangsters to throw smokes, but there is for Nigma Galaxy. They have to somehow make a transition to a slightly higher ground position here, because right now they're fighting against that. but a nade's going to come in and cause them problems on the transition.
Yeah, Jafar also staying a little bit further out in the blue to really secure that nice angle. The moment those smokes dissipate, it will be the end. Yusuf is going to be taken on out. That is the push you need from Nigma Galaxy. Up to 6 elims, now 7 as they confirm the knock. And Gangsters now currently is going to be pretty much a split. They still have a little bit more angles, I'd say, Kalaris, but right now Nigma Galaxy may be able to get this game back in their control.
And this is the reason why I said, can they clutch it, even though they had the man advantage. Right now, I'm looking at 2 squads, and I'd see a skill difference. Nigma Galaxy was able to make this push work in a very well-orchestrated manner up the edge of this circle, made it even, and I would say wrestled a strong spot away from them. Nice off-angle, though, from Jafar.
Yeah, Coops tried to get himself an off-angle, but taken away. Freak and Lord remaining. Freak taking so much damage. One bullet is all we need. He's down. He's dead. And that's for Lord now remaining in the 1v2. And that's it. Gangster secured himself their first chicken dinner here in PMRC on day 2.
And it's a big one, Max. It's a big one. It's 21 points on a Sandhawk here. And looking at how they're taking on one of the, I'm going to say, the kings of their region, that's a brilliant win here for the Gangster Boys.
Fantastic. I just hope this is going to give them even more confidence entering their next matches, because this is what we needed from them. More control, more splits, and trying to just overwhelm the team with numbers and off angles. If we can see this finishing playstyle more consistently from Gangsters, I'm telling you, they are a dark horse team that could upset so many squads at the top in this event.
And it gives rise to the idea that there's not just one way to play PUBG Mobile, which I love. The fact that you don't have to just be the best gunslinger, the fact that you don't have to just send it to a central location and hope that you're going to get the circle. These guys are playing heavy edge play, heavy wide rotates, and I mean, look, here's the fruits of their labor.
Yeah, and sometimes just staying in the blue is what you need. You know, that average time in the blue, 20 minutes, and you still get yourself the chicken dinner. What the hell is going on? I have no idea, but almost 2,000 damage on the board. As already stated, I want to see this confidence just bleed into their following matches. If so, Gangsters could really become a team that, with their strong macro rotation and late game aggressivity, looking at the desk looking at me right now, a bit weird, but they could really start ranking up high on the leaderboards.
All right, thank you very much, Max. That is game number 1 for the day in the books. Let's head over to the analysis desk for all of the thoughts.
You're going to get some thoughts. You might not like them, or you might like them, but you definitely get them whether you like them or not. Horrible.
Okay.
Horrible. Absolutely. This is the quality desk hosting you come to expect when watching Jason Kaplan. Gangsters, taking the victory here. We obviously got to hear Jafar as well be interviewed by Banks on the stage. Talked about the nerves, playing first offline event. Young guy.
Young dude.
Seems like they fixed any issues they had, but there is one glaring issue that we just touched on really quickly, is that their late game control definitely seems a bit weak.
Yeah, dude, it's a little bit odd the way they go. I love the wide rotates, though. You know, I'm all about the Gangsters rap because they are a wild child. And right now, Nigma Galaxy's weapons, they went pew-pew, but their guns went pow-pow. And I have been enjoying the way they've been playing so far, honestly. I do think they could speed things up just a little bit, but that late game control is the big thing, John.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did have the advantage of going into it 4v3, into that final circle, and we saw their off-angle get evened up, but they were able to trade it, fortunately enough.
It was scary. It was
really scary.
The thing
is, we can think back to a match 4 yesterday, actually, where Jafar was playing the off-angle against Road to Glory. He gets knocked and actually ended up losing that match and finished with the 2nd place.
Same thing.
But the late game controls you saw there, like getting caught out, that can't really happen. It seems like they're not covering their angles.
Yeah.
And that's going to come back to bite them against like any higher tier tournament.
It's something that we talked about as well. It can come down to utility usage, having those nades pouring on through, and you need to be placing them right, because if you can, you stop that push from Nigma Galaxy dead in its tracks, right up the hill.
Like we said before as well, they have 3 out of the top 5 players with most nades used so far in the event, and or maybe they're just not using them correctly, but I mean, either way, 21 points. They were 11th place going into this match. That's just going to skyrocket them up. And Nigma Galaxy as well finished on 13, but Regnum Karya, they had a high elimination game with 10, Blink.
I think Regnum Karya, that game, did a really good job. I love their rotation down towards the east side, because towards the west, there is that little lip almost that denies a lot of the sightlines of the west. And if you're coming in from the blue there, you're just walking through trees and rocks, and it's really difficult to get into any kind of position, John. And Regnum Karya can completely sweep out that eastern edge. I think Mad Bulls probably benefited from this the most, though, because although they had some amazing fights, in the end, they were able to come through in third party. But I think if Mad Bulls weren't in this situation, there's a real good potential that Regnum Karya is able to continue sweeping towards that western side.
You've also got next Ruya, who kind of just flew straight over the North Painan Bridge. There was nobody guarding that one out, and played very close to the Mad Bulls as well. So there was a lot of players playing right central very early on.
It's interesting you say that because it did feel like there wasn't a lot of guard control, but I think right now in this lobby, one thing that is really elevated above everything is timing from these teams. I think next Ruya scouts out where Mad Bulls is playing, and as soon as Mad Bulls move down towards that high ground with the watchtower, next Ruya instantly move with them. So whilst they're on the rotate, you know, they can get into that spot. So overall, I think next Ruya did a really good job there, and they've showed that yesterday in Erangel where they rotated over towards Geeke's spot. I think they feel a little bit lost in the end game though, but that's something that can definitely be improved on this tournament.
I kind of want to go back to how that match started as well.
Let's take it back.
Let's take it to the beginning.
There's really interesting things, actually.
There is.
Yeah.
Is one of them the Gladiators?
It is. So it's a really good adjustment from Demuerte. Yesterday they dropped on a 4-man split, but it goes deeper than this because obviously Gladiators picked up a lot of the eliminations on that side. Demuerte went down. Nexus actually moves away from brute force up towards Cow side and actually tries to go take down one of the players from Demuerte that is split on that 4-man split on the compound towards the southwest. They don't find anyone there because they're all fighting Gladiators. So Nexus actually has a good start to that game.
Well, Nexus, so they get one, Gladiators get two, and it leaves Demuerte with one guy left trying to just run away and just trying to sneak. He actually rotates away from Hot Tin and back into Hot Tin to come in from behind on Gladiators. But John, I was a little bit sad to see that actually not bear any fruit.
For Gladiators, no, it was...
no, for Demuerte.
For Demuerte.
To come back in.
Oh, yeah, well, we thought he was going to backstab, but the Gladiators threw themselves at the feet of the gangsters before anything could happen. So, yeah, didn't really come through on that side. On the west side, I feel like Gladiators, for my liking, we were talking about this backstage, as Gladiators stayed quite hard on that northwestern island for quite a while. Blank, you were talking about the benefits of that in terms of the control that you get for rotations around the area. I wanted them to move a little bit closer to that western bridge and have a faster crossing down to that southwest island and play on that west side of ruins.
Yeah, and I think I disagree with that just purely because like moving through that northwest side down towards that circle on the south, you know, there's so many teams in really prominent positions like Bootcamp still, like Trifecta Compound. Mad Bulls might have even been still holding towards that bridge, and it's difficult to make that call. So what you realistically want to happen is wait for a later circle, keep looting up, keep yourself just about in the circle outside the blue, and then move in later once everyone's moved out from those positions that they have great sight lines over towards that western bridge. So it is difficult for them, and I think it's even more difficult because it's such a long wrap from gangsters that Gladiators put a lot of time and effort into figuring out these rotations. So I think they're completely blown for a loop when they find gangsters in that spot.
It's completely the diametric opposite circle from the first Sanhok that we saw yesterday, right? That was hard northeast side. Now we've gone all the way down to the southwest. So the research in this specific lobby just was not on their side.
Yeah, and let's actually take a look at Gangsters' player stats here because they did actually have a knock in the blue from the blue, but they were still able to push things forward. This is the one time I wish on this graphic we actually had healing done. Because I would love to see how much damage they actually healed up from the blue, because they spent collectively, before this match began, 1 hour as a team in the blue across 6 matches.
We could see the damage received, right? So
that's different.
You can take away Yusuf, who went down in that final engagement, right? So Jafar seemingly taking the most damage, I would posit, from the blue zone.
No, I don't think that's from the blue, to be honest. That can't be from the blue.
It's from players.
Yeah, from
is
players.
that from players only?
That can't be blue.
Yeah.
You could not take 76 damage from being there for 10, 15 minutes. No way.
Yeah, those would be inflated if they're from the blue.
Now I look silly.
It's okay,
It's
bro.
fine. It's fine. It happens once in a while.
Honk, honk.
But
It's never happened before.
But you're talking about Gladiators, because Gangsters, they came in, they landed in docks, and they rotated all the way around everyone and got into Tambang. And I'm kind of just like flabbergasted they were able to do that, because if I'm not mistaken, Road to Glory were kind of behind them following, but just kind of like stalled off a little bit earlier.
They stayed near Nakam in the long run. They didn't really move past that bit.
It is the Gangsters rap, man, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. It is confusing a lot of teams, though. On the other hand, Regdom Kaya, I don't think they were confused at all with the approach they wanted to take from this game, and I think specifically with some of the engagements they took, we could definitely see a lot of these other players starting to step up a lot. I know that Max has talked specifically about Wild very frequently as being a strong player, but it's nice to see Easel actually be able to step up in a big way.
I think they had some really solid dynamic splits on that eastern side, moving out of Painan. Obviously, Fireflux didn't have the greatest time very near them. That was unfortunate. Never ride in one vehicle, all as four. That's the advice I've been giving from since the beginning of time. Kale also has been singing that song for quite a while. So you just never do it. It's a bad idea, and that's exactly why.
It was amazing, though, because it is kind of that meme of just more, and then all the lasers coming down towards that vehicle. It went out so quick.
It was hilarious. And I'm a big fan, honestly. But that's what you get if you rotate all players in one vehicle, right?
Yeah.
But also, one thing I do want to point out, as you can see, we're about to head into our next match here, is that Gangsters were in 11th place at 30 points. They just skyrocketed into top 3.
Big time.
Ridiculous out of them. But can they maintain it? Well, we're going to find out with Baxman and Kalaris.
That's us. It's time. We are moving to Erangel. We got 3 of them coming your way, and then, of course, we will have Miramar afterwards. But that is where a lot of those passive third-party fights end. And now we get ourselves to Erangel, the bread and butter of all of these teams, the grassy pastures.
Oh, yeah, good times on the grassy pastures. Though, are we going to see the Rozhok fight continue? Are we going to have Season 2 of Mad Balls versus GK Esports in Rozhok? I hope not, but I have learnt over the years to give up hope when it comes to teams stopping from hot-dropping one another. They tend to do it for little reason, but we'll see.
Well, honestly, if it does continue here, I think Mad Balls has a little bit of a window into how GK is playing it out, because they are in the 2 or 3 of those Erangels were making a wide wrap onto the north of Rozhok and trying to get the high ground away, but they kept having Nox hit them. I think if you're Mad Balls, you could try and punish that even harder if they were going to try and do it again. But we'll see. We will see if that actually does come to fruition.
Yeah, and we saw Zerich play multiple off angles, so it could work out, though. Yeah, GQ in the mix of it, going for a Sunken City Rozhok split, it seems like right now, which could be also punished by Mad Balls as they tend to drop a little bit more closely packed. Not sure that's going to work out. The Gladiators going back to their usual Northern George Pod position instead of Primorsk, which I did enjoy. And it's going to be Sovnovka military base for our first wrangle. There's a small chance it could go to mainland, but I'm not really expecting it.
Let's call it small, yeah. For these teams that were looking to kind of drop near that western bridge, there might be an opportunity here just to exploit the circle nice and quickly and then just get on over there nice and fast with some vehicles and get looted up and good to go. But we can see plenty of people in Rozhok and unfortunately a potential run over, but no, we'll get picked up. Good job as Falcons save their guy.
Yeah, the Uber strat works out. Pick him up and out of the fields they go. Teak and Six are going to be up there.
GK's already taken damage a little bit in Rozhok, so I imagine the fight's going to persist.
Yeah, GK's there. They're just hidden in the madness. But yeah, GK are still there. Ragnar and Satan in the thick of it. But they are playing a little bit more closely packed, which is going to be able to overwhelm him, in this case, Frozen. Ex-God, a new addition to his full name, which, fair enough, okay, if you want for that for your ego, that's cool.
I'm not the greatest fan of some of these loadouts. I saw a double-barrel shotgun and an SLR. And now I'm seeing a machete and an SK-12. So a little bit limited. There it is, that gun. Anyway.
Just that gun.
It's the Phantom gun. Anyway, yeah, we've got ourselves as trying to move on through here and look to try and push away. At least for the most part, they have one side of the road each. That will slow things down a little bit. That is a slight adaptation. Mad Balls were dropping north side of the road and then it was becoming a stalemate that way. So this causes a little bit of a barrier to the fight to even continue for the most part.
Yeah, if I were Mad Balls, just leave it. I mean, clearly they want to take this fight. They sent 2 players north of the road and they're just slowly trying to get closer to GK. It seems Demuerte chasing it down. Tapok gets the headshot onto King. What is happening over here? Falcons just can't escape the wrath of Demuerte. And they want 6-2. They want 2 eliminations here. They're not letting him get away with it.
Chase him down, chase him down. And unfortunately there, it's going to be Punching King who's going to be the victim, getting into another buggy, and 6 will have to get away. So for the most part, yeah, a true salvage mission on the way here for 6. That's brutal.
You were mentioning actually earlier, Kalaris, right, that teams here could very easily rotate fast into the Sovnovka Island, which some teams have done, like next Riyadh. GQ already left the area of Sunken City really quickly, and Regnum Karya, Enigma Galaxy seem like want to achieve a similar pathway onto the island.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on that. That's good because you know it's going to normally end over there. But I'm seeing there's so many teams north right now. I feel like the bridges are going to be congested as we approach the end of Phase 2.
Yeah, and long-form botations can happen, especially on the eastern side, but let's take a look back here and see what was going on as Teak was trying to, I guess. Oh, hey, he flipped. I thought he was going to go
he didn't
vehicle
land
swap.
it.
Oh, he was going to vehicle swap. Never mind.
He didn't land it.
He was having some fun.
Yeah, good times. Didn't land it though. Didn't land it though. A little bit angry. But yeah, you mentioned rotations could be happening. There's a few that could spawn towards Kameshki, so you could see potentially Vision Esport go for one. Even Libovka, if you just are not quite lucky on the boat spawns. RTG and Zaki also. Which really, Zaki, I mean, they really just don't want to take a fight. We're talking about taking a fight here. Nexus gonna be a little bit of a mingle here with Nexus Gaming. A little bit of back and forth. No limbs just yet.
Yeah, the reinforcements from Nexus are on the way as well. And if you're Vision in that situation with your team so far away, I'm not sure whether or not taking those shots is the most wise thing to get that going. So he is going to bail. Quite fortunate, is Leif here to not
Make
be down.
Make it look like you're full team.
Yeah.
I mean, we see some players do that. Normally in the late game when you're solo in a building, not like at the very start of a game. That's a bit early to go for a play like that. But yeah, Leif just go back a little bit closer to Volt and the rest of Vision. The blue zone is slowly but surely going to be engulfing a few teams like Vision and RTG, so they're going to have to be on the move. Eventually, see how that's going to go. While, unfortunately, Rozhok fight is still going on, and Maples just don't want to give it up, Kalash. They just sent players on the other side, multiple angles, trying to lock in the rest of GK, deny rotations. I still don't see the long-term worth of it. I feel like this hurts you way more than you'd like, because down to 3 players at this point, your odds of a chicken dinner are just down the hill.
As I say, I said it on the desk yesterday, usually constant hot drops like this are plays for future tournaments. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but that's generally what it's like. Ragnar, unfortunately, will get caught instantly by Flaky, and that's good for him, for Mad Bulls, to just continue in a situation where sometimes they were losing people in this hot drop, but now they're kind of dominating this one. But yeah, usually it is for future scenarios.
Well, actually, it could make sense because, I mean, right after this tournament ends, you have pretty much a week window and PMPL Arabia begins.
Correct.
So GK are like, okay, we want to start prepping for PMPL Arabia here into PMRC. Weird moment to do it, but hey, why the hell not? And Fleek is just so good angle in that little sniper tower.
I mean, you also never know what happens in terms of the future, right? Like, you don't know if another PMRC comes around, it's your 2 regions clashing, and you want to make sure that you're the one that's asserted dominance in the pre-situations, or you go to an international like PMGC, and it is suddenly these 2 teams here that are going to be challenging each other. So again, there's a lot of things that these players might have going through their heads regarding that. I could be totally wrong regarding these 2 teams in particular. I've just seen that be a common trend in the past.
Or maybe a team is just going to be like, we know this squad drops here. They're just very stubborn. I can't be bothered. Just can't be bothered to hot drop. Just give up instantly. Yeah, I've had enough talking about this. I want to talk about other stuff that's been happening around the map. And mainly, Gladiators initiated their rotation. They're going to make it over to the Western Bridge. Slowly but surely going to be encroaching onto Sonnufka Island. And then with Galaxy going for the swim across. So more and more teams are going to be rocking up on that good old island. As Phase 1 slowly going to be reaching the end, but the push onto Gaith is going to be happening. Gaith and Hope are going to be locked in this building. No escape is available.
They've completely identified where the remaining players are. They're in this building. How are we going to push it? They're still using some of the utility. It looks like GK, unfortunately, really has none. So that's going to cause them a lot of problems. But you're just going to hold this angle behind the box. It's hard to spot from third-person perspective.
Actually interesting. Hope is playing. Marth was playing yesterday, so a little bit of a roster swap happening for GK.
Oh. Sees the gun on his back there, around that box, so knows exactly where he is. Will have to come out of there, has the DBS in hand, as Hope is trying to hold off that top side. They just want to try and get Zerish, but he's in a bit of a vulnerable spot, so they're going to have to finish the fight first. Good pre-fire.
Oh, he's got a shotgun too.
Oh, no, what did he call it?
With the DBS confirms it away.
Crawl in maybe for some information, but you will lose out that situation, as now an attempt forwards to try and dislodge Hope up at the top.
Still play around the utility. He still has one final nade here for Flicker. Oh, misses the window. That's unfortunate. That could have been massive. He was right on the other side of that window. Molly to buy a little bit of extra time for GK. The blue zone is going to be engulfing them, so a little bit of extra time factor added to the equation. You need to start thinking of how are you going to end this fight, end this 2v2. They got the DBS and stuff. They could just jump over and overwhelm Tulika because he is split a little bit further away from his teammate.
Yeah, I think they're anticipating and hearing that movement and trying to use that, and that's actually not a bad player here from Fleekits to be able to get that initial trade, and Hope will end up going down as well. So Mad Bulls, yes, will win out and are firing shots into the bodies.
They want the They won the hot drop.
Leave our place.
But, you know, winning the game is going to be a different kind of ordeal for Mad Bulls, I feel it's fair to say. Though Phase 2, we didn't quite see it pop on the feed, but it went hard south. This is a really big hard shift. A lot of water still in play, so some rotations did come out, mainly the ones of Falcons. They do make it over there. But the bridges are going to be congested over to the east. I'm looking at that one. You have Vision, you have Nexus Gaming, you have Brute Force, Fireflux. That fight, if you can get away from it right now, Fireflux could just go hard west. I would recommend it, because this is going to be a bit messy to get out alive of.
Yeah, there's some really good compounds you can try and take in the circle like this as well. I can't quite see who's in that position on the map yet, so once we scroll in, I'll be able to talk about that a little bit more. But I'm thinking about high ground compounds that are on that south coast to a little bit to the west side. If I explain it like that, I'm pretty sure you know which ones I'm on about, Max. Yeah. But and then as all these teams are going to slowly get in there, look who's furthest away. Apart from Mad Bulls, it's Gangster.
Oh no.
Surprise.
Now, Gladiators are trying to just gatekeep teams trying to cross late. They're looking at all the teams crossing from Primorsk, Ferry Pier. They're holding on that cliff side, well, that coast side, should I say. It's a bit of both. And maybe trying to get himself some extra eliminations on the teams, mainly RTG. The blue zone, is that going to get Rio? Seems like it was going to get the knock, but they make it over with a jet ski. Speed over to Subnovka. Yes.
This is a big wraparound, though, if they're going to make this work. Because if Gladiator still actually does have angles on this, they could make that blow up very quickly. And there's no rocks of cover to be able to kind of retreat back behind here on the little jet ski over there. So still knocks on the bridge, though.
I feel like it's way too late to do a botation now. And so many teams want to do it because the coast is so heavily in play. I mean, 50% pretty much of this game is now water, so teams are going to be holding that cliff. And a botation, you're going to have 2, 3, 4 teams possibly taking shots at your location. It's too late to do it here, I'd say.
Even if you make a botation work now, you get stuck on the cliff edge.
Yeah.
And you're like trying to do some rock climbing, some bouldering. John likes bouldering. And then, you know, it's not exactly easy because you're not building up that strength against the teams above you. They're going to the gym, they're working out, they're doing all right, and they're firing down on you and just taking you out. Yeah, exactly. Build different.
Also very nadeable if you make it to the cliff, so not the best. And he still goes to the cliff side again. I mean, this is great for Excuse Me. If they just regroup, recenter their position, they could be in a good position. I enjoyed their rotation last game. It seemed like they are definitely a lot faster throughout this second day of PMRC, but Nigma Galaxy on the cliff. Ralph is knocked, the res will come out, but teams are slowly but surely going to initiate fights.
So technically speaking, this compound of Excuse Me was the one that I was talking about before, but then also Nigma Galaxy can exist in these cliffs very nicely. But here's Falcons after the botate. This is exactly what we were talking about. Again, with this cliff in play the way it is, yeah, cool, you were able to botate, but can you even get up? Can you even get to placement points? Never mind some eliminations on the board.
Yeah, and the only way you can actually make is if you make it to the beaches a little bit further right on your screen, and that's held down by Lord and Freak. You just can't make it up this cliffside position unless you're John Allen and really good at bouldering. It's not going to work out.
He's like Spider-Man. You've seen his gangly arms, just like able to go, it's crazy. But anyway, we've got ourselves Coops holding on. Still got the DBS in hand. Sees Ralph is about to move on away potentially with a buggy, but doesn't look like it. I mean, you can hold this position for quite a long time as Nigma Galaxy, because really, there's not a whole lot of vulnerability to it from other angles on the battleground.
Yeah, and most importantly, they kept their cars in a small little dip on the cliff, so which if they have to crash onto Excuse Me's compound later on, which, not going to lie, chances of that happening are really high, that's going to make it so much easier. I feel like they had 2 cars, which is good if you just want to surprise them a little bit more. And actually, oh wow, he's playing this position. I very rarely see teams playing this spot because it's so rare to see a circle go so far south. And Loxy's up there with the Mini 14 that's been just so strong on day one, and might be able to get some nice, easy picks with that weapon.
You're right, it's an extremely rare spot to be taking, but it does work out. It makes sense here, given the circle. He is being hit, actually, from Nigma Galaxy. If there was a team to the east, a lot less protected this spot, so you'd be scared. But so it's a fact of have some of the players down on the ground, just look and pay attention a bit more to the east than you looking north and west.
Yeah, we've seen a clash of Gladiators versus Mad Bulls over to the west, it seems. Gladiators did try and gatekeep that cliff, and they were able to do so pretty successfully. No teams were really of an issue, so no one's going to deny their rotate. But Mad Bulls lose one. That's going to be their first elimination of the game, and also Nexus are going to be taking their very own fight out in the blue, and Vision Esports are going to have the final laugh here.
Maybe, as Fireflux is also putting a little bit of pain on them as well from the distance. As we take a look at a replay once again. Exo looking great and was able to take out a few of the members of Gangsters, unfortunately for them. Where is Nexus now? Where are they? Okay, middle circle, actually.
Oh, just full center, yeah. It worked out. I mean, the car rotate, no one is going to be able to get you too easily, but there you go. Pops the wheel. Octavian, Dorian, you know they're going to go down very quickly. There's no way they survive that push, and that's the end for them. 15th place, and unfortunately not able to get that redemption we were hoping at the start of today.
Yeah, they're coming in a bit late, just kind of trying to send it wherever they can in the middle of these circles, and that's not going to work here. Not at all, especially with how all of these teams have already positioned themselves and kind of how open this circle is, to be honest. It's not fields. I'm not going to say it's like fields, but there's not that many trees and rocks to be able to hide in. Not even that many dips to hide in a circle like this, to be honest.
I mean, really, right now, except for dips and everything, you want to play for those compounds, which is the one of Excuse Me you mentioned, but they didn't regroup fast enough, which means they lost 2 players. If they hold that down as a 4-man team, I feel like they win it.
They're going to get crashed. There's no way they don't get crashed here as just 2. As Brute Force now going to be taking a fight and kind of mopping up the rest of Gangsters, who, unfortunately for them, you can only wrap so wide and then you end up in the water. And obviously they couldn't do that. So this wide wrap's not working.
Yeah, especially in a circle like this, you just want to try and speed up the process a little bit more. Good nade down onto Kevin's going to get a little bit extra damage done, and that's it. The blue zone play is not going to work out for them. And Brute Force, I mean, bringing a little bit of heat in this game. Currently up to, how many eliminations is that? He got himself 5 elims right now. So already off to a hot start on this second game.
And a few people swimming now as well in a circle like this, as we're still having vision kind of rolling around on this eastern side. They're taking fights, and I like that they're taking fights as aggressively as they are, or at least shooting at things as aggressively as they are, because there's going to be very few entry points to a circle like this. Solus is down, and the rest of Fireflux is going to be falling very quickly.
No, Lord.
I mean, they came up on a position which was always going to be very fortified by Enigma Galaxy as well as Regen over on the west side.
Yeah, I mean, actually, they're doing a decent job, but the main issue, right, is that we're looking at Loxy from that crane position. He's just taken mini 14 shot after mini 14 shot. This position is completely dead man's land. You do not want to play that spot. Enigma Galaxy trying to just salvage their position, trying to go for the res onto, I believe it was Freak or Lord. I'm not sure if it's going to quite work out because Gladiators slowly but surely gaining space as we do see Mad Balls eliminated.
Yeah, they're trying to come up on the kind of cliff side. But again, for them, a crash into Excuse Me would be great. Excuse Me's objective right now, whilst we take a look at these fights, is make it feel like we're 4 players here. So switch your weapons. Start shooting with 2 weapons as quickly as possible in certain directions towards Gladiators if you want. Just try and puff up your feathers and make sure you don't get crashed.
I'm actually not even sure who got the 2 knocks onto Excuse Me, because if that's a team that already got eliminated, that information is lost. No one is going to be able to know this is a 2-man team defending that compound. So as you said, you want to make it look like you're a full squad, and Gladiators might rethink if they want to go for the breach, because it could also open up the floodgates. Maybe a third party from Brute Force, which, again, in this map, are out for blood, looking for as many eliminations as possible. But De Muerte out in the blue here very soon, and seem like they're going to be kept out by GQ.
Yeah, it's a huge barrier to entry, and we'll be able to hit that. And he is gone as well. Just sacrifice for it and keep to play another day, I suppose. Fireflux has done a good job about recovering here, but I don't know how long it's going to last.
I'm surprised we've not seen more mini 14 shots coming out from... Oh, he went down from the crane, actually. He's just on the lower ground. Trying to, I guess, prepare rotation. They got a few cars ready to go on the move. Maybe even third party this spot. I mean, you know that you already wounded Enigma Galaxy. You wounded the side also of Fireflux. So you're seeing that these are not full squads. Maybe you can just breach it, control that spot. And if that's the case, you're in the most central position at that moment. So Regnum Carrier has a lot of potential to pull off a massive second game.
A big shift as well. We still have the next Ryu compound kind of in play, but this forces out Excuse Me's compound. So if I was teams like Gladiators on that left-hand side, I wouldn't mind transitioning along these cliffs, using some of that high ground in the circle eventually, but of course Enigma Galaxy's there, so you're going to have to take that fight.
Yeah, you don't want to fight that position away from Excuse Me anymore. It's just not worth it. It's not really going to be having long-term value. The one team that we actually haven't talked about them too much is Nextroya. They've just been chilling onto the east. A few, like 3-4 of their buildings of their compound is still in play, so they can just take shots, and you have nothing in this circle really except like a few small dips. There's a few like slight slopes that you can actually play, so it's all about that terrain knowledge. But this circle doesn't happen often. Do teams know what's the best position here? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not amazing. For those teams that are down there with Falcons, Fireflux as well, they might look to transition onto the beach eventually, but then it'll be up to Regnum Carrier. We're seeing now Kitsune make the move. Okay, so they're going to use the compound as the checkpoint here, but Technically, they could have done this a little bit earlier. Now their hand has been forced, they feel, so they're going to push up against Excuse Me. They're going to be very happy, I think, realizing it's only 2.
I mean, they're not ready for a push right now. They're so split. Meku's south, super far south, and Tixie is north. Matic is going to, I guess, pick him up to go for the push. Kitsune's just breaching this solo. Where's the team? I'm not sure.
I am a little bit confused, but reinforcements are going to be on the way. In the car, you can see them speeding past here. Havlika goes for a pre-nade to try and catch that, and actually does do some damage to them here. So now they're going to try and go around it. He's pre-firing the windows as well. Matic's moved up, goes for the molly, tries to get that in there, but doesn't quite clip them with damage. Oh, and it goes down to Beck.
What a great opening nade there. That's exactly what we need. Meku might want to try and get involved to help out the team. It's going to be tough, but GQ actually hearing this fight, slowly going to cross the road and trying to initiate possibly a third party on the west.
Again, this could have happened quicker for Gladiators, but it's not going to work out here. They have been held out by the 2-man and the reinforcing shots from GQ, but GQ is going to take that opportunity. They could take that spot if they wanted to, but they can still have transition points from where they are, so I don't know about Gladiators. I've got question marks around that one again.
Yeah, it seems like at the start of every tournament, they go back to like their old, slow playstyle and slowly try and speed things up throughout the days. But it just really hurts them to the point where, like in PMWI, they just get a 3rd place. They could have been potentially 1st if they just started moving a bit faster, a little bit sooner in the event. Though, back on the teams onto the cliff side, Nigma Galaxy were able to then get the res onto Lord. That is massive, up to 3. But the teams still down below in the depth of that cliff are such a pain because you can't move. Otherwise, you're showing your back to RTG and Falcons pretty much.
And if you've got a lot of nades and mollies still left from like not using the underhand onto them, you kind of want them for some later stage scenarios. So you don't really want to expend them. Coops, though, from Nigma Galaxy was able to knock 6 down there, so he's still being able to find some cheeky angles down there. But again, look, you can see Regnum Carrier. They're just able to look at the entire spot, but he does not have many bullets left. How many did he have left?
Only 14 and 0 left outside of that. So, I mean, the thing is, Mini 14 is great at the end, and he had another weapon, wasn't quite able to see, but he's going to have a tough time. If he can hit that headshot on Coops, that would be massive. But yeah, he's almost out. He's just using his last few bullets. 3 more.
2, 1.
And
make it count.
Come on.
Oh,
headshot.
We should have stick with it.
Oh, okay. Didn't quite see it. That's unfortunate. But yeah, so that's going to hurt them a bit unless he can loot an extra weapon inside of the pier. He's going to be a little bit weaker than other players at the end stage.
That nade could bounce in. Oh, no, it doesn't. And that could have bounced into the water. But anyway, regardless, Teak still gets away with his life. Coops is going to have to fall down here and swim in, but he will have reinforcing team above him, which is kind of the most important part, which he can still make work. Although RTG is still alive there.
And next round, taking some shots towards Regnum Carrier. Still actually have a building in play, which is insane at this stage because otherwise the rest is just flat terrain. You can't do much with it. At least you're going to have one player that could be safe if you want an off angle. Lord, you want to finish this fight onto Groza, gets one. Reva far in the back, but I don't think like he's going to be a major issue just yet. He's going to take some time to rotate.
Yeah, for Coops here, the threat is still Regnum Carrier. Nade's going to be trying to bombard the position here of Brute Force as they are kind of stuck in a little bit of a dip here. Will they be able to get dislodged is the question. Still, they're able to heal up. A few smokes are kind of clouding the vision here of GQ.
Yeah, very nadeable dip here held by Ado, so you could very easily make those connect. Though almost out of utility. 2 mollies and 1 grenade for Evo Station could be helpful maybe to dislodge teams around trees or rocks later on, like where Zakaria currently stands. That smoke is going to buy him a little bit of time, but GQ want to wrap this fight up. They want to control the north to facilitate that transition across the road.
Yeah, it's going to be important to having this position. So get rid of this as fast as possible. But at the other side of this, the M249 from Lutz was doing some work from Fireflux. Still alive he is, but the push is coming in. They will clean this up and take it away. He's hit another one. Coops is gone here from Lutz with that M249. So on that, I wondered maybe if they'd have forgotten about him down there, but he was able to do some work.
Able to ruin it a little bit for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
Just Ralph is going to be left alive southwest. And he just wants to dodge this. He just wants to get the final laugh in this fight. Let Reaver and Lutz take it and just pick up the final player that stays alive. That nade could be good. Oh, gets so much damage. 1 more and he's done. Revo, you need to push it or do something. Otherwise, you're going to get the double nade.
He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah.
Out of there. And now it's going to be up to Nigma Galaxy to clean this out because you can't have this playing underneath you at all.
Super smart from next round. Actually saw surely in the south an initial push from Regnum Carrier. Went down, cleared the entirety of the team. Now they're the only team southeast. They can just start to spread out. They have cars, so they can make a makeshift compound with those cars if needed. And they have a lot of resources. They can just absolutely send everything they have towards these remaining teams. And Lord unfortunately had no chance of coming out from that one alive.
Yeah, Z-Wolf was able to finish that off after Ducker Machine has already done quite a bit of damage as well. Evo Station in the distance able to do a bit of damage. Again, the M249 stealing in a limb. Fireflux goes down eventually here to Nextruya, but I feel like, you know what, Lutz has done enough there. Now it's going to be up to Nextruya to start dominating the south side of this circle and trying to hold these teams at bay.
Yeah, one of the only teams that still have cars, so you can transition, just upset these teams as they're just going to be overwhelmed. Rauf, I mean, he wasn't going to do anything. And Nextruya currently with their best game yet, and Z-Wolf might not be playing the M24, but he's definitely popping off as they're trying to now just clear the remnants of the other teams.
I'm impressed that Excuse Me was able to survive to 3rd rank for this game. That is quite eye-opening to me, considering that, again, that should have been breached, that compound that they had, that bastion of hope. But now, GQ against Nextruya.
Yekta, nice little angle actually onto the east, trying to just... Right now, all you really have is a few slopes and trees. These off angles could be so pivotal if they try and hide behind one of those. So Frozen also going to regroup, but Yekta could be the one to really seal the fate of GQ in this 4v3.
Yeah, he could. The off angle's really strong. Ducker Machine also has not a bad angle there as well. I feel like GQ at this point is going to feel very pincered. Corker is trying to go for a little off angle, but the problem for him is he's kind of stuck near a road, which means his transitions are going to be very open if they even have a slight angle on him at all.
One thing you see happen a lot in these kind of circles with flat terrain is just full send it with a car, with the buggy, and just try and roll them over or get information, go back and just feed that info to the rest of your team. It could be a valid strat when you have, what is that, 2 or 3? They have three buggies.
They have 3 buggies.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a man advantage as well. You can spare one person, but this off angle of Corker is actually very strong for a moment whilst the circle's not closed just yet. And you can see, as you say, Yekta is trying to be the counter to that. Does see him instantaneously. He's going to have to heal up. This could be a potential move for Nextruya, considering he's now a little bit busy about healing up.
I mean, the main issue is Corker. Yeah, you go. The moment he gets knocked, Yekta can play the full length of that ridge. And I think AC knows that. He's just trying to get his own control of that ridge, because otherwise it is going to be GG, Corker down. And now the send on the buggy starts to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be lights out here for GQ. I don't know how they're able to recover from this. They had 4 buggies, by the way. They had 4 buggies. Nice shots coming in from Yekta once again to be able to put the nail in the coffin, basically, here for GQ. It's looking grim. He's just going to burn alive, and that is going to be it. Nextruya, what a game from them. They played it patient from that compound onwards and were able to dominate the south side.
Yeah, the most chill chicken dinner from Nextruya. They were just completely uncontested over to the east, and mainly taking that fight towards Rengnam Kara the moment they started to be a threat before it really became an issue was such a smart call, really proactive in this game. And then as we saw with the buggies, just full send it, get all the angles, and there's just not much you could really do. Strong execution from Nextruya. I feel like one of the few Turkish teams outside of Rengnam Kara and Fireflux we needed to see more from, and this has proven it here on this first Orangle of the day.
I mean, they did a good job not only of clearing out Rengnam Kara, and kind of that's one of their big threats, right? For a lot of this game, they were kind of existing in a symbiotic relationship with Rengnam Kara as well, considering how high an angle they had with the Mini 14. You don't need these two teams to be shooting at each other. So they just say, okay, we're not really going to bother about you for now. We know that you can shoot at a lot of things. We can shoot at a lot of things. Let's just exist here for the moment and strike when the time's right. And they did when the iron was hot.
Sometimes just sharing a position is the best option. I feel like Loxy on that little ridge position, on that ridge, on that kind of crane spot was really, really impactful, assisting, taking some shots and denying all of those teams over to the West Cliff. I mean, mainly one of those was Nigma Galaxy that had such a good position, but those continuous shots, I mean, he was literally out of bullets. That's how much shots he was taken towards Nigma Galaxy. They just couldn't withstand the wrath of Nextruya and Rengnam Kara.
Great win for them. That's a 21-pointer on the board, just after a 21-pointer for Gangsters as well in the previous game. We're going to go to a break. When we return, it's more from PMRC.
all-new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Well, next, Riyadh. They close things out, get themselves a victory here, a much-needed victory considering where they were in the standings, but more importantly, a win for Europe, because right now MEA is pretty much running away with this one. It's currently 5-3 in favor of MEA, but as you saw, the points still extremely close here between these two regions. But Blank, John Allen, join me back on the desk here once again. Gonna break this last one down. Next, Riyadh looking good here from the eastern side, getting the military, I believe you said, John, extremely early, and headed down towards the south side as well as fast as they possibly could.
They split drop around Ferry Pier and that Western Bridge and instantly got in vehicles and went all the way to the west side. They looted down the west side of that military island and then just went south before phase 2 even popped.
It was pretty free. Yeah. Honestly, they'd basically whacked the old dime in the vending machine, but there was a bit of rope attached to it. Pulled it straight back out. Chicken dinner drops to the bottom. Pulled that bad boy out for free. They sat in that compound for the entirety of the game.
What kind of vending machine takes dimes, and that's all you need?
What kind of vending machine sells chicken dinners?
I'm sure there's something in Japan.
Don't question the logic of something illogical.
That's pretty... Okay, yeah. Next Riyadh gets us 21 points. Team GQ gets themselves 14. Excuse me as well, taking a nice fight up against Gliders, but as we did see, I think, if I'm not mistaken, John, it was GK to kind of assist that. Oh, it's GQ?
GQ, yeah. GK actually, they have swapped Hope back in and then did the exact same thing and died on the hot drop, which is exactly what we said we didn't want to see from them. But GQ, third-party entrance into that fight, put a lot of pressure onto the Gladiators' roll-up, which made it a lot harder for them to take the angles that they wanted to, and they ate a couple nades in unfortunate scenarios. Sometimes that's just how it goes. But the Gladiators, that's the story repeatedly so far.
Well, yeah. Ooh, can I jump in? Is that cool?
You have to actually physically jump, then yes.
I'm jumping in to the notes.
Let's go.
So basically, I genuinely do think that there's an issue with the lobby at the moment, which is the fact that a lot of these rotations in towards positions on the map are very central focused, right? And it's a big deal with a lot of these teams that are playing edge because they typically want to guard those edge sides. It's a very EU type of playstyle, very Gladiators type of playstyle. And I think at the moment, when you have no teams to edge guard, and most teams are already towards that center side, you're not clearing any space whatsoever, so you're not gaining much advantage from playing on that edge at the moment. So for Gladiators, this does make their playstyle a lot harder to achieve.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We don't have much time to the next match. I know we actually want to check in with overalls really quickly, so let's actually get them on the screen. Because if we don't, I'm going to get very angry at Gangsters and these continual rotations that they're doing, sitting in blue for a majority of the game.
Wow.
Enigma Galaxy, first place right now, overtaking Fireflux, but Gangsters starting in 11th, up to 6th.
Turkish triple.
Turkey back.
2, 3, 4.
Turkey's back in there. That's right. The 56, 56, and the 69. Nice with Enigma Galaxy at the top with 74. MEA, obviously the best. You want to keep going? Road to Glory Esports, 45 points. GK with 44. They've dropped down massively. They started the day at 3rd place. This is very bad for them, honestly. And I think it is those hot drops that are really coming into play. Mad Bulls, I thought they'd do a little bit better, but at least they are with their compadres. Same points, 44 to 44 with GK.
I like bouldering.
To the casters, Extreme.
Wow, thanks. What a transition. As we now have our next game on the way. And one thing's for sure, Turkey looking great, but where's S2G? Sad face.
Oh, they're not here. What does Blank said? It is extreme. This game is great.
He's baited you into saying this.
I really wanted to say it, okay?
Oh, okay.
I've been waiting for a moment. Didn't give me my moment. He gave it to me. Thank you very much, Blank. But this playing path a little bit over to the southwestern edge. So some teams that we see quite a lot of teams drop towards like Stolber, Mansion position. So might have to go for a secondary drop for some of the squads. See how that's going to pan out.
Ooh. I mean, Rozok's quite a stretch.
They could still make it.
You can get there. They are going to make it there.
GK and Mad Bulls are going to make it there. Unfortunately, I would love to have a very southern playing path where it's impossible to go to Rozok, but it's not meant to happen.
No.
They just both rotate into Rozok and start fighting as usual.
Yeah, that would be actually good. I would like that. That would be awesome. Because then, as you're approaching, ooh, that's a good circle for it as well. You know, you could start trying to hit people with your vehicles and everything. It would be crazy. It would be wild.
Would be extreme. Okay, I'm not going to.
Don't do it.
Okay, no. Ain't happening. What kind of drop actually?
I can't see GK.
The hot drop is so close. You can't hide them. They're hiding behind one another.
Yeah.
Normally their logo is hidden a little bit. I can see the Y from DK. It's there.
Oh, okay,
it's hidden right behind it.
Good. I'm glad. I would be really disappointed otherwise. I wouldn't be.
I mean, I would love to see it stop, but you know, at least it makes the early game a little bit more interesting. A bit of action. Can't complain too much about that one. Otherwise, yeah.
I can hear looting.
Other drops are pretty fine.
There we go. Here we are. All right. Pistol in hand. Need more than that. Run away. Revolver in hand. Julika, need more than that.
DBS, okay, that DBS is going to cut it though.
That's fine, yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah,
M16, pick it up. Yeah, okay. Not the best at this stage, but I actually have an attachment to make it go fully automatic, but it's not that common.
No, not that common. You know, I've been surprised at some people's burst control on the M16 throughout this tournament, and also PMWI. I've seen it in some early moments, and I'm like, wow, actually your burst control's really good.
It's pretty decent. But yeah, when you unlock the full AI, it's actually really good. Like, it's not as good as an M4 because M4 is always going to be the meta, but M16, you know what? If you do get that attachment and you have nothing else, it is like a close second, potentially best in slot.
Yep.
Go for.
Goes on the Mutant as well, that add-on, right? So you could technically go for some 7.62 action, I suppose, with that, but yeah, why would you?
When the M4 is so good. Exactly.
It's an odd choice.
Just M4, DBS, maybe a Scar every once in a while, even though you don't see it too often, and Mini 14 clearly being a meta weapon of choice as of recently. And yeah, some teams that maybe struggled a bit with a playing path are going to stretch their drop. You're looking at Regnum Kara making it towards that prison Lipovka position as they typically do. Fireflux also going to stretch into Yasnai Polyana. So everything back to normal. Even Rozhok.
Kind of. Because you've got gangsters down in military, right? And so, at least for them, it's as if they know where the circle's going so that they can plan for a really long rotate.
Drop away from it. It's going to go there, we're going to go the opposite way.
I mean, admittedly, their normal drop was miles away from the plane. So it's what are you going to do, right? So they go for kind of a bit of a backup. We'll see them slowly make their way down there. And meanwhile, Regnum Carrier, it's not Vision in prison today, it's Regnum in prison.
I still wanted Vision up there.
Vision in prison.
Vision in prison. Sad we can't do the clear vision as we used to do.
You really enjoyed that one.
It was a really good jingle.
I am the jingle master.
You got new ones?
Have I got new ones?
Yeah.
I only had Abdul Latif Jamil.
Motors.
for this one so far. I've not been on my game, you know? They don't. The public doesn't know the Jingle Master is at work, especially at PMWI.
Still got 2 days and a half.
Last year, I was on fire.
Oh, yeah. So how many did you get?
I'm going to say I had at least 600, 5, 6 jingles.
I know, good ones, yeah. They're catchy.
Yeah, they were good.
I used them to take notes. I'm like, oh, that's how you...
People still use them?
Yeah.
It's weird.
To this day, 2 years after, we're still using 2-year-old jingles you brought up back in what, World League, I think.
I need to change my, to get up my game, I think. I'll try and think of something, I promise.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate Rozhok, though. That still annoys me to my very core. But teams, brute force, actually. I'm loving this position of Severny. I mean, Northern Phase 1 circle, you can just loot up the entirety of Severny. They're sending Zakaria actually a little bit further away, potentially to just trash loot some extra positions. And they could go to the hilltop next to shooting range. You've got a decent amount of compounds. I am expecting brute force to be in POIs in these next circles if it does head. Of course, it could go to that south. It could be risky. Talking about risky, Madball's going to be taking that right onto GK.
If I have to criticize a little bit of that as well, whilst we're seeing this push kind of be reinforced, he hit so much of the lip of the kind of fence in front of him with those shots from the DP. So I just not the greatest execution, unfortunately.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Unfortunately. Yeah, that's how unfortunate it is.
It's 100% unfortunate, according to Blank.
Oh, there, Blank would definitely say that.
Yeah.
But does go away. It seemed like GK actually want to try and leave this fight, which, I mean, do they really want? I mean, they have a player that's still a little bit further deep inside the city, which doesn't really show to me they want to try and leave this spot. And they still want to take it fully, never giving up this engagement, which I still don't quite get.
If I was Madballs, I'd be just leaving north, straight up that bridge, just heading on into the kind of snaky road that you've got north of there. There's some compounds you could take and just play it out as 3. I mean, at this point, yeah, okay, you could just stalemate this and just be like, okay, well, we're sacrificing our Erangels completely, but yeah.
This is a game, though, with it's about a 50-50 split on the river.
Sure.
Rozhok is a lot more valuable than in previous games. So you could just stay up there, you can play those high ground positions to get information and just facilitate that transition across the road, across the river, mostly, that's going to be made a little bit easier because of this.
Especially the North Warehouse place in Rozhok. I mean, that is like high ground above other places.
Cars. Yeah.
Then you're kind of near that bridge that leads slightly out north of Rozhok. So yeah, it is quite powerful. You can see them trying to jostle for position up there. Meanwhile, Road to Glory, they're on the road again here. They need to get a 10 from us as they try and rotate here on the seaside.
Yeah, and also a team like Fireflux sending Solke out to scout away from Yasnaya Poliana, crossed the river, and is actually going north of Rozhok currently, so just creating that anchor point and waiting potentially for phase 2. When it pops, full send it. If not, maybe Solke regroups, they go south, and they're just keeping their options open, which when the river is a 50-50 split like this, keeping your options open is always super important. But Flick is slowly but surely running out of options as he's getting pinned down in this one building.
They might have overstayed their welcome here, though. As you say, losing one early, you can try and hold on to Rozhok up towards the top, but you know, the time's nigh. It's like being on a date until 1 a.m. You've just, you know, it's done at that point. It's done. Get out of there. Get out of there, Max.
What about 1:30? Yeah.
It's just too late.
Just to be, it's too late?
It's too late.
I think it's just right, personally.
Okay.
Good time to finish a date. But Flick still with a DBS. Chalika, M16, M4, okay. But you want to try and wrap up this fight pretty quickly because Zerich is going to try and maybe go a little bit further over to the east. And if he does, these walls aren't really playable for Gaithan Hope.
So close to him. I'm terrified if I'm Fleek.
I think they expect him to be above, like not right next to the staircase.
He's got DBS, right?
Shall we? Oh.
He had a DBS! I can hear the DBS, man!
Who's won? I don't know. It stopped. I feel like he lost. It's finished way too soon.
I'm hoping he won.
I mean, there were 2 DBS shots.
It was a DBS and there was a lot of shots, more than 2.
Was it more than 2?
Yeah.
I can't count.
Anyway, that's a Northern Circle. Good stuff. Everyone knows where they need to go. Did he win? There's still DBS
Still
shots!
DBS! Ah! Bring me back to the fights! I want to see what's going on.
Oh,
wait, he's
doing it! He's doing it!
Oh,
guys!
I feel robbed.
Can we get a replay?
Give me a full replay of that one. Confirm it. Okay. Flashbang, yes.
He's alive. Look
Like
at
in
him.
ruins.
What
That
a
could be good,
maverick.
actually. Jump down.
Oh, that would have been smart. Oh, this is also a smart spot, especially if he's not got off angles. GK's not got off angles. They're all down.
Where the hell is Zerich? This fight's been going on for too long. Please!
That's a nade.
Oh, that's smoke.
Smoke. He was trying to make them move.
Oh, he tried to fake it.
Here comes the Pumpy.
Zerich is finally there.
I wish we'd have seen the start of this.
Oh, it would have been good.
Ragnar's actually coming to reinforce as well, going for an in through that little, and it will be able to hit Tulika. Very, very powerful. Now they can just swarm on this, I think. They could take out on the bottom here, Flyky. He's going to have to move away from it if he's smart about it. He's trying to get on a little angle. So Zerich here now on that right-hand side. He sees the movement. Also saw him on that jump shot.
Oh, come on, that DBS around the corner could be huge. Go on, get one, get a double. You know it's time. Gets taken away by the S12K. And it seems like we're looking at the end of Mad Balls here very soon.
So Zerich as well, exactly where he was. They do have the information as to where he's currently moving, so he's repositioning. They do have the high ground, though. Satan is trying to take him out as quickly as possible. Not going to be the case in the building. Zerich giving him the runaround here. He doesn't have that great weapon loadout. Going to have to be up to the UMP to make this work, and they're going to get the res here, man.
Oh, yeah, M16 just not the best in this clutch situation. At least Satan is pretty low right now, so just a single bullet would be enough, and he's not going to be able to heal up. He only had bandages.
Yeah. Oh, gets him. Zerich. Not able to do it. That S12K shreds him up. Mad Balls is out.
I got to say, GK have been doing something really well in these previous fights in Rozhok. They see that Mad Balls are always so split. They just focus, send 3-4 players on a single individual player, and just overwhelm him with numbers, and then you just start picking up the final remnants of Mad Balls. So good execution. They still, unfortunately, do lose a single player, which is going to hurt them on the long term. But they do get it done as Vision and Gladiators start to fight. And Matic,
he's going down.
He's going down, yeah, no way.
Oh, he gets out of the car. He's going to try and transfer, but it's not going to be enough. Vault will be able to take him. Meku, though, responds in kind. He's up on this high ground with the UMP. Here comes reinforcements in the distance. Sees the car, goes for the spray. Will he be able to take him? Dipping behind this hill. Here come the reinforcements, though.
Very nadeable. Nade, one nade. That's all you need. Exactly. Throw the nade right onto that ridge. While your teammate, Kitsune, is going to be pushing the off angle. Just keep them in that position. Lock them down. Mon is going to be confirmed away. That nade onto Meku. No way from safe. And now Kitsune is standing alone solo against Vision Esports.
Gonna have to shut them down here. Here comes the drive-by, and will actually run him over straight away. Tixi, what can he do to save this all while it's going down? Aces, actually from Duarte, is here as well. They're trying to get this full cleanup too. I was surprised that they were delaying it for so long, but they hit at the perfect time.
Yeah, very messy fight all over the place, but Duarte do get himself back involved and actually clear it up. They clear out the rest of Vision, so they will have some extra 3 eliminations on board. Good execution, good third party from Duarte. And actually, I'm looking at the map, a decent position north. Like, not many teams are holding on to shooting range, so their entry point is pretty much given into this third phase.
Yeah, you're going to need to be careful, take it a little bit slow about scouting out the hill above shooting range to the south. But other than that, you're right, it's not a bad spot.
Should be pretty straightforward, though. Teams into Rozhok, GK, have yet to transition across the river. Nexus are actually going to engage another fight against them. So South Rozhok is just once again going to be a very hot spot for fights. I mean, if you could leave already, you should have, because you know it's not going to go south.
Nexus still needs to get their mojo back. I thought maybe the last game of yesterday, where they got, I think, 13 points, was going to allow them to get back up there. Oh, here's the replay from Flyky actually holding this with DBS whilst we were looking at the map, and actually doing a really good job of holding that and denying a transition around. And another. So, yeah, the DBS, man, it makes magic happen. It won't for maybe much longer, but, you know, for now, it's doing all right.
It's still going to be played the next patch, I think.
Yeah,
it's just nerfed a little bit more out of range, which is good. And also, if you have, like, tier 3 vest and helmet, you're also going to be taking significantly less damage. But it's still a one-shot.
Yes.
If you're too close to it. So you want to be as careful as you possibly can. Though, a lot of the points of interest in this circle have currently been occupied. You look in MEA, excuse me, which I gotta say, excuse me, have impressed me throughout yesterday and today now. They're just so quick to get in these compounds in decent positions, so quick. They just struggle at holding them, but at least the idea of like sending in a position and trying to defend it is there. It's just the execution is a bit lacking, so we'll see if they improve on that this match.
It was the TDM that tipped it over the edge for you,
wasn't
it? Yeah,
exactly. I'm excuse me fan all around.
There you go, there you go. Well, they won't be asking for forgiveness much longer. They've got themselves a good spot here in this location. They might be wary of a Duarte eventual push-up from the north position, but again, if you take a high ground location above this, it's not bad. Next, Ruya being attacked by GQ, and already they dislodged the 2-2 split of GQ. They smashed into it on that compound across the bridge, and now they're going to be looking to do the same here at the gas station.
Exactly. I mean, you just got yourself your opening knock, just full send it, get into that gas station, and that's it for next Ruya. The end of the road. GQ looking a lot more aggressive throughout the second day. I feel like they changed their approach to the lobby. They want to focus a lot more on eliminations. so far. I mean, they started off the day in 5th place and are looking to rack up potentially a podium finish. With results like this, it could definitely work out. But Nexus, seeing South actually going for the wide rotate, dodging that fight in Rozhok. There could be a decent entry point, but that slope is a bit tough to hold on to.
It is. They still have, you know, spots that they can take along the slope for the most part. But yeah, I mean, if teams decide to start pitching up and causing Nexus problems, they definitely could. Wow, the longest range was 400 meters by Meku. But anyway, that's just a tidbit. As you can see, Enigma Galaxy is taking up a really powerful spot right now in this circle. And you can see Brute Force here still trying to deal with this rotation from De Muerte, who have been a bit slow about their progression shooting range.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about their position. Normally, that was a very clear-cut position, and they just were very slow on the scouting that you initially referred to. They just didn't send it, so now they're going to have that little engage happening, though, talking about an engage. RTG sending on to Fireflux, catching Lux to hold down the 4.
Yeah, trying to crash in like that is oftentimes fraught with danger, and it will be still here. Fireflux still trying to hold on against this. There are still some members remaining outside their buildings, but the fire is coming from other directions as well here. So they were helped out by some shots coming from other teams.
Yeah, a lot of third party is going to be happening. Maybe not full engages on the third parties, but just angles that are going to be very, very dangerous to go up against. As De Muerte still trying to close that gap. Very nadeable little shed there. The Gitoon is going to be a dangerous spot. You might want to try and leave it. He has 3 more nades, but he doesn't have the time to really calculate it properly. So hitting that small window is extremely tough for Elementrix, and he's twice in a row not quite able to thread the needle.
Not at all here. Ace is moving around on this right-hand side, though, as this angle is completely open. So they're just sandwiching him at this point, guaranteeing a bring down here with that DBS, and we'll finish them off there, as, unfortunately, the rest of Brute Force have just kind of bailed.
Yeah, you just said there's no way we're going to win that fight anyway. We're just going to send in the middle. There's a lot of grass, a few bushes and trees you can play with, so hopefully salvage this game with a few extra placement points, maybe eliminations if things go his way. Looking at Falcon also trying to salvage the northeast here, just all over the place, taking a fight versus GQ. Currently, this rock actually a pretty decent position to play from. His teammate far down. I'm not sure if he currently has a cast to regroup. And the blue zone's coming in right now, so there's an extra time factor added to this equation. They need to try and wrap it up quickly, because if they win this fight, actually, Kalaris, they have a decent little high ground to play from. It could be good.
Oh, but he crashed. Oh, Ragnar, that's unfortunate. If you're gonna blitz it across the bridge, fine, I don't mind. You can try and go for that, but crashing means you're a sitting duck straight away. Hope here looking to, well, regain some hope in all of this, and actually it doesn't do too badly there with the S12K. Switches over to the Scar-L now, looking for a little opportunity on this right-hand side. However, Walsh will actually go for the nade. Will it connect? It's close. Ooh, almost brings him down completely.
They're all down except for Wash. I mean, they're losing this as a 4v2. We wanted to see Gangsters be just so much more aggressive, but they just enabled GK to get so close, and that's it. The 4v2 is lost, and Gangsters couldn't do anything on that bridge camp.
I got to clap for that. That was impressive stuff here. Satan holding that down. I mean, he's almost done 800 damage already in this game.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to survive much longer, though. There is Regnum Carrier just north of them. They heard all of that currently unfolding on the edge, so they might want to try and get a piece of that pie, get some extra limbs along the way. While Nigma actually, nice little split here, waiting for the circle. And if it does go on that southern compound, they're just going to regroup onto Lord and might be looking for a game-winning rotation.
It's not the most common split either here. Usually you would commit to the compounds and just say, okay, that's fine. But actually Ralph is regrouped up towards the top, realizing that maybe Fireflux are going to try and attack them from the east side. They're very, very close at the moment. So they do need to hold that out as fast as possible. Then they may have the winning position.
I do wonder if Lord is going to regroup eventually, though. A lot of 4-man teams actually got Excuse Me, De Muerte, GQ, got Regnum Kari over to the east. And is that a full Nexus? I believe it is. Yeah, no, it's a 3-man team of Nexus here. They did lose one, unfortunately, but Dorian already in the circle, trying to serve as that anchor point, facilitate that transition when Octavian is going to try and regroup with a full squad.
It's technically a good angle from Lord, but he's not been able to hit a whole lot from it. He needs to be reinforcing Nigma Galaxy because they're across the way. You can see how flat this area is for the most part. Lutz and Ketch, though, could make this work. Nigma Galaxy is retreating from this. It's a bold play, and it will work out.
In this position, actually, you have two little, dirt piles that are really strong to hold on to if you don't have multiple teams that are looking at you. Right now, that's not the case. Only one team is going to be an issue, so those dirt piles are actually really playable.
Lord with not much ammo as well, so he can't continue to just stay on that roof and constantly blast away at that location. Yeah, ideally, actually, would need to get to his teammates, maybe trade some ammo, because there are going to be fights coming to this location pretty soon. You need what you need.
It's actually been interesting, this tournament. I feel like I've never seen an event where players are out of ammo as much
Quite a lot,
as
yeah.
in PMWI and PMRC, so something's been happening there for sure.
It's min-maxing. Not you, Max. It's min-maxing.
Okay. I was confused for a sec. Thank you.
You want to try and get as much utility in your bags as possible. You carry just the right amount of ammo you can and stuff like that. It's as players and teams get better, they're gonna try and max the most efficiency out of that bag space.
Yeah, we saw it play out many times where just the lack of utility and ammo sometimes is just going to be causing your demise, and unfortunately not quite able to get yourself those chicken dinners. The circle still waiting to close in. Most teams currently are in the circle except for Nexus. They're still sneaking their way in, trying to be undetected by Enigma Galaxy more specifically. Also, I think Excuse Me could have an angle on them from the northwestern edge. But GK still alive. I mean, Satan is just playing the long game here, hopefully going to be able to get himself a few placement points, but Regnum Kara just didn't fully finish that fight, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're more bothered about what's going on north of them and thinking about how are they going to transition west, because if there are teams north of them on that hillside, it makes a very difficult time of their rotation. So, okay, you've done well, you've got yourself 9 limbs so far, great stuff, that's brilliant. But how do you try and shore up some more placement points here? You have to be looking north to try and make this doable.
Yeah, one of the teams north right now is Excuse Me. They have, I can see one buggy, I'm not sure how many they have exactly, because I'm expecting the moment the circle shifts, get into the cars, send it to a position. I mean, you've got some nice little ridges you can actually play on the west. So we'll see if they can just full send it there, get the cars in a position where they can just make a makeshift fort. Or is Demoite going to crash it with their cars? I mean, they're slowly encroaching over to the west. Might get nade range eventually. No, they're going to call it a day now. Wait for the circle to pop before going for the next engage.
Yeah, you may as well just wait for it. Because look, I mean, if they'd have moved and been a bit aggressive somewhere else, why? When a circle like that is on its way on the cards. So, I mean, their focus point now is going to end up probably being GQ. You can take some long shots over in the direction here of Excuse Me, because they do have a bit of an angle on you. But as long as you have some kind of cover, you should be able to get Black White up a good to go here and then still hold on.
It might be tough for Demoite to hold on to the north, though, because there's going to be Excuse Me coming in. And I feel like GQ might be looking for an opening to engage the side of Demoite. So if Excuse Me go for the full send, which I think they might be here, Kalara said into the buggy. Elementrix is going to try and approach north a little bit further and get himself back in that building, which actually is a really strong position.
It's
but
inside, yeah.
It's I don't know about the breach if they're gonna go for that position. Yeah. It's not the easiest one because you've got a few walls that are very nadeable. So we'll see as Nexus go for the engage in the circle, and that right away Exo is the first to get picked up.
It's an attempt, and they got absolutely blasted. Octavian's going to go down. Doran is the only one remaining. He was the MVP of our region, but he's outside being shot at by other teams as well. So regardless of which way he goes, he's going to go down. But actually, he's able to take out Freak straight away. The drop shot, though, from Lord will finish him off.
Yeah, nice execution there, as you said. Unfortunately, the fight not going away of Nexus. The breach losing, especially Exo on the transition, is not working out. Though north, here you go. The breach is going to be happening for Excuse Me. They're looking for this engage onto Demoite in that compound.
And it's a smart move to actually hit from the north. It's one of the most vulnerable locations on this compound. Now, this nade could actually connect very quickly, though, as it almost landed right on top of him, but no, it's not to be. Demoite is already shooting at the guys that are north, so I think they should be okay with this.
I like the idea from Beck, but the thing is that ridge is so nadeable.
Yeah,
it's so tough, and the rest of the team just dodge it. I mean, Havlikaina, Black White, clearly not interested in this engage, but Beck is just lost. I don't see him surviving this. The nades are just too good. He's able to dodge a few, actually, but...
Now, I understand why, Excuse Me, tried to hit from the north. Again, it is the biggest vulnerability on this compound, but Demoite did very well about holding off. The nades are just going slightly over him. They're underestimating or overestimating just how far away he is. That molly didn't even go. He's just going to fire into the smoke now and hope he gets rid of him.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of utility on this push. Beck is going to be taken out eventually. And that's it for him. But now, actually, Excuse Me, went even further east into GQ, so they're going to have to take a fight regardless. So they're not going to dodge this one. But actually, they win it. down to only Evo Station. I mean, excuse me, maybe dodging this fight versus Demuerte was the play, and they can clear Northeast. But Demuerte, we need to see a third party. You need to be the Kings of the North. You need to eliminate those 2 remaining squads if you want to aim for a win.
They could be. Yeah, they're looking to drive over everybody, and also reinforcement shots going to be coming in. Here's the DBS, though. He gets hit from the back. He exposes himself to 2 teams and will be taken out. Regnum in the distance, going to be firing down on this position as well. Demuerte, it was, again, quite the dicey opportunities to try and take, and Evo was able to blast him down.
Regnum have been sweeping on the edge. Azel, 5 eliminations again. I mean, the player that has not been talked about too much has been Wild, Tron, and Loxy most of the time, but Azel, the newest addition to the team, popping off on this second day of PMRC. As there are no catches there, chucking some nades, trying to get that nice lucky knock. They're going to have to move soon. The blue zone is going to engulf them soon. You need to leave this position. You might just have to leave Catch alive.
That's going to be very advantageous here for Regnum Courier. The fact that they do have still 4 alive, they'll eventually start moving up towards where Evo Station is, probably trying to dislodge him, and then it's just going to be Demuerte that they would have to deal with. Although Enigma Galaxy could cause some problems here. Evo Station going to try and fire on some shots. Don't really hit too much. Maybe he was trying to take the vehicle.
Oh, no. This angle from Enigma Galaxy is so good because they just can't play the ridges anymore. They just can't get information on where Demuerte, where Evo Station of GQ currently stand. And I feel like they understand that. They got 1 car. Is that they only have 1 car? Oh, that's not going to be a valid option then. You can't really crash into that rock like a few seconds ago. No. Enigma Galaxy just trying to ruin it.
Yeah, all the problem is that all the other vehicles that might be usable are so out in the open. You can see them in there. And also there's snakes that are sitting around. That's why they're kind of smoking off these locations. Enigma Galaxy is planning to maybe try and use those vehicles as well. All that as a transition point.
Oh, no.
A big spray from Evo Station. Will he do much?
What?
No, he won't.
Oh, he actually got it right into the car. Good execution. They lose 1 player. I thought they were going to lose maybe the entire squad on that transition, but actually make it over. Clear Evo Station, and now actually have a good slope to play from.
So Ralph, you saw that smoke he was setting up near that vehicle. He's already transitioned up there. There is still Ketch. He is still a bit of a kind of wild card in this circle here.
Enigma don't know he's there, I'm pretty sure. So you can just maybe sneak right behind Enigma Galaxy and Tron from Regnum Courier and really be the surprise factor of this 3rd game today. Because Tron is, just holding onto the ridge and decent off angle, trying to keep tabs on Enigma Galaxy, what the hell they're doing, while the 3 other players are keeping tabs on Demuerte. It's a good approach. I'm not seeing Tron healing up. I feel like he might just be out of meds.
He's not, no.
Ketch is spotted out, and that should be the end for Fireflux. Indeed, eliminated in 4th. Now 11 elims for Demuerte, their best game yet, I believe.
I thought Tron was knocked looking for information, but anyway, we do have the spray coming in here against Enigma. Loxy was able to hit a little bit of the vehicle. He wants to make that explode, maybe catching a little bit of them. Okay, so he was knocked and looking for info.
He just got knocked, a few seconds ago. That's it, the off angle is now lost. And Enigma Galaxy, I mean, now Enigma Galaxy, what they're going to try and do is let the fight between Regnum Courier and Demuerte play out and maybe get a 3rd party, but the blue zone is really forcing them in such a small position, and I don't feel like the fight is going to happen too soon between Regnum Courier and Demuerte, so Enigma Galaxy might have to initiate the push a bit earlier, which is what they're going to go for, trying to get to that ridge, and Ralph actually might just make it.
There was a big spray going their way, though, as they move over this way. Regnum Courier, all you have to do as Regnum Courier is just hold that side for the moment, and then slowly move west. But even Demuerte can see them from this angle. This is rough for Enigma. Really rough.
They actually have some cars. I want to see Demuerte try and create an angle hard west in the circle. If they can just send a player there, you could get so much information, deny the rotation from Enigma Galaxy, maybe also Regnum Courier as they try and get in the circle, because currently they're not in the circle. Nobody really is. We need to see a team try and create that point of interest in the circle. And I feel like it should be Demuerte because there's a few rocks. We saw it right there that can be played.
I can only imagine they're like putting down check markers to see if that's in the next circle. You know, when they look at that rock, it's like, okay, what are our transition options here? They don't have many. Lord is trying to make a move into the middle. Spray will go down, and he's moved out of the line of sight of Demuerte. Now you've got to be considerate of, okay, so he did take the rock eventually, so he realized that that was in. It's a good transition. They could still cause problems.
It's really good. I mean, they could win off of the back of this. The fact that they're the first team to get in the circle, now Demuerte and Regnum Courier, not only do they have to go in the circle next, when they're going to be vulnerable, they might have to fight one another on the rotate.
Yeah, the one thing that they could get caught up in all the crossfire is if Regnum Courier just kind of goes a little bit to the south side, crests this hill, and then instantly sees them while the fight's going on. But it's going to be a bit of a mishmash here. It's going to be absolute pandemonium.
They have no cars, though, so I feel like they're just waiting, and they're going to get picked up. The blue zone gets Azel. He's going to be flushed out. 12th elimination. 13th elimination, actually. We're going the way of Tapok. And this blue zone is just absolute pain incarnate for Regnum Kara and Muerte.
There is a world where, as you say, Nigma Galaxy could win this game
I think
after
they
looking pretty bad for them. But Nade's utility being saved towards the end. This is brilliant stuff. Make sure you've got it. Ralph is down, and now it's all on Lord for Nigma Galaxy.
Didn't think Regnum still had utility, but hey, holding on to that utility until the very end, I mean, we mentioned it multiple times, is going to be a game-winning condition in a lot of games. But now they're taking a fight, which could be the opportunity for Lord to wait it out and maybe secure a win.
Regnum able to hit these shots constantly. This is a great start from them in this engagement, and all they have to do is dislodge Lord now. It is a 2v1. What can Lord do against this? He's got himself a rock, but the smoke gives away his position. They know exactly where he is. He's dead to rights.
Oh, Nade exchange between Loxy and Lord. Right behind that rock. It should be good, and that's another one for Regnum Kara to secure another Turkish chicken dinner once more.
What a game from them, man. What a game from them. 25 points. This was masterfully crafted from place to place to place. They looked great in almost all engagements.
The Eastern control, they were just taking shots at every single team. Their transitions were on point. I was a bit scared that they didn't start going south a little bit earlier versus Nigma Galaxy, but that utility in those top 3 moments is just so important. And the moment you got that initial knock onto Ralph, you just knew he was pinned down behind that rock. There's not much you could really do, and it's another Turkish win. And it's for Regnum Kara this time.
I mean, let's be real. They understood that if they stayed kind of in a south position, you know, when they sent it all in one car and one person actually gets knocked, they understand the severity of the position they were previously in. They know they have to steal a northern location to try and make that happen. Some teams will flounder about like a Magikarp, splashing around, not doing much, and then just stay there and lose. But no, they make the important call. They make the winning call to move north and take that spot.
And you could even see how desperate they were to make that play, because they send it as 3 players in one car. They know that the risk is worth the reward at that time, and the fact that it worked out is fantastic. You have 3 players sent northeast, and you can just start to just take shots and grenades down then, of course, onto Ralph. Helped out somewhat by Muerte that does steal that elimination away, but you let them fight it out, and then you just secure yourself another win. But Nigma Galaxy, salvage mission worked out great.
Yeah, no, definitely. I know seeing the gunplay there coming out from Regnum Kara at the end towards Muerte, who just had no chance whatsoever. The brilliant usage of the utility towards the end, and that's the difference between staying as a Magikarp and evolving into a Gyarados. But anyway, let's go over to a break here. Regnum Kara with a brilliant victory.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think, you know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best, you get it. What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh, I'm vetted. I don't need to try, speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt, they wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box.
Regnum Karya take home another dub here for EU, trying to equalize things between them and MEA. But it's not time just yet. MEA is still in the lead, but we still have 3 matches left to go. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, and before we do analyze this last game, I'm going to remind you guys again about the Dragon Ball Super crossover event happening in PUBG Mobile. There's vehicles you can look at and get, there's items, there's different game modes you can play, and it's a whole lot of fun. Make sure you guys check it out as well in the game, because it's going to only last for a limited amount of time. And that makes me sad.
You know what? I feel like I'm riding on clouds when I play that game mode.
Do you know the name of that cloud?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Cumulonimbus.
Ooh, shut up.
He's actually half right.
Is it?
Is it Nimbus? I mean,
Nimbus.
the Nimbus
I was going to
cloud.
say Nimbus.
But you didn't.
I was
A
going to
Nimbus
say Nimbus,
cloud
though.
is a storm cloud.
I was going to say Nimbus, though.
That's true. That's just fact.
Geography Joe over here, apparently.
You could have just said John. That would have been equally.
Yeah, but it's more funny to not say your actual name.
Well, you know what's also funny?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually not funny. It's our
Oh.
survey that we actually want to get your feedback on. Make sure
Very
you check in
serious.
chat. It is very serious. We'd love to hear
Yeah.
your feedback. And
Important.
again, take screenshots of you completing it, send it over to 7, and get yourself some UC.
Big UC.
Do it.
He's nodding. He's holding up a
Piles.
sign that says, absolutely, that's true.
And
Verifiable
piles of
fact.
UC.
He's, you know, in the green room while we're watching his matches, he's just bragging about how much UC he has and how much he wants to give it away.
Yeah, I've seen
But
it.
yeah, how big was it?
Legendary.
Very
Legendary.
big.
Yeah, very big.
A legendary haul.
His UC,
Like a dragon.
so small.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? Wasn't small. The victory from Regnum Karya. We'll take a look at the match ranking here in this last one because they picked up a buttload of eliminations, 15, getting themselves 25 points and getting themselves up the ranking even further, where they're already pretty high up before. But also have to give a shout out here, Blank, to Morte. 14 eliminations, 19 points. Very good game out of them.
Man, you know what? Thank you so much, because I was about to do a shout out to Muerte, but I really want to talk about Regnum Karya right now. And I think that, you know, if we look at that Sandhawk game they had, you know, their Eastern push across the side where they were holding out a lot of teams whilst locking off sight lines to the west on Sandhawk, they do something very similar here. And it's really interesting to me because yesterday, the big motive of Regnum Karya was literally just playing a really nice central spot, getting some great timing on their rotation, and then just holding it down. Today, they've proved that not only can they play the central spot, they can also play from outside the circle. And I think that, you know, looking at a team like that, being able to play both sides of the coin, which is something we keep reiterating, it's really, really promising.
And they aren't getting too over-aggressive with it either. We saw them take down half of Fireflux and let that one be in their crossing over the river as well. They took that spot that they prioritized and obviously were able to convert.
Yeah, good training ground for them, and I think that's something that all the teams should really be using this as. Obviously, you're playing for regional pride, but also you have to think down the line. You got PMPLs coming up. You got PMGC right around the corner as well, where PMGC points get you into that event. There's a lot to play for still in this year, so teams need to learn, adapt, grow, especially for the MEA regions. We'll take a look at some of the highlights here and start to talk about a couple of the other teams. Demorte, what's up, Blake? You're pointing at something. I'm gonna let you go ahead before I bring this up.
I'm just saying that is a highlight for me, honestly. Seeing the GK players while they jump in, knowing exactly what they're going to do in this game.
Yeah, I think, you know.
Go down almost immediately.
What do you mean?
Not in this time.
Well, it was a very long fight, to be fair. But they just like to do it, you know? They just want to really dominate that place and really show that this is theirs. You know, for Bad Bulls, considering they've always been like a strong team in the EU region, I would have actually assumed they would have left that location already and tried to really get deeper into these matches, because they've proven yesterday when they do, they can put up some big points. And they need to kind of do that to have, I guess, some confidence back when they go back to PMPL EU.
They're looking a little bit more moody cow than Mad Bull right now. It's not spectacular from them. We've seen, obviously, iconically demonstrated by that crash into shelter that we saw yesterday from the Mad Bulls. Sure, if you get into those late game scenarios, you have a shot. That's true, I would say, of any team at this stage, but it's just not happening for Mad Bulls, and it needs to get better.
Yeah, I think in their Sandhawk, though, they did display some level of patience from what they were doing on that southwest side, which was really good for me to see personally, because I think that the big problem we had was just these weird timings on their pushes in the end game, which they seem to have sorted out there. It's difficult to really say what's going on for themselves, considering they are going down so fast to GK, but I did really want to touch upon Demuerte very quickly, as we shouted
really
out
quickly.
early on. Really quickly.
Really fast.
Very nice rotation through Gladiators. Obviously, that started off the game extremely well, and I think for them, it was that free start to the game where they cleared out a lot of teams. And Gladiators, on the other hand, they need to start cleaning up these fights quicker. That is the biggest problem for them at the moment. It's so messy.
Thoughts? Questions? Concerns?
I think that was a pretty solid sum up of the play style.
Okay.
I was happy
Well,
with
then
it.
we can bounce back to Regnum Karya and actually take a look at their player stats in this last match, and then look at it for the entire day. At least that's the hopes.
Did you rush me for no reason? I'm stressed.
Yeah,
now.
I thought.
No, we don't have much time because you want to see overalls, right?
Oh, yeah, I do.
We gotta get through
Oh,
this.
right.
So let's actually see. Loxy, he was actually your second in damage done at the start of the day, continuing things at 679. Again, some pretty good pumpage out of the whole squad here.
That's true. I think, yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about with, I believe it was Fireflux at the start of the day, right? How they were keeping things very level across the board with their pumpage, as Jason so aptly put it, and that was what saw them to success. Turkish team, maybe they've taken a leaf out of their book and been able to do the same thing, Blank.
Yes, I think so. I think you're looking at Easel, Loxy, Wild, all really good players. And it's nice to see all these guys actually stepping up together, John. I think that's a really big thing for Regnum Karya. Obviously, I do really like their current play style. They're very much playing as a unit and close together. I think they realized that, you know, playing spread on the edge is not really working out for a lot of teams. As we said before, it's very difficult to find those big moments for yourself when there's no teams to edge guard and most teams are already in the center. So they are just playing at this little death ball, essentially, and just shooting their way into compounds.
Like Gladiators were kind of playing the other way, where they would play edge, spread out, but then they would
Yeah, they get a lot of information off it. And again, I'll just come back to that original point, which is that they are taking a lot of fights, they're doing well in those fights, but it's just not clean enough, and they are really falling into their own trap a lot of times, which is just playing as that third-party team.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look at Regnum Karya's player stats on the day now and see how they've been no, on the day. This was just from the last match before.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, this is on the day.
It was from the last match?
Yeah, this is for the
to
day
be fair, yeah, they've been able to post a lot more than that today. Tron is a little bit behind. I think we can't ignore that right now. 313 damage, only the one elimination and the one knock. A little bit behind the rest of the team. Obviously being picked up by Azel, as Max was talking about back during the cast. The newest pickup for the roster, and absolutely earning his bread.
Yeah, I think Easel's doing really, really good here. Eliminations at 14, knockouts at 9. And again, he's just been at the forefront of the action a lot of times. It might be that Tron's playing more of a backstop role, like a support role, which is absolutely fine. Yeah. But I do think that, just very quickly to reiterate this, utility needs to be used more in those end games and used better, because I think Regnum Karya came into that. Loxy decided to opt out of those smokes, and we were having a great discussion about how important those smokes can be. But I think you also have to identify in that last circle, there's tons of trees. It's very obvious where players are going to be. There is cover, and he had 9 grenades total. And it was so important for him to get the knocks up towards Demuerte, and then easily, without putting themselves in a difficult scenario versus one player in a 1v2, just clean that up over the rock side. So I genuinely think that Regnum Karya thought of a lot of things over towards the end of that map. As Kalaris and Max put perfectly, like every step was pretty damn perfect.
Yeah, they left Tron as that backstop, as you said, as they rotated up towards the ridgeline for that Demuerte compound. Did get picked off in those final engagements, so he wasn't able to have that impact there, but maybe
spotting people.
Maybe he'll be able to find some more needles to thread later in these games, but still a very valuable position, even if the numbers aren't showing it.
Well, let's actually see where they stand in the overall rankings then, because maybe it's not going to matter what Tron has if they're in first place, which could potentially be just that. Not quite, though.
5 points.
Close.
Yeah, I think with the way Enigma Galaxy has been playing so far, it hasn't been a massively standout day today, but they have consistently been in those end games every single time. Even on our last match of Erangel, they were over towards the cliff side, which was a really good position. So I think Enigma Galaxy, they had a strong day yesterday. They slowed things down today, but they're by no means not earning those points here. But it is really cool to see two Turkish teams here, Fireflux Esports and Regnum Kaya.
Even in this final game as well, I was watching how they were playing on their compound. They had some really heads-up 2-2 split regroups coming through. They were moving through on their splits as well, very dynamically and really quite impressively, I think. At one point, they sent out 2 scouts to different locations, chose the best one, moved 3 people there, and then fell back when the circle shifted away from it. It felt very fluid from Enigma Galaxy, very adaptive, and played well.
Yeah. You know what angers me? Do you have something you want to say on that before I switch topics?
I think we can switch topics.
Okay.
Let's go.
I am angry seeing GK and Gangsters in top 8 right now.
Really?
GK, because they just keep doing these hot drops every single time. If they just avoided the hot drops, or Mad Bulls respected them a little bit more, or whatever it might be, I feel like they would be easily top 3.
I think you,
for sure.
You have to respect the GK pumpage. Yeah, and I think you also have to respect the Gangsters rap.
The thing about pumps is that they do fall off over time. You can never be as big as your pump, Blink.
That is true in terms of the fitness world. It took me a while to get there, and I was very confused. You threw me off balance for a second, but he's good at that. But I'm back in.
Pumps as well if you're inflating a tire, for instance. Get harder as you put more air in.
What was your original
So
point
we're going to
again?
head down to the stage area to interview with Jafar once again with Banks and Atik.
Why have you done that?
Welcome back to the main stage. We are joined by Jafar from Gangsters Esports. A strong start to today. What a great chicken dinner. And since then, you know, the past 2 maps haven't been as strong, but, you know, what have you changed from yesterday? And, you know, do you feel like you're getting used to performing on this stage?
Yeah, I think getting used to playing offline and on these phones to the sound also, it's really helpful and we're getting better.
سألنا اللاعب جعفر من فريق جانكستر انه صحيح معهم على اليوم الاول كان ادائهم متذبذب، لكن اليوم جونا بشكل افضل بكثير وبعد ما حصلوا التشيكن دينر. فايش التغييرات اللي بالنسبه لهم كانت عن اليوم الاول الى اليوم الثاني؟ وذكر اللاعب انه صحيح انه في اليوم الثاني الحين قدروا يتاقلمون بشكل افضل مع كل التغييرات اللي صارت بالنسبه لهم. وصحيح انه برضه هم جديدين على الستيج، لكن قدروا يتاقلمون بشكل جدا سريع وباذن الله راح يعوضون لنا في الايام الجايه او في المباريات الجايه.
Jafar, let's talk maps, okay? Because from an educated guess, I would say that you guys feel very confident on Sandhawk, but I want to hear from you. What map are you guys most confident playing as Gangsters?
I mean, we do like to play on Sandhawk, yes, but the most map we like is Erangel. I mean, I think most of PUBG players like Erangel. We know everything on Erangel and we got used to it. And yeah, I think for us, it's Erangel.
لاعب جعفر سألناه في هذه المقابلة إن إيش المابات اللي بالنسبة لكم هي أو الخرائط بالأصح اللي هي ترتاحون فيها تلعبون فيها بشكل أفضل. معروفين شوي في ماب سانهوك، لكن إيش المابات بالنسبة لكم هي الأريح؟ وذكر اللاعب قال صحيح ماب سانهوك إحنا برضو معروفين فيه، لكن في ماب ثاني برضو إحنا برضو متميزين فيه اللي هو ماب إرنجل. شفناهم يبدعون فيه، بس قال إن حتى الفرق الثاني يلعبون فيه بشكل مرة ممتاز، لكن إحنا عارفين الثغرات اللي فيه ونعرف نستغلها صح.
We talked a lot yesterday about the coming together of 2 regions. Now, you've been able to, you know, compete across 9 different maps now over the past 2 days. I just want to get, you know, from yourself, what do you feel? I guess the question is, who do you feel? Which team has given you the most trouble? We saw you get caught out by GK in the last map, but I mean, have they given you any trouble up to that point?
I mean, there is any specific team where every game we're dying by a different team, so there's no team like a specific team who's causing us trouble, no.
سألنا اللاعب انه صحيح انه من الفرق المشاركين معنا هنا في فرق كثير مبدعين، في فرق كثير ادائهم عالي مره، فاي فريق من هذول الفرق اللي تشوفونهم خلينا نقول كانوا متعبين بالنسبه لكم كتعامل معهم في المباريات. ذكر اللاعب قال انه ما في فريق تحديدا انه هو بشكل محدد هو المتعب، قال لا انا في فرق في كل مره يتم اقصائنا من فريق ثاني غير عن الفريق الاول، فالفرق بشكل عام كلهم متقاربين بالنسبه لهم وكلهم يحتاجون انهم يشتغلون على نفسهم وباذن الله يحققون النصر.
Well, Jafar, we're halfway through day number 2. So thank you for joining us here on the main stage, and we look forward to seeing what you bring for the rest of the day and the rest of the competition. Best of luck. But for now, we're going to throw it back over to the desk to continue day 2 of our competition.
والحين بعد ما أخذنا مقابلتنا مع اللاعب جعفر من فريق جانكستر، خلونا ننتقل مرة ثانية على طول على الاستديو نشوف كلامهم عن هذه المقابلة وكيف راح يكون، بعدين نكمل لكم فيها باقي المباريات.
You know, next time I want them to ask, what is the reasoning behind sitting in blue? Because over yesterday and the 3 matches we've had today, so 9 matches, their team has been in the blue between 28 and 35 minutes.
Wow. I mean, he was saying during that interview as well, we haven't had trouble with any specific team. I'll tell you why, because they haven't gone anywhere near them.
That is true.
Staying away.
They're not near any teams. And the problem, you know, I almost went to a Jason Kaplan rant, is the fact you can't keep doing this because you're not scouting ahead, and every time they try to enter the blue, except that Sandhawk, they get caught by a team and they're dead. Yeah, it angers me, Blank.
I know it does.
I'm restraining right now, but I'm just so angry.
You are trying to go for a lot of restraint here. I respect it. They are closing in on 20 minutes, though, outside the blue zone today.
In 3 matches.
Which is pretty crazy for me. I think that, you know what, I do like the fact they continue going on with this, but there are definitely some better teams and lobbies that we can keep looking at.
Okay, we'll keep looking at them. So we're going to take a look at some better casters here. We have Hot Jukes and Severworlds Gaming to take it away.
Jason Kaplan said it, not me, but you know what? I am ready to go. What's up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes here with the Severworlds Gaming to help lead you on this ride here of PMRC action to end day number 2. It is the last Aaron Gale. We're gonna play 7. How are you feeling so far now that we've already played 3 matches?
I'm feeling great. I wish Jason would have just went in on Gangsters because I could see him restraining himself. I kind of want to be like the translator. I want to be the translator for Jason and say what he really wanted to say.
Okay,
but
tell me.
I'm going to hold off.
No, do it!
Until after this game.
Okay.
We just heard the player said, you know, this is their favorite map. We're going to see if they're going to maybe be able to back it up here. I highly doubt it if they continue going the route that they're currently going, which is pretty much just winning the blue zone as long as you can. Come in wounded to the circle and just fully send it and hope that it kind of works out for you. Like Jason was saying, it worked out for them in Sandhawk, but besides that, nothing has really worked out for them.
Yeah, and Sandhawk it's a lot easier because you can kind of get caught up in all the action. So you can, you know, so many teams are so focused on all like the carnage going on there. You might be able to catch a third party and get lucky with that. But here in Erangel, it's going to be a lot harder. We got a nice circle here to the southeast side. Let's go. But yeah, you know, blind rotations at this level, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to have a bad time. But you know who's having a good time?
Gangsters.
That is correct, because
they're going to be at least within the circle. That's going to be a plus out of them. Now, I am going to be looking to see where G Gladiators is going to be landing. Okay, they're landing Kameshki. That's an interesting spot out of them because this is a team that it's been struggling a little bit. Kind of heard the caster say it too. I want to see them go a little bit faster. We heard also the caster, the analysts say that we want to see G Gladiators finish fights a little bit faster. I feel like that's accurate. They definitely ended up getting caught earlier by the Muerte, which was quite a surprise in the last Erangel.
Definitely. I mean, obviously, of course, we're seeing Gladiators up in Kameshki due to the plane path. And, you know, with this kind of zone, it's not really a bad place to be. They should be able to kind of just hug that road all the way down. They may catch a couple teams in the process, but you know what? If you're going to try to put some points on the board, these squads aren't a bad team to fight in the process. I'll tell you what. One player, one team in particular that's been doing really good, Regnum Karya Esports. You know, Ezel, 21 eliminations so far in this tournament. He's already doubled the amount of elims that he got yesterday. He had 7 total yesterday. Now he had 14, totaling him up to 21. So, I mean, man, that is a monster performance, especially still with 3 matches here to go today.
It is. I mean, it really is a monster performance considering, as you just mentioned, 3 matches to go. And, all right, we'll let that one slide.
That was like one of those moments where you just like your inner thoughts, you know what I'm saying? Your impulse. He's like, you know what? Does this fit in here? Let me see.
It didn't work. It didn't work at all.
Hey, you know what? Not a bad thing.
I am surprised, though. We're not seeing a hot drop for the first time in Rosshawk. And I think Mad Bulls, if that player would have gotten stuck there between the 2 buildings, they probably would have ended up sending it to Rosshawk and try to find GK and go for that somewhat of a hot drop early on fight, which I agree with what the desk was saying as well. I wish GK would just stop messing around with his hot drops, because this is a team that's currently within the first page, 8th place. They could be so much higher if they just worry about later in the game and not so much engaging earlier on within Mad Bulls when we get to Erangel.
Yeah, you know what? It's so crazy to see them still going at it. Okay, now I'm looking at Rozhok. For those of you guys looking at the map feed, the GK's there, Mad Bulls are there, but they seem to finally kind of have a little bit of an agreement here. They got a nice separation so far as we look at Regnum Karya on the rotation. So haven't seen any shots go off just yet. Maybe they finally realize that, hey, you know what? It's just not worth it trying to battle this early on.
It really is not. I mean, especially for Mad Bulls, currently sitting in, what, 11th place when we got a chance to see the overall. This team needs to stop. All right, Jukes? It's not working out.
Oh, my gosh.
They need those placement points.
Well, you know what? They have the shot heard across the world as Ragnar is gonna go down. What an off angle. So Mad Bulls decided to take apartments in this school area here. And wow, Tulika getting a nice shot onto Hope. So GK, it seemed that they said, you know what? All right, let's not battle in Rozhok anymore. Still lose 2 players regardless. That's insane.
And we're about to see what the ego is like for GK. Are they going to want to try to push School to go to the fight with Mad Bulls, as Mad Bulls now knows that GK is going to be in Rozhok, and they're going to want to push this action? I mean, if they already have 2 players down, they know that they're going to just be looking for 2, and that's exactly what Mad Bulls is doing. And you know what? At this point, I like it. They have the man advantage. Go for it.
You could see Frozen's eyes just locked. He was like, all right, where are they? Because if we find them, we know this is easy pickings. You see him go into that loot crate just to make sure he's looted up as possible. But still, if they have plenty of time here, especially with the zone. If they find these final members of GK, they're going to push it. They want to bully them off and say, you know what? You need to learn your lesson. Leave us alone in Rozhok.
Yeah.
Leave us alone.
I don't think that's going to happen. By the way, did you see that? Gangsters, I mean, just still wanting to go to the south, away from the circle, continue looting a little bit more, even though they just looted all of military base.
I want them to go all the way in the water. I want them to jump off into the ocean near Milton Power and swim outside the zone. You know what I'm saying? And then just slowly shark their way.
They can't start a game unless they get actual damage from the blue zone. That's what's going to happen out of them. They need to make sure they come into the circle with 0 heals. Nexus. I mean, Nexus should end up having a pretty good setup here out of them, since they do have the circle working for them.
Yeah, Nexus need it, to be honest with you. They're all the way at the bottom of the leaderboards in 16th place, a place where we could not have guessed we were going to see this team in there. So Nexus have a long way to go. We are reaching the halfway point of this tournament, so they could definitely get it done. Now, yep, Mad Bulls finding the last remaining members of GK.
Nope.
Oh, hey, just barely missing that nade. If he would have popped it outside the window, he would have probably got that knock. But this is a very, very tough building to hold down. This little 3-stack right here, because you know Mad Bulls are coming up.
It is, but the one thing that's going to be helping them out is that Satan, I think he should be able to get an off angle on one of these players, and he might be able to just call out to Gaith where they're going to be coming from. Can this nade hit, though? Oh, no, Frozen misses it out.
Yeah, he is in big trouble, and he knows it. Yeah, here comes the Molly, here comes all the util. They have all the time in the world, and I guarantee you, yeah, they're going to keep on pushing until they get him out, and it looks like both these remaining members of GK go out at the same time. So Mad Bulls in this match number 4, getting the last laugh with the Rozhok battle.
And it worked out wonders for them, right? Not a super early engagement like we've seen from the past out of this team, being able to kind of recover themselves from that last Erangel, being able to take off 2 players from GK, and then actually pushing the action. I feel like they're going to be able to learn a lot from this, and maybe, just maybe, tomorrow, Hot Jukes, we won't see an actual hot drop. We might see an engagement, but it won't be a hot drop.
I think these teams are too hard-headed at this point. Like, I mean, we've already seen this how many times? I think we're going to continue. I mean, you know, GK is going to want to get their get back in a little bit. We'll see if they end up doing tomorrow, though, because this is the last Erangel we're going to play today. 2 Miramars up right after this. Now, Fireflux currently sitting in 3rd place. You know, they don't want Enigma Galaxy to start running away with this, so I think this is a very important game for them to put some points on the board and try to, you know, have an EU winner at the end of this.
I can see that happening. I mean, Fireflux, even though they've been able to get points today, I think so far they have had 20 points. It is time, right? It is time for them to put up a good performance, and I mean that in regards to Ilims and hopefully a chicken dinner. And wow, okay, this circle, look at that. GG already within the circle, being able to rotate in. Mad Bulls, they should be able to rotate in soon. And now the big question mark, I'm going to be looking towards the bottom. Gangsters, how are they going to be trying to get into this circle? I think a botation.
It could be. A botate wouldn't be a bad idea, but I don't think they're going to commit to that at this point. I think they're going to go down that bridge. Yeah, they're going to start sending it up the bridge, trying to avoid this blue zone. And I think it's going to be perfect timing because right now nobody is gatekeeping that bridge so far. So they should be able to get up here pretty quickly. I do not like the fact that even though we know the bridge is open, that they're full sending it here. I think they still should be leapfrogging it. To see them just do a blind send like that, it's just a bad sign for me.
Are we surprised, though? I mean, this is kind of what this team has been doing. It feels like it, right? It feels like they just been fully sending it into the circle and hope that it ends up working out just like it did in Sandhawk. And here we go. GG Gladiators trying to tease Fireflux, trying to see if they're going to end up going into a 5. Tixie is currently alone. He's trying to be that scout for the team, but he needs to be careful not to get caught as Kitsune, Matic, and Meku is currently waiting patiently, trying to figure out what's going to happen here with Fireflux.
Yeah, this 4-stack over here by Prison's actually a really, really good spot. It's very difficult to get there with vehicles. If you're holding the right angles, you should be able to shoot at anything that even comes close to there. So I'm not surprised to see them take this location, especially if we see that hardcore shift to like Mill to Power. They should have a lot of room to be able to breathe and rotate from this 4-stack. So not a bad location. Tixie looks to be going up to the Prison Hill, though, to kind of poke at some of these players, kind of annoy them a little bit, maybe try to get a lucky knock. But yeah, now with this timing, I'm not surprised to see him just kind of joining up with his team here.
I like it, though. This is one of the main criticisms that we have had for GG. I feel like the past 2 weeks, they're being playing too spread out for Tixie to be able to come back to the team, for them to be just grouping up. This is what you want to see. And now something I wanted to mention out of Fireflux, even though we really haven't seen them today, we haven't seen all those crazy big numbers. Catch has been able to put up some good numbers in regards to eliminations. He's currently sitting at 9. We haven't seen Soulless pop off like he was able to do yesterday, as he currently only has 1 Ilum. But I feel like this is kind of what we were talking about, right, Hotchicks? We want to see Fireflux come out and actually put up a great number game, and maybe this one will be it.
Well, I mean, he's already outperforming what he did yesterday, right? With 9 today, he had 7 on the day, all day yesterday. So there's still this match and 2 more left to go. So I'm not surprised to see Catch have a kind of a pop-off performance here. The confidence should definitely be in. All those initial nerves definitely gone as we look at Mad Bulls still hanging out here by school, just making sure they're as looted up as possible and getting into this next circle. But where is it going to go? That's the big question. Are we going to see it center up? Could we see a shelter finish? Could we have a party over there by heaven? It could be anywhere. And it's going to be towards Mill to Power. So Lumberyard in play. A lot of these areas could definitely prove to be fruitful as we see Vision completely centered up. Still 15 teams remaining, and we're about to see half of those teams go out here in the next few seconds.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see which teams are going to be out first. And from what we were able to tell there from the circle, Nexus, a little bit too spread out for my liking, as we do see them being able to get a knock. And now we see Fireflux rotating. We see Tixie as well rotating out, trying to find a spot here. And this is what it comes down to, right? Being able to be one of the first teams to an actual compound, to an actual building, and try to hold that down. And Nexus, with the way they really having to move in a very, very long time, they should be able to be in a good spot. As you see Brute Force there, a team that really hasn't had a great day here today. They've only gotten, I think, 7 points for the whole day. Hopefully they're going to be able to step it up.
Yeah, you see Brute Force holding that shoreline right there. There's a lot of different areas that you could hold from that position. This is definitely going to be a good spot as we see Mad Bulls picking up some players. That's going to be next Ruya getting knocked and eliminated as Frozen tried to be able to get some revenge for his teammate. Not going to be able to do so, though. He's going to go hop back in that buggy and rotate on away. Vision in a really good spot. There's that beautiful dip right there on the side of that mountain that is going to help them out big time here for this next circle.
Frozen thought about it, and I think he might have been able to convert if he would have commit to it here as we see XQ. What do they, I mean, for XQ right now, they should be pretty good.
Yeah,
they don't have to go anywhere. They're worth it, though. This is a team that we just saw the performance that they had in that last Aaron goal. The team that was able to more than double their kills from yesterday. Currently getting caught. Aces. Is he going to have to hop out of that car? No. No. I think he barely just got away there from Excuse Me.
Excuse Me. Holding it down. Looking to get some shots downrange. As we can hear the thunder cracking in the lobby. Let's take a look at Nexus Gaming. Nexus Gaming are going to be holding this Milta power area. And Rio as well. Everybody, Rio's the last player for Regnum Karya, so not going to have a good back-to-back performance here in this game.
And Regnum Karya currently don't really have to do much. Just wait it out. Let some of the other teams fight each other. Be patient. And ooh, excuse me, Furia.
Oh, the AMR.
Being able to get those shots with the AMR. Come on, hit another one. Oh, and he does, Jukes.
Easy claps. That is what I'm talking about. And then here he goes for the finish. But I'm we're going to see one of the teammates from Brute Force come and try to support his teammates. And we're going to see him try to get these shots off. Can he do it? Sneos goes down, and Brute Force getting demolished by the AMR.
Brute Force continuing on that bad stretch that we have seen out of them today. I believe they still have one player alive. We don't know where, but excuse me, took advantage of that AMR, took advantage of that spot. They went for it. They confirmed those elims, and they got some extra points.
That 50 cal coming in hot, baby. That is what I'm talking about. Next zone does pop. It is going to be all the way to the west side. All right. A lot of hills in this area, a lot of trees. That's going to be pretty good for these teams.
You might finally get that final circle that you wanted, Jukes.
Oh, what is that?
Lumber?
Lumberyard. It's possible. It is possible.
Might happen. So you're telling me there's a chance?
I mean, it's dead center of the zone, so there's a big chance right now. Too late. Get some nice shots on. Oh, I thought he had that from that wizard tower. But this is going to be another nice finish on the board. Regnum Karya getting beat up. That's going to be 2 knocked on their part.
They were super comfortable earlier on that compa, but once they had to rotate in all of these teams that have been set up, like Vision, we're just pretty much easy pickings. Here we go with the AMR shot.
Bye-bye.
Oh, headshot.
Headshot.
And then he just waits for it. They have no idea where it's coming from. He's like, okay, come over here. Let me heal you.
Oh, we're safe. We're safe. Psych. Oh, beautifully done. Man, I tell you what, these sniper rifle action that we have seen today has got me tingling. This is what I've been waiting to see. Now, let's take a look at Octavian being a little sneaker. Sneaky on the gladiators. Taking his time. He's taking his time. Oh, Dixie. You do not want to be here, Dixie. Dixie, run. Dixie, not like this!
Oh, bye, Dixie. It was coming. Oh, come on. Hit those shots. There you go. Thank you. Octavian, you were scaring me there for a bit.
Oh, and you know right now he's screaming. Because I guarantee you what probably happened was that Dixie was like, I'm a little low on loot right now, guys. Let me just go get looted up here, and we should be good to go. And it goes down. That's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, are those fireworks? Is this what's going on right now in the game? Because my goodness, it is popping off here somewhere. Kevin going down from Gangstars, and guess what? Now we're trying to see, excuse me, against the Muerte. The Muerte trying to continue the momentum that they were able to get earlier from the previous Erangel. Uzi, come on, can you hit those shots? You might be able to hit one. He's pretty much just 1 HP. You got to be able to connect one. Oh, that nade might be able to actually hit, Juice.
Does it hit? Oh, it's a little bit off guard, but Beck's got a beautiful off angle here on the top of this prison hill. And Beck trying to put some pressure. Not able to get it done. He's going to get on that Roadster, though, and look for a different angle for his team. Oh, Black White's actually going to go for that Thirst, and that's Road to Glory Esports out of here.
Road to Glory. More like, never mind. Not even going to say
well, Doran! Doran with the DBS. He actually got 2 finishes. Where is the rest of the team? This is only a 1v3, and he's going to get it done. So Doran absolutely wiping the floor with Gladiators.
And I mean, they took advantage of what Octavian was able to do earlier, being able to take out Tixie. Well, guess what? They decided to chase on to them, and now that's one team less to worry about, especially with GG. Man, GG has not had the day that we expect them to, considering that this team has been playing so much in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, they're eliminated. Mad Bulls pushing up onto the Falcons. TQ holding this edge for now. But, oh, yeah, here comes the DBS. Not much you can do in that situation. He's so pushed up from the rest of his teammates. But punch, Falcon punch. Getting Zurich on top of that Wizard Tower does open up the angles for him. And these smokes are going to eliminate the Mad Bull sightlines. It's time for Falcon to push this if they can.
And Frozen trying to get those angles as well on Team Falcons. He might have been able to just spot one player, but I don't think he's going to be able to get any knocks. So he's going to decide to back off a little bit and recover and regroup with his team here, as they do still have one player knocked, and I think they might actually go for this revive, and they will be able to get it.
I think Team Falcons really need to start upping the aggression here, especially with the time that's on the clock. But they are slowly still willing to sacrifice T as he's trying to make the great rotation and gets finished in the process. So Team Falcons opting to lose that player and just try to be able to catch the rest of the Mad Bulls, but instead rotating away.
I wish Team Falcons would have actually sacrificed that player a little bit sooner and not wasted so much of those smokes, so much of that utility that might come in handy, especially with the zone that we're currently working on. What do you think about that, Jukes?
Yeah, you got to make a commitment, definitely. That is something that you have to do. So hopefully we can see them commit a little bit quicker later on, but let's take a look at Doran from Nexus Gaming, the team that is currently all the way down in last place. 7 eliminations so far. This could be their game. Take a look at this replay. Look at this. Doran. 1, 2. Jump shot.
Wait for it. Wait for it. And he go.
Got him.
Back to the lobby.
Back to the lobby, indeed. Let's take a look here as Fireflux catch ends up getting knocked in the process here. Solus got the mini in hand. This guy is insane with it.
You remember what he told us? He looked at our face and he's like, I'm the best Mini 14 player right now.
Woo!
And you know what? With those shots that he hit, I don't doubt it.
Honestly,
I can see it.
This dude has been insane with it. Every single time he has a mini, you got to be scared. And he is on the eastern side of the zone. Again, we could have that Lumberyard finish coming up in the next few seconds as we see Nexus slowly wrapping around that east side. This is the best place to do it because there's so many trees, so many different areas that you can start pushing up, and you can see them starting to put that pressure on the Fireflux right now.
And Nexus is going to fully send it into Fireflux. They're going to be able to connect on Soul K. It's going to be Solus. Can he survive this? Also, Lutz was very low health. Here we go. Doran gets knocked. Can Solus clutch it up? He's not going to be able to. It just comes down to one player. Lutz. Is he going to be able to confirm those illims? And he needs to be careful because now XQ is trying to third-party that.
They're just trying to pick up all the eliminations they can. Black-White, they're going to throw that nade from downtown. This is going to make things that much harder for Fireflux and Nexus. In the process, Lutz clutching it up, though, getting a nice knock onto Excuse. That's going to let him breathe for a little bit longer.
And it is going to let them just regroup. You can see Nexus right now covering themselves, giving themselves a little bit of time here to fully get their 4-man up. And guess what? Fireflux, we wanted to see a good game out of them. It didn't happen. Not this time around, Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard one. I mean, they were completely pinched from both sides. A great job from Nexus Gaming, though, applying that pressure from that south side. Now let's see how Excuse is going to look to handle it. Uh-oh, Doran. This man is on fire. That is a knock and thirst. I think that's 6 eliminations for him already. Where has this Nexus been all tournament long?
And I mean, it comes down to what they had to do at the beginning of the match, right? They really didn't have to rotate that much. They had a long time to loot. And also with the splits, I mean, they should have so much utility right now as we do see the new circle pop up. And boy, oh boy, Mad Bulls is so happy right now alongside with Enigma Galaxy and Vision.
Well, it's a Lumberyard finish, baby. That's what we're going to see. Nexus Gaming having to throw out the smokes. They've already lost all their vehicles, and this is going to be the definition of an uphill battle for them. Now, Excuse might rotate away from this to try to get a better position in the zone. I think that's exactly what they're going to do, especially now that Lord was able to get the knock on one of their players.
It is, but they need to be careful. Those third-party angles are going to be opening up. Nexus is looking to hunt them down. You can see Vision there on top of that ridge. This is going to be a tough one, and I love that they're currently just waiting patiently, using all the streets to their advantage if there's no need for smokes. And as I said that, guess what? Doran gets knocked.
Oh, just like that. Yeah, this is going to be hard, especially if Excuse Me and we're going to see Vision both focus on him in the process. Exo Machina going to start making some nice shots. Beautiful angle onto Excuse. Gets the double tap. Now it's just Black-White down to half an HP. This nade could do it. He goes for the jump nade. Tries to get that range. Does get a nice couple ticks on their players. And now this side of the map is completely clear for them.
And Kapahala using that buggy just to scout a little bit. See if anybody was going to be laying down on the grass. He's able to clear this area for his team. And guess what? Slowly but surely, we're talking about it's going to be an uphill fight. Nexus has been able to get very, very close. Vision needs to be careful. They need to focus on Nexus coming up right on them.
Oh, they get a nice little shots onto Doran. Does tap him a little bit. That nade does scare him off, though. Doran, I don't see any first aids at all. So he is stuck with where he's at right now. Saif needs to hit this nade. He gets one. Can he get another?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Goes for the thirst, and Octavian's a little close. Oh, but though that nade in return was deadly, Nexus Gaming are really have their backs to the wall. They have to hit something special if they want to be able to get this fight done.
They do, and they're really trying. You can see Doran there on the side, still with that DBS, waiting patiently. You mentioned it earlier, he doesn't have any more heals. It's from all those fights they've been having to take. They haven't really been able to loot those those boxes as well. You can see Kapahala once again using that buggy. He's
Oh,
going to
he
end
ran
up
over his own teammate. He ran over his own teammate. The fall damage. Octavian was already 1 HP. That's got to hurt. So they're going to try to pick him back up. And Team GQ is big chilling right now in this position. So they are really well set up. And Next Gaming's trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to do it? Are we going to be able to cross this hill here and fight Vision? Or do we go to the left and fight GQ? I think just committing and taking down Vision is going to be the play.
And GQ, I mean, currently right now, just trying to third party. Get those off angles. See if you can get somebody to get knocked. I mean, for right now, I don't see Nexus getting out of this. If they do end up getting out of this, my goodness, what an uphill fight and the way they were able to do it too, but it's going to be very unlikely with so many teams now currently putting eyes on them.
Uh-oh, but Doran with this little off angle is going to make things difficult. Not to mention you got Coops from Nigma Galaxy helping out Nexus Gaming here, getting a knock on the Vision Esports. But man, this uphill battle just proving to be a little bit too strong for them. It's just Kapahala left with this Wizard Tower in a 1v2 situation. He's got the AK. Can he get the first knock? Couldn't do it, but heck, 12 eliminations? That's got to be pretty good there for Nexus Gaming.
It is pretty good considering this was the last place team. They're more than likely they're not going to be in last place anymore, and maybe a bit of a conference boost. We'll see what they can do when the circle doesn't end up favoring them in a big way, especially at the beginning of the match. Now, Vision, they've been focusing for such a long time on Nexus that now they have to switch their minds. They have to do a full 180, and guess who they're going to be looking at? They're going to be looking at Nigma. We saw Hoops earlier being able to get one of their players, and they're also going to be looking at Team GQ as they're currently being able to get some angles, as Falcon is actually able to get Devastation.
Nice knock there from Axer. Meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy putting some pressure on the Mad Bulls. That's going to be one thirst right there. Only one player left. Wild in between the lumber. He's going to be holding that spot for a while, trying to put some extra placement points for his squad. That's going to be Mad Bulls out of here. Top 5 teams left in the lobby. Actually, yeah, that's it. 5 squads remaining here. Vision right in the middle of the lumberyard.
And right now, the way Nigma Galaxy is playing this, the spread that they currently have, the 3-1, we saw them being able to utilize that earlier with Lord as well. It worked out wonders. Let's see if it will work out wonders for them here as they do have the advantage. Everybody just waiting it out, seeing if they can actually get a knock and confirm it. Here we go, GQ being able to throw a nade. He's going to be able to collect there on Mon.
Now it's just Volt up. Does he realize it? He's going to throw another just to try to get that finish. It's going to be short, but him going to his teammate's a bad idea. Now you know a Molotov is going right on top of him. You just gave your teammate's position away. Volt is burning up, barely still alive. And AZ, I'm sure the push has got to come eventually, and that was his last bandage. He does still have a nade. I'm surprised he's not using it.
I don't think AZ realizes that Volt's right here. Volt needs to be careful not making too much noise because AZ has no idea. And I'm pretty sure, as you were saying, Volt was probably just screaming at his team and saying, no, don't be crawling towards me right now, man.
Yep. And I'm not sure if Lord has an angle onto Volt, but he's too focused on these players from GQ.
And he also doesn't want to go over that ridge too far because then he's just going to get picked off. He needs to be careful too. Lord is going to end up backing up toward his team. And guess what? GQ is going to get a bit of an extra chance there. Still Volt, still alive. Trying to see if he can clutch up some more placement points for his team.
Papa Blue Zone was constricting on these players, making it much more difficult. Okay, now Easy knows exactly where he is. Should be an easy finish here with the amount of players they have, and they do get it. So that's Vision Esports gone. This is circle number 8, so this is where the game is going to finish, folks. If it goes to circle 9, it is going to go down to nothing. So Nigma Galaxy have to make a push up on here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them trying to clear this side where 6 is and then push in from that angle.
Yeah, we'll like to see 6 to be taken care of here by Nigma Galaxy. You can see them in their vehicles trying to figure out what's going to be the best approach here. Coops, we've seen what Coops been able to do already. He has 4 elims on this match so far. And here we go with Nigma Galaxy trying to get different angles. And if they're able to do this right, they should end up winning in the game.
This is the spot right here because they're going to be able to have all that high ground, all that vision going into this match. And they're in their vehicles. They want to protect them just in case things get a little bit sketchy. The great thing about Lumberyard, though, is if you're in between that lumber, you ain't going to get ran over. That's for sure.
You won't get ran over, but you need to be careful because Falcon, even though 6 was close to Nigma Galaxy earlier, he decided to back off alongside King, and now they're trying to get those off angles. King, guess what? De Muerte, Aces, he's currently chilling. He's like, let everybody else fight. I'm going to be collecting displacement points.
The spot here. Coops getting a nice knock onto 6. That is going to be huge for their squad. Meanwhile, you got Falcons on the other end of it. Punch King with the angle. Team GQ trying to take them out. So Team Falcons is completely pinched between these two squads. GQ's playing it a little bit passive here. They don't want to give up that position just yet. But I'm surprised they're not trying to possibly poke at Team Falcons. Maybe they just don't want to risk it at all.
Coops with the confident push there, even though he's currently at half health, he decides to back off, which is going to be the smart thing to do. Six does end up getting knocked. You can see Freak being able to get rid of the player from Aces. And now Falcon laying down, worrying about two teams. You were talking about that pinch. This is going to be a tough one. But you know those two teams, and I'm regarding GQ and also Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be waiting to see when the right time is going to be to probably third-party each other. Or if not, just end up engaging here. You can see Coops noticing that there was some players going around. AC trying to get those off angles. Here we go. Kane being able to get that knock. He's going to be able to convert that into an Ilum.
Beautifully done right there. And now here they go. We're off to the races, folks, because this zone is going down into nothing. These players know it. And you can see Enigma Galaxy prioritizing the center of that circle. They want to be there because they know Papa Blue is going to punish everybody on their way in.
GQ tried to do a heal strat, which ended up backfiring, and then he decided to back off. Enigma Galaxy, we haven't gotten a chance to see all of their 4 players alive here at the end of the match, and we're finally getting a chance to see what they are capable of as they are just going through Falcons.
Oh, and you know the crowd is hyped. They want Team Falcons, their home team, to win, but it ain't gonna happen when Enigma Galaxy gets a beautiful finish like that. And I'll tell you what, this team already sitting in first place, 20-point chicken dinner. They're going to be feeling real confident going into the rest of the day.
And I love what Blank was saying earlier. Even though Enigma Galaxy has been quiet today, they were still getting those points. Well, guess what? For anybody that might have been doubting Enigma Galaxy, I feel like they just looked at you and were like, shh, hey. We're still here. You know, just be quiet. We were giving the other team some time.
Beautifully done from them. I mean, I like the fact that they went and prioritized the central spot of that lumberyard. Yep. They knew it was zone 9. They knew that zone wasn't going to go to anything. And that confidence that they had with their gun skill to kind of head out into that open area, it just forced all those other teams to just wait a little bit too long. And then at that point, it was just easy pickings. Nice chicken dinner. 10 eliminations, 1,700 damage. That is what I'm talking about, folks. Let's go ahead and pump up the jam. Pump it up. It's Jason Kaplan.
Don't do that to me, Hot Chooks. You might get me dancing here on the desk, and my girlfriend can't even get me to do that. But what a great game out of Enigma Galaxy, closing things out and really putting MEA back here on top. Again, I think it's currently 6-4, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to chicken dinners. MEA is just continuing to squeak out these wins, but I'm still joined here with Blank and John Allen to talk about this last match. And, well, Blank, you were pretty happy, pretty satisfied with Enigma there.
Yeah, I was pretty satisfied with how they played this overall, honestly. And I think Lumberyard's always a difficult circle to play just because it is just an uphill battle over towards that central arena. But you really have to be very, very focused on the sounds around you because you're not going to get very much information over on the other side. You have no sightlines towards it. So Enigma Galaxy takes that northeast hold. They wait out. They hear that there's engagements going on down towards the south side. They know they've already cleared up to the northeast, so they wait that one out. Vision, if they clear towards the west, they are just walking out into open territory. A lot of teams will be taking shots at them. As John was pointing out backstage, as soon as that circle closes in and there's the north side, they spot out some of the players, quickly sweep it, and then they push downwards from there. It was really, really, really well played. And I think Jukes made a very good comment about, you know, Coops took an instant push towards that central side. It's really good.
That's what we see out of Coops, though, right, John? He just doesn't care. I mean, he cares, obviously, right? But he's just like the tip of the spearhead. He has so much confidence in himself as a player, and I guess technically in his team to back him up, that he can make plays like this happen.
He just takes what he can and gives nothing back. Blank. They were so fluid again. That's what I praised them for in the last match. And again, they just demonstrate that really, really well. Obviously, top of the tables there, 20. I was looking at Nexus as well, as I think a lot of people were, including the casters during that game. They fought hard, and it's the uphill battle that they had to face, Blank. You were talking about that, moving up towards the lumberyard. They were able to do so much, but there is only so much you can do.
I think for a team that drops in Mill to Power, I think they should have been further into the circle by the time we got there. I think they've been playing nervous the majority of these matches, and I think if we saw Nexus in a different tournament, I don't think they would have taken that amount of time to move into that position. I mean, playing on trenches and dead trees, it is a really horrid area to play on. So I think Nexus could certainly have had a much better game there. All in all, 12 eliminations is really good. But potentially there's a different type of game plan that we see there when Nexus is actually able to get up towards where Nigma was able to take. Again, just coming back to their playstyle, Freak does a really good job now, as we mentioned at the start of the day, and we saw it fully in action there. Coop sent directly forward, 644 damage, but Freak was just in that background, immediately moves up behind him, clears any spots that Coops might not have seen, takes out the Dumwerte player in one of the typical spots in between the logs. Overall, it is a really cool strategy with like the flashbang Coop's been sent in and then the rest just come in and clear afterwards.
I really like that analogy. Coops is just a flashbang.
Yeah, 100%.
He just goes in, and everyone's like, oh, it's Coops. And then they just fall over for some reason.
You know, with Seven and Hodgix, you know, casting these matches, I wonder if they see any similarities between Nigma Galaxy right now and like the old loops we used to have that I always said so many times. Like they get a drop of blood in the water and they instantly attack. And like we were saying with Mad Bulls, right? I mean, Mad Bulls had a very good chance to win the match. I think it was Claris saying that Tulika just kind of overextended towards the northern side. And once they just spotted Mad Bulls out of position, just too far spread, they immediately went in, they immediately attacked, and they conquered.
I mean, they got 7 elimination, maybe a couple more on that game. Over quite a decent amount of eliminations overall. I think, yeah, no, that does add up to 7 on the overalls for that game. So they did have an impact on the northwest side, but that overextension from Tulika, as was highlighted, as we were highlighting backstage, it was just overzealous for Tulika, and it's not really getting punished as much in this tournament, I think. So there may be overextending, and that's why we saw that punishment.
You know, there's two ways you can look at this. Either Tulika is really trying to pull his team into action, like Coops has been able to do with the rest of his squad. Because I would say, you know, a lot of times Coops is more a case of quite just this dog that pulls, right? And the rest of the team are just getting pulled along back with him. But it's really teaching that team some great lessons here. They're learning a lot from him, and the fact they're able to follow up is really good. On the other hand, Tulika is trying to go forward, but the leash is going with him. No one's backing him at this point in time. So either it's his fault for being too over-aggressive, or the rest of his team not pushing in, because Tulika is actually doing the best out of a squad that has some massive hero players on side. The fact that Zerich is not doing well, the fact that Frozen is not doing well, is a real shame, in my opinion, for Mad Bulls.
This is a roster of star players that we have not seen perform at the level we should expect from them. Certainly not at this level. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up their feet a little bit before they go back over towards those PMPLs, because that's what they're going to be probably turning their attention to at this stage. I think it's safe to say right now, this is not Mad Bulls as we know them.
I actually want to jump back to this leash analogy. I'm curious your guys' opinion.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it the team not listening? Is it like miscommunication, you think, in your eyes? That like, okay, Tulika sees something and he wants his team to come with him? Is it, I mean, that's kind of, I guess, the area I'm going towards. Is it just purely miscommunication that he saw something and the call wasn't listened to for the team?
I think there's definitely dissonance in the team right now. Like, it is undeniable. I mean, this comes from a team that has split into 2 groups over Major Pride and Mad Bulls. So there's certainly things happening behind the scenes where there's disagreements being made, perhaps. But for this, I do think that, you know, right now, I think the boys need to get together and realize that they are a group of very good players, and they maybe need to listen to each other a little bit more here. It's always hard to fully define miscommunication as an issue because we don't know at the end of the day. But it does feel like a lot of times, you know, some plays aren't really being followed up on. Even Frozen in one of our angles where they were playing versus GK, you know, his push over towards the watchtower and then down towards the bottom side, it wasn't really supported by anyone and didn't really support anyone from the team either. And it felt like he was going for an off angle, a flanking play.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing as well, is Mad Bulls can't gather steam on Erangel because they're just being tackled by GK right at the start of these games every single time. So I do feel for them a little bit in that respect, and I guess that could play into it. It's like, oh man, we finally managed to get out of this fight that we're having continually.
Okay. I mean, they're not the victims here, right? It's not like, oh man, we keep this keep happening to us. It just drops somewhere else.
To be fair,
man.
they
dropped school
They
this
adjusted
time.
school and apps. Yeah, exactly. But they still took that scrap.
Yeah.
And we're able to win it this time.
You win some, you lose some. That's just how it be. Let's take a look at the overalls, though, as we're going to see where... Wow, Enigma Galaxy actually starting to finally build up a lead here. 22 points, Regnum Courier right behind in second. Team GQ in third, which to me is kind of the surprising team at the moment, being in top 3.
You know, from yesterday, I wouldn't have honestly put this team where they are right now. I think Team GQ has like done quite a good job at like scavenging some of these big points from these games, I would say. They're never really a standout team for me. The rotations they make never seem to be like, wow, that's amazing. But they are getting in towards those end circles, John, as well. And I think that just allowing other teams to take these fights and then they slowly push their way in for third parties, they're not taking a massive amount of initiative, but if they can predicate a lot of these points off the back of that, it's really good. I like it.
I know you look at who they're sat next to right now, Fireflux, who have fallen off since the first 3 games of yesterday. They haven't had that same impact coming into today. Hopefully, they'll have a little bit more to show, but they just haven't had that zonal control that we were used to. I'm seeing, I think what you're seeing, it is not pretty.
Vision. Oh, man. I don't need to have 20/20 vision to see that Gladiators are sitting in 15th place. And even with Nexus having a decent match, picking up a lot of eliminations, they're still bottom of the table here. Gladiators, I mean, I know they've had a very difficult time here, having to play 6 days back-to-back in this kind of tier of event. But then having like 2-3 days off and come into getting 15th place, I think is almost unacceptable.
They have been shifting from spot to spot. It's so hard for them to play this for now. Again, no real clear engagements.
Just not good right now. It is not what you want to see. As you said, well, I mean, no clear engagements, sure. I feel like their rotations have been a little bit messy. Something that they kind of tightened up massively over in PMWI was getting those positions and getting those sweeps. We talked a little bit about how the lobby doesn't kind of play into their play style as well. So they may be suffering there, but this is, even so, this is that's not a good enough excuse for the performance they're putting out.
Yeah, but I know that tomorrow and
it's day 3 tomorrow.
4, they're going to go from 16th place to maybe 2nd, because they just seem to bide their time and bide their power and then just shoot up like a spring towards the end of the tournament, which is very frustrating for me to see. But they certainly do. Look, they certainly do a lot of work in the background. I think Blamus is a really good analyst for the team. He is doing so much for them. And I think they very much work together, and I've seen them working on some of these rotations, some of the things they want to improve, like over in the player lounge. It's admirable to see, honestly.
I mean, we've spoken to Kitsune for enough times to know that these guys have got the mental to back it up, but they do need to stay friendly. And we were talking about how dissonance in a team can really, really impact you. So hopefully they can keep it together until they have hit that speed up, Jason.
Okay, well, the jam has been pumped up here on the desk. It's time to head back to our commentators, though, to kick off our very first Miramar of the day with Hot Jukes and 7 Worlds Gaming.
Let's get it. First Miramar of the day. We're headed into the desert. Beautiful plane path right here. I don't think you could ask for a nicer one. 7, as we head into Miramar. I know that you've been doing your homework. I know you've been looking at some of these players. What's on your mind going into this Miramar?
GG just pisses me off, man. I'm going to say what Jason wanted to say. What's wrong with this team? Like, going from being a top 3 team in PMWI to coming here to a PMRC where you can say the quality of teams are not as good as what it was during PMWI. Maybe in a world... Going back to what we were talking with Kitsune, they were trying out different things here and there. Okay, obviously, it's not working out. It's not working out here for some of the stuff the teams are doing. It's not working out for pretty much the rotations, whatever it might be. I feel like they got to switch it back to what was working in a way at PMWI, because I'm with Jason. This is just a horrible performance out of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not what we expected, that's for sure. Now, you know, like we did talk to Kitsune, and he did say again that we were going to try something new this circle. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Let's go. When's the last time we saw a zone like that? When's the last time we saw a drop like this in Picado as well?
Oh, yesterday, if I remember correctly. And guess what? Now GK has the ment advantage, which I'm happy about. Can they actually do something with it, though? That's going to be the big question mark.
Let's see. Here comes the push. Most likely going to happen here in the next few seconds. Ragnar, he's got that S12K locked. And did you see the toes? He does.
That's his teammate.
Oh, no. Okay. I'm about to say. I don't know why for a second. I was like, why is he looking at his position so heavily?
That's your ex-pro player taking over. It's like, I see toes, shoot him.
I see toes, shoot the toes. No. Meanwhile, like they're just holding an angle. Okay. But, you know, you have Regnum Karya up on top on the 5 stack here of this apartment building. So they know that they're going to come out. Now, Gaith here is in a very precarious position because he's the one that's going to be able to tell his teammates, all right, are they jumping out? What are they going to do? Because right now, Regnum Karya is completely trapped. Oh, wild.
You want to know what else pisses me off?
What is that?
GK with their hot drops. It just pisses me off, man. We should have a segment that's just called 7 Gets Pissed Off because why are they continuing to do this? Like, what are you going to be learning about this hot drops, dude? You learn absolutely nothing. Yeah, you get to practice your close quarters. That's about it. You're not going to be able to really strap much. Here we go. Here comes the fight. At least, guess what? They're able to get a knock. Can they continue to get more knocks? Is he going to go for it? Satan currently with the UMP.
Satan just needs to pre-fire. He can't get knocked here. He does. He's going to get thirsted immediately. He should have at least waited for a little while for his teammate. Ragnar gets popped in the back. And GK getting absolutely dominated. How did this turn around? This is a 3v4.
It pisses me off.
You know what grinds my gears? Yeah, we need to have a segment. We definitely need to have a grinds my gears segment with oh, Gaith said, you know what? You took out my friends. Take some of this. Not going down without a fight.
All right, Gaith. Come on. Now's the time. Do it. I believe in you. Just go out there with the DBS and take over. You're going to be able to hear that. You're going to go for it.
Oh. Pinball fake. He sees him. He sees him. He gets one. How did Wild not clear the other side? Now here comes the Uzi. It's a 1v1 situation. Oh, here they go. They know the angles. Nice pre-fire there from Essel. And look at the pop-off. Look at the pop-off down there. Yeah, baby. We took out GK. We're down 2 members. Let's go.
Yes. Let's see what's going to happen here. Wild, I don't know what you were doing. I think he decided to loot up his teammate's box for some reason.
Yes. We're down 2 members in a Miramar match where we need everybody else. Let's go.
Hot drops, right? Nice. It makes total sense. Now, I do want to end up seeing what some of the teams are going to be doing here with this circles because, oh, man. GK continues with the hot drops. Going from Erangel, then to Miramar, and then if I'm not mistaken, we're probably going to end up seeing it again in the next Miramar. I just don't know what they're trying to get out of this, man. What?
I mean, I think they're just having fun at this point. The Golden Marauder. Don't see that very often. It's only 1 in this map, and they decided to abandon it. Very interesting. Take a look here as Yusuf trying to get some shots downrange. Yeah, it is wild to see that battle in Pecado Sin City still go on between GK and I don't know. I know we're going to see it in the next match, but Regnum Karya, they'll take these points all day long. They're currently in 2nd place, and they are big chilling. I mean, I'm surprised to see GK commit to this down in 8th.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Let's actually talk a little bit about Team GQ. I was alongside with Blanco. What he was saying, he was surprised to see this team currently within the top 3. Well, guess what? I agree with you, Blank, but they're actually going into one of the strongest matches for maps from them yesterday because they were able to secure a 1st place finish with 17 elims. Maybe they're going to be looking to mimic that here today. We'll have to wait and see. And as we're seeing Brute Force, that's another team, man. I hope they end up with somewhat of a good game here today because they started off hot yesterday, and today it was an absolute crash down.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like the shenanigans tomorrow are only going to get more shenanigan. It's going to be ridiculous tomorrow. So I want to see how these teams decide to hold this. All right, you can see Satan there. Got that nice little spray on the last bullet. Got that headshot. And this thing's falling apart for GK. A wild situation here, especially from Gaith holding that angle.
Look, he was just standing there.
Oh my gosh,
he was starting to loot. What?
Unbelievable. But they get the last laugh at the end of it, and I'm surprised. I'm not going to be shocked if we see it again in the next match. Okay, so we got the most ultra southern circle of southern circles for circle number 1 in Miramar. I wonder if we're going to have that energy continue, a full southern shift again. That would be absolute insanity.
Keep it going. We're already starting to see some teams spread out. We see Mad Bulls in a completely different place to the right, which is going to be working out for them. We'll see if it actually ends up working out whenever this circle closes down. Regnum Karya currently taking all the time that they want to take to just loot up Pecado as they are the Pecado Kings. We'll see if they're going to be able to move into the zone because guess what? Now they only have 2 players after that hot drop.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt their overall performance here for this match, very obviously, as we see the Great Migration happen. So all these teams having to head to the south side of the circle. I hate the south side of Miramar. I'll tell you what, it is so difficult to navigate through here. You're scared of going down roads because you don't want to get popped out by other teams looking in that direction. And when you don't, you're forced to just drive on the most tough terrain in this entire game.
All it takes is just one little wrong move here in a vehicle, and your vehicle's going to be gone, which hopefully doesn't end up happening here to players. Guess what, though? AZ spotting some players from next to Riyadh. He's going to lay down some shots. He's going to try to pump up his numbers in regards to damage. We'll see. You know what? He wasn't really... I don't think he was actually even able to hit on anybody.
No.
He just got a bunch of car.
But I'll tell you what. I mean, we see how these teams go after vehicles. Just remember that Erangel match a few games ago. I think it was Fireflux, all driving in one car, and it was like 2 seconds, boom, gone. So that was a full squad wipe. So you could see these teams camping out these roadways. Come on.
I want some
Southern
water.
Shift.
I want some water.
I want it all agua, baby. Full-fledged water. I want to see some swimmers. I want to see some sharks. I want to see some gangster sharks in the blue zone. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Okay. All right.
At least a little bit of water. Right?
Not
what I wanted, but it's okay. And I was talking about Mad Bulls. Guess what? Now they're starting to rotate. That's good. Enigma Galaxy's already placed themselves in a great spot as well, alongside with XQ currently with the 2-2 split.
Would have loved to see.
I'm going to be looking at
Bridge.
GG currently with that 3-1 split. Tixie in the front. How they're going to be able to get into the circle. We need to see a good game out of GG. I feel like here because right now where they're currently sitting, oh man. I know they're trying different stuff. I know it's PMRC, but this is a bit of an embarrassment.
Yeah, it's a little wild for Gladiators. I think, I was talking to Prepod from Brute Force, and he was talking about how much he was looking up to Kitsune and how he wants to be able to have a performance and a career path exceeding him, So Brute Force it's going to be tough, but I'll tell you what, Brute Force is currently ahead of Gladiators for their confidence. I think it's going to definitely help out. I was congratulating them when I saw them at lunch today because I was like, dude, hey, for a first time ever at LAN, you guys are not performing bad at all, but he was saying, you know what? Oh, man, we could do better, And that's, I think, a good mentality to have coming into a tournament like this. You're hungry. New players, new squads are coming into this game, and they just saw one team walk away with almost $700,000 just a few days ago. They want some of that cheddar in the future.
They do, and they come in here today on day 2, and guess what? Nothing's been working out for them, so hopefully they're going to be able to mix it up. As we're talking about them, guess what? Prepod, the man you were talking to, getting some shots there on Tixie. I think if he's able to get Tixie, he would really be happy about that. And I hope with this team, right, with Brute Force, we got a chance to talk about them. First LAN event, first experience with this kind of caliber of teams as well. They need to go for it. There you go, Prepod. There you go. That's what we want to see. Keep it going. Some of the other players are going to be coming to here from GG. Secure all these ilims as much as you can
Maddox
because that circle is going to be tough, man.
Matic driving with his buggy, having to play it very carefully, full sending it because with this buggy, you shoot out one tire, you're done. You're going to get spun out and you are going to get eliminated. So you can even see Nexus about to get popped, and they do. Enigma Galaxy has just been eating Nexus Gaming alive. They have one good match and do a blind rotation that loses 2 of their players. That's got to hurt.
And now Kapahala is going to be trying to force himself into Road to Glory, and this might end up backfiring. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yep, he saw him now. He knows he's there.
Back away, please.
Just say,
oh, he's going to commit to it?
Never mind.
Okay.
Oh, no.
There you go.
Trying to get a little bit of more traction there. As Exo Machina is going to start flying just like this plane. And we're going to see Kapahal get knocked in the process. Next home about to pop. Let's see a Los Eagles Bridge finish. Let's go all the way south again. Let's keep it going. How to make things interesting.
Oh.
Okay.
Straight down the middle.
Saying there's a chance. There's a lot of spots in this area that are pretty good. Excuse me, is in a really good position here on that high ground. So I want to see them group up together, not do a 2-2 split like they're doing right now because they're most likely going to get full sent on here in the next few seconds.
You're looking at, excuse me, I'm actually looking at Gangsters. Hold on. I wish I had my glasses. Am I seeing this right? Are they within the circle already?
They are! All the way on the south side. So they're holding that southern edge. That's going to be a little bit tough to push in if the zone decides to go back up north. We'll see how they be able to handle that, though, as Brute Force about to push up onto Team Falcons. They did get one knocked, and they're looking to get the nade onto Axer. It looks like Team Falcons are going to leave their IGL in the dust.
And going back to Gangsters as we wait for this fight, here we go, Neos. There you go, Neos, being able to finish off the player for your team earlier on. Oh, Enigma Galaxy actually losing some players to Vision, and Vision is going to be able to secure some Illims. Koops is down as well. Oh, Koops gets eliminated. Not good for Enigma Galaxy here, as they currently have just 2 players alive. Oh, not the pan. The disrespect.
What have you done? What have you done? So, Lord getting a little bit of a get back right there. Beautifully done from him. But, man, Enigma Galaxy losing 2 players. They want to increase that gap since they had such a good performance before.
This is what I wanted to mention here with Gangsters. Now they've been in the circle. Now they don't really have to worry about taking some more time to heal. Now they can actually take this time to set themselves up to possibly third-party fights. And this might be the turn for this team. Hopefully, they're going to be able to learn a lot for this. And I'm actually hoping that they are able, in a way, to get some of the players there from Vision, because it won't give them a false hope like what we were able to see out of them in Sandhawk. And as I say that, Wash almost gets knocked.
Yeah, Wash almost gets knocked, but
where's
where's the rest of the team, though? The whole team should be here, focused on Vision to eliminate them and clear the site out. But he is there, a Lone Ranger by himself. And you see Jafar on that off angle on the hill as well, so he does have a little bit of sight lines into this area. But I really would like to see the rest of the team here, because if there's a knock, you want to see that instant push. And since they haven't grouped up together, they're too far away, this has slowed down their potential to take this team out tremendously.
Yeah, and right here, you would at least want to see one of their players, right, from Gangsters being able to push up with his teammate and at least try to get different angles. Road to Glory, trying to be opportunist, trying to see if they can get some angles as well on Vision Esports. Not going to be able to connect on everything, but at least putting some extra pressure there on Vision Esports. And we can see Brute Force, a team that I've been wanting to perform well. Can they do it? They still have all 4 players alive, and on top of that, they have 4 Illims to their name, as they're now starting to rotate to AZ. AZ gets spotted. They're going to back off, and as we have the new circle popping up, where's it going to go?
Bridge, bridge, bridge,
straight down the middle.
Come on, baby. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Oh.
Let's go. My evil laugh is coming out because, I have not seen a Los Eagles bridge finish in years. So that would make things interesting as heck. Mad Bull's dead center of the map. Big chilling right here. Brute Force getting into it with GQ. A nice nade there from Neos from downtown is going to open up this fight. YDD does get picked off, though. That is going to slow down Brute Force's push. Smoke's coming out instantly. And Evo Station, yeah, trying to get it done with that mini.
That mini and those great angles here on Brute Forces. Now they're going to have to backpedal a little bit. They were able to get a little bit too cocky there on AZ. Well, guess what? It's starting to backfire. Neos, I don't think he's going to end up getting picked up. YDD, he might get a chance to get picked up here by his teammates. But one of the other players, Karya from Brute Force, does find himself in a tough spot. And I wish they end up disengaging here. And we can see Tixie, GG, currently trying to get lucky there. See if they can maybe get some Illims.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gladiators with that knock all the way from Matic was absolute insanity. That definitely was a great play right there. And you know what? We're back, baby. We're back, coming harder than ever as we watch De Muerte get eliminated. That's got to hurt.
Gave me a heart attack there with that screen. I was like, wait, hold up. What? No, not happening again.
No, baby, this is too hot. This is too hot for all you guys. You got to give you guys a little bit of a cool off right here because we're looking at Tixie now. Get one of the players from Brute Force. So I'm telling you, Brute Force, they did get the first elimination onto Gladiators, but Gladiators get the last laugh.
GG said, so we heard that you, one of your idols is Kitsune. Well, guess what? We're going to take over that. Tixie, was that 3 Illims for him?
Yes, sir, indeed it was. Tixie, 3 eliminations. He is starting to heat up here. This UAZ is getting shot to heck. You can see the adrenaline syringe coming on out. This is way out of the next circle. Actually, it's right there on the edge of it, but where the next zone could go, it's going to be an interesting push from them. They do not want to lose their vehicle.
It is going to be a tough one, and they are currently having those vehicles smoke up, and we've seen what happened earlier with Fireflux, and that's what they're going to decide to back up and get on this bus, which might be one of the worst vehicles to drive in Miramar.
Yeah, the wheels on the bus do not go round and round that good in Miramar. Sending it off the mountainside. Here we go. Now we're starting to really speed up here as they are full sending it on down into their next position. and they are getting shot to heck. They got to be careful because only a few more shots. This thing's going down. They do see that crate. They want it, but they ain't going to get it. Pre-pod, they full send it on out. They get Evo Station. Pre-pod, with this angle, going to do a lot of damage here to GQ.
GQ there fully sending it to Pre-pod. Pre-pod is going to decide to back off a little bit. Is that? No, that's not going to be able to hit this. Tixie. Oh, it takes him those shots.
Wow.
Easy pickings. Absolute easy pickings for him.
Backing it on up. Backing it on up. Right into the lobby. Just like that. Tixie with a nice shutdown there. Vision Esports gone. Team GQ still holding it down. Pre-pod holding it in the shack. He's the last remaining member for Brute Force. 4 eliminations. So a good game for him, but just trying to put some points on the board for his squad. Where's the next one going to go? Come on, Bridge. Come on, Bridge.
Come on. Please. Pretty please. Maybe if we ask him nicely.
Please, Bridge. Do we see a Bridge finish? Toxic Bridge finish?
Oh.
Toxic Bridge finish?
So there's a chance.
Oh my gosh, this is getting intense. Okay, all right. This Southern Shift has got me excited because that would be absolute chaos. I wonder what Mad Bull's going to do is they are the team gate guarding this bridge here. Team Falcons, they do have a chance to try and swim across and go up through the bridge. That would be insane, but they're most likely going to go ahead and just rotate down that beach side.
Which might be the right play for them, and we'll see what other teams as well that still have all 4 players standing like Fireflux is going to be able to do. We've been talking about this team. I think it's time we might get a chance to see it, and guess what? Am I seeing that right? Is that a bit of a botation?
I think TQ found something. TQ found something, and he's heading underneath the bridge. That is interesting to see. Let's look at GQ. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Frozen. What are you looking at?
Fizz said, you're going to stay still for me. Guess what? I'm going to take advantage of that. GQ being able to get some of the players there from Nextria. Wolf trying to get an angle here on the GQ players. Is he going to be able to? I don't know. And GQ, meanwhile, they're having to fight 2 fights. Nextria and GG as Matic is trying to get some angles as well. Tixie is currently down. Kitsune nowhere to be seen. And Matic might be able to get this revive.
That smoke really coming in clutch right there. This is still out of the circle for them. So they're going to have to go ahead, get this pickup, hop in that buggy and send it into the next zone. Excuse with a really good position on that hill. Like, they have not had to move at all. Gladiators very split up here, even though they are only down to 3 players. Way more split up than I think is comfortable for them, but Kitsune with this off angle, maybe he's trying to prove us wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen crazy splits out of GG, so I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to stay with that one. Maybe they'll decide to actually back off and regroup a little bit since they only have 3 players alive. Nextria, meanwhile, they decide to fully send their pre-pod. We see him being able to get some shots there on GQ and as well on other teams. Good for pre-pod, putting out those numbers that we're talking about, up to 5 eliminations now.
Ooh, all by himself too in that shack. He has become a problem in this lobby here, getting the eliminations left and right. Okay, Nextria gonna hold this spot right here inside the zone. They do have these hay bales, but their vehicles are completely exposed. You can see that smoke coming out right there to try and help them out. And oh, Beck getting a nice knock onto them. That is gonna make things more difficult as we watch. Oh, this is going to be a heck of a battle here on the north side. It's going to be absolute chaos.
Enigma Galaxy with only 2 players. We saw what they were able to do earlier with just 2 players. And guess what? Nextria, gone.
Just like that. They thought that it was safe in that position, but one well-placed nade was all it took. And yeah, Kitsune was like, I swear I saw a team right there. And they're gone.
And that's all she wrote.
Gone.
By the way, pre-pod before this game, we saw that earlier he was able to be up to 5 elims. Before this game, he only had 1. So good performance out of him here, even though he is the current last player alive there for Brute Force.
Come to me. Come to me, Zestoffies. Come on.
Go pick him up.
Yeah, he's going to try and put him up on his shoulder. Pull into this next zone. They do have that little valley there to work with. The next zone is about to pop. Southern Shift. 1 more, baby. Come on, Bridge. Bridge.
You know who'll be happy? Falcons.
Oh, TQ will
Team
be
Falcons
happy too.
will be so happy.
Yeah.
Oh, Mad Bulls is really happy right now.
I'm happy because it counts, baby. It counts.
Does it? Okay.
The bridge is still in play. Pre-pod does go down as Soul K eliminates the man, the myth, the legend. So there he is, eliminated. 9 teams still remaining here.
Pre-pod not able to get any of those placement points, but making it up with those eliminations that he was able to secure for his team. And now we go back to GG. How are they going to be able to reach this? They're pretty much going to have to just fully send it down. And another team that needs to figure out the next rotation is going to be Enigma Galaxy, because they're going to have Fireflux. Fireflux hasn't fought anybody in a minute. They only have one Ilum, and you know they're going to start looking for those Ilums very soon.
Well, I'll tell you what, another team in that same position is going to be Mad Bulls. They have been holding this spot right here for the entire match. Gangsters with a nice rotation are going to hold the other side of this bridge, and this is good for them because they're also going to be able to control this southern side. They still have vehicles. They're going to be very well protected. A good, solid rotate from Gangsters, and nice and early, too.
And I like that they decided to take this spot. Remember, one of the teams earlier that we were talking about wanting them to take this spot was going to be Team Falcons. Guess what? That didn't happen. And I was talking about Enigma Galaxy. How were they going to be able to rotate into the circle? It didn't end up happening as they got eliminated. Here comes the push. GG against Mad Bulls. Can they clutch it up?
Yep. Gladiators know they want this position. They know it's the best spot in this circle, but Mad Bulls are going to have to defend it with everything they got. That nade really beat up them, and Tulika gets a nice knock onto Tixie. Kitsune really beat up, does hold it down though, gets the thirst. FPP action coming up here as he does the jump out, gets popped immediately. Gladiators not going to be successful in this push.
And meanwhile, some of the other players are going to be able to come in third party, and guess what? Falcons is able to third party that as well. Mad Bulls, did they even get any Ilums out of that?
Yeah, they did. They picked up a couple right there, so they did get 2 eliminations onto Gladiators. And I'm glad they got that fight done really quick, because since they did, it did eliminate the chance of them getting third-partied from Team Falcon. So Mad Bulls making a nice stance in their spot. As we look up top here, this is Regnum Karia up against Fireflux Esports. Oh yeah, Road to Glory. Yeah, here they are.
Road to Glory currently being patient. Guess what? A team that's been patient. Fireflux waiting for the right time. Team Falcons starting to send it. Gangsters, the team that was able to take advantage of their spot, currently taking on some shots, and one of their players does end up getting knocked. But Team Falcons causing some damage as well, keeping their players alive, making sure they get anybody who decides to pick here from Gangsters.
Falcon Punch with that mini. Looking to catch any of these players from Gangsters if they peek it out. They're going to lose that bus. They know it at this position. They're really hoping the zone goes to their side, though, because if it doesn't, since they have no vehicles, Team Falcons, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, it's not going to be looking good because what XQ right now, not in a good spot. Fireflux, we've been waiting to see this firepower out of them. Lutz taking on some shots. I want to see, wait, where's Solus? Solus, where are you at with that Mina 14? Well, this is your chance to shine.
It's Lutz looking to shine today here in this second Miramar match that we got going on, and we're gonna see Mad Bulls still holding it on here on this edge.
Gangsters waiting to see if they can catch anybody from Team Falcons. Come on, Team Falcons, where you at? Peek out. That's what they're currently saying. If you're Gangsters, waiting for the right moment. Road to Glory. They know that at one point they're gonna have to fight their way in against Fireflux, and on top of that, Gangsters is currently setting themselves up. Mad Bulls, they might just be still within the circle. So many teams are going to have to rotate, but luckily for Road to Glory, they still have their vehicles since they were able to secure them earlier.
Solus still holding this ridge line, working out pretty good for them in this time. Let's see as this next circle is going to go. It's center up, so Mad Bulls is still in it. Soul K getting picked off. That's going to hurt, as Toffees is going to go ahead and try to get that nade to finish him off. Eliminate those sight lines. Actually, those are going to be some smokes, and as nades come in from the rest of Fireflux, GQ going to have to battle their way into this next circle, and it's only Toffees up left.
GQ, one player standing. Can he do something? He's currently being a headache here for Fireflux. I think he's going to decide to go to the... Yep, he decided to be down by the blue zone, and now Fireflux is going to have to worry about XQ. XQ is going to be moving on to them. They're going to be trying to get an angle as Fireflux has to push into the... They don't have any I mean, are they going to be able to maybe hop on that buggy and try to make a push for it? It's going to be a tough one as Ketch ends up getting knocked.
Fireflux is having to run in the wide open right now. Solus is going to have to be able to make it happen with that M16 single fire popping away. Road to Glory on the other side of the road. Doing a great job of holding things down. Here comes Soul K trying to catch a nade on the back. Ooh, does tap him up a little bit off the mark though. I believe they did edge in just enough to get into this next circle, so they are fine for now. But oh, the shots from Kaliga, not I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what you want to see, being able to see a player peek out and making sure you confirm that into a knock. And now Fireflux making a push here on Kalaga. Kalaga's going to have to peek up at one point. He's going to have to collect some shots onto Lutz. Lutz is able to lay down on just a ridge, which is going to give him just the right amount of cover as Kalaga now is going to have to rotate out of there. He ends up getting knocked by somebody, by Furia from Excuse Me.
Beautifully done. He is holding this edge of the sign right now as the little bit of cover he has. So full day laydown mode right now as he's trying to gatekeep this team. Rio, last member up for Road to Glory. Trying to get some shots onto Excuse Me. He's going to hold it right there on that edge of that buggy. He wants to keep that buggy just in case as he's trying to get some more placement points for his team. Fireflux in a really bad spot right now. They are full laid down, just trying to crawl their way into this next circle.
They've been in a bad spot for a minute. They haven't had any vehicles. They've been having to worry about so many fights as well. Ketch currently laying down on the ground, seeing if he can just inch up slowly. Gets what? Lutz, 2 Illims, Solus, 1 Illims. But one team that has surprised me so far here in this Miramar has been Excuse Me, as they currently have the angles. They currently have a bit of a high ground too, but they are going to start getting pushed out by the circle.
Team Falcons on the bottom of this map, trying to push their way in. So they did end up getting control of this bridge line. Gangsters, Jafar getting popped by TQ. Beautifully done. That's going to eliminate that off angle and leave Team Falcons with a whole lot of room to breathe now. Now it's a total battle here on the north side as, excuse me, running right into Fireflux. They were like just cobras waiting to strike here on the side of this hill.
Excuse me, totally forgot that Fireflux was going to be right there. Now they're going to be finding themselves against the wall as Fireflux is now starting to make a push here on Mad Bulls. Are they going to be able to convert on anything? We see Ketch throwing some nades. Lutz ends up getting knocked. And on top of that, Rio also being able to get some knocks. You can see, excuse me, Black White trying to get some knocks. They're going to get eliminated. Tulika from Mad Bulls being able to clutch that up and making sure they eliminate, excuse me.
Here comes Mad Bulls trying to make the push and trying to get into the action. While this is just absolute chaos. Shots coming from every single side of the map. It's just Tulika up trying to make a play, and he has to do it.
This might be the right time.
Too strong. Fireflux, how are they holding this position?
While all that fight was going on, guess what? Ketch had the right amount of time to be able to heal up. Currently, Rio has 2 Illims. He's going to be throwing some nades, seeing if he can connect with anything against Fireflux. And a team that was a trouble for Gangsters earlier, Team Falcons, now they're moving up on this scene and seeing how they can possibly win this game.
I don't know if it's Team Falcons or a one-man army at this point, because TQ is having a match right now. I think I just saw him with 7 eliminations all by himself. And he does have a decent sight line from here. The problem is that this circle is going to close into nothing. How is he going to decide to make this play?
It will close into nothing, but they need to be careful because Rio is that last inning player. You can see Ketch is aware of it. He knows that some nades came from here earlier. Rio currently just waiting it out. He has a buggy, but there's no way he's going to be hopping onto that anytime soon. As we do see a player from Team Falcons. It's going to be none other than King, currently inside a car, trying to get some different angles. He's going to get spotted by Fireflux. Ketch trying to get some shots there on Team Falcons.
Punch King at the bottom of this hill, just trying to find an off angle here, allowing the some room to breathe for TQ. Lutz trying to hit a nade from downtown. It just barely missed the Rio with his off angle. Sneaky, sneaky. He sees them all. He sees them both. He takes the shots. He gets one knocked. Forced to stand up. He's pressing up. He has a DBS in his hand too. Switches towards it. Catch getting shut down. Rio with the 1v2. Can he do it once more for a chicken dinner?
He's going to be able to spot the players here from Team Falcons. He currently has this advantage as the blue zone is going to be pushing him out. Team Falcons trying to set themselves out behind this tree. He's trying to connect on somebody. He's going to be able to spot one. It's not going to be good enough as Team Falcons come out with the win in 18 total points. What a surprise here.
I wonder how many of those were just from T. This man went absolute crazy right here. So Team Falcons busting up with a much needed chicken dinner. TQ with the pop off. I love to see that because, you know, look at that. Oh yeah, the double biceps. Round of applause, my man. That is one heck of a performance.
Team Falcons, a team that really didn't have a good performance yesterday when it came to Miramar. They ended up with a 9th place finish with 0 elims, 10th place finish with 3 elims. Guess what? They wanted to turn around here on day 2 of PMRC, MEA versus EU, and they're able to put up a win and back it up with some elims.
Oh, man, I love to see the hype right here. That's going to definitely do a lot for the overall mental state for Team Falcons because, you know, this team did not have a great start to this tournament. They were obviously really low on the leaderboards, but a game like that is really all it takes to kind of hype you up. There's Axer right there, the man, the myth, the legend, just hyping up his squad and saying, you know what? We could do this, boys. We could do this.
And
Now's the time.
I really enjoyed the passive style that this team had, and when they had to turn it on, they did onto Gangstars. Gangstars at one point seemed like they were going to be able to eliminate Team Falcons. They weren't able to. You can see 6 does end up getting eliminated earlier on there, but Team Falcons waited for the right moment, took advantage of it, and ends up coming out with the win.
Look at that, man. TQ with that angle was just going ham. I mean, he did have that southern side. He had a couple nice little hills, but he was really putting in the work here. Rio did a great job for his team as well from Road to Glory, being able to put up some nice points. He did snake his way all the way to the other side of the circle, and pow, just absolutely punished Fireflux. This DBS shot, ugh, that's how you do it.
Rio, the player that we knew was going to cause some headaches there at one point, guess what? He became a big headache for Fireflux as he ends up crushing their dreams and hopes against Team Falcons. But overall, Team Falcons, you know what? Great performance out of them, Jukes.
Great performance for them. We still have a lot more action. One more game left to go, guys. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you wanna be? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
Paradise through dirt.
Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go.
Team Falcons swoop in and take the chicken dinner at the end of the match. I'm going to blur my words together. The chitter, it's the quick way of saying chicken dinner. Everyone says it. If you guys aren't saying it,
doing it.
then I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, everyone's doing it. Yeah, so you know you got like your winner chicken dinner. That's the microwavable equivalent, essentially.
To be honest, that was the preferable spoonerism in that scenario. So good job.
There could have been some awkward ones in there, but let's actually see the match rankings so we can talk about this and get the camera off my face as we see Team Falcons get themselves 19 points. But obviously the help from RTG allowed them to do it with Road to Glory, helping close out that 1v2 up against Fireflux.
I think we had a lot of impact from solo players in that lobby as well, from Prepod, who was stopping the entirety of GQ.
And Jafar as well.
That's true. Yeah, well, we'll get onto that. Could do it right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of solos in that match, and I think that, as you were saying, Jason, it's just horrible terrain to play on.
Oh man,
and
yeah.
I felt really bad for Fireflux. Actually, I think they did marvelously well. 13 points overall is really, really good. And I think whoever made that split-second decision, just run across the field, holding down one of the Road to Glory players, hoping that he would peek out, and then still taking shots to immediately all just jump down the dip. I think at that point in time, it's so hard for anyone with the current terrain to get in nade range to hit that dip. Eventually, Mad Bulls made their way over, but I think for Fireflux, they salvaged a situation that almost felt unsalvageable at one point.
Yeah, I mean, they played from that plateau. They finally managed to get a little bit of control towards that later stage. As you say, really well pushed out and held down in their quarter of the ring.
Well, let's actually take a look at their stats here over the course of the day, because we did have Solus as our player to watch. So we're going to check in with this, and actually Solus, he's got some damage, but his eliminations are so small.
Yeah, but to be fair, at the start of the day, this is our little build-up. This was a case of, will Solus continue putting the team on his back, or will Ketch return to that like fragger role, like the solo MVP of that team, which he absolutely has done here. I mean, 1,700 damage received. He's certainly been in the thick of it, and with 10 knockouts and 11 eliminations, it's very, very efficient. Solke, though, we know he's a great leader of the team, but not doing too much so far. And I think he actually had a really good step up in PMWI, and it's a little bit sad for him to return to this kind of form here.
Yeah, you do want to be seeing a little bit more from this player, and of course from this team in general as well, after their first sort of opening run into this tournament. So Fireflux...
Well, it's not Sunday, that's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, not
it's called Solke Sunday for a reason.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Solke
but
Sunday
not everybody
Thunder.
can have a last day buff. The Gladiators have already booked that.
I hear there's a couple of appointments free potentially.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they'll pick one of them up. But I think what's kind of frustrating for them is like they're being seen right now as the best team in Turkey, considering STG is kind of falling in the All-Star stage, not making it to the main event. But still, even here, to see them have still a little bit of a struggle, we'll see what they can do here in this last match. So we're going to head over back to our commentators for the final time of the day, over to Miramar with Hot Jukes and Seven Worlds Game.
Here we go. Last match here of day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, EU versus MEA. I'm Hot Jukes, of course, here with 7WG. Another beautiful playing path. This is literally the same playing path that we saw in the last match, except going from the south all the way up to the north.
Jukes.
Talk
People
to me.
can't see me right now.
Okay.
But I am literally 1 inch away from my monitor, and I'm just staring at Picado. I want to see if it's going to happen.
I see it, folks. I can confirm. He's looking at it.
I'm kind of getting cross-eyed, not going to lie.
He's licking his lips. He's licking his lips. He's ready. And I'm ready. Let's go. Come on, Picado, baby. You know who we're going to see. We're going to see Regnum Karya versus GK Esports. One more time. Guys, put in the chat who you think is going to win this battle, because if it doesn't happen, Seven's going to give you some UC for free, guys.
Oh, man, I thought you were going to say you were going to give out some UC.
Seven. So you got all the UC, man. I'm just...
I do?
I'm trying to get some from you, my boy.
I got you. 7 UC. Easy.
Let's go.
That's all I give out, just 7 UC.
UC. I'll take that code as we look at a Northern Circle, finally. So this is going to be a nice game. Obviously, Brute Force going to El Pozo. They're going to have a ton of loot ready to go here for this final match. Now, also, Gladiators are really happy. They're landing in that Crater Fields area, doing a big split that we've seen before. Kitsune all the way up in La Correria. And they are going to be nice and set up for this match, especially with this beautiful zone.
Yeah, some other teams that are going to be happening too is going to be the Muerte as well as Brute Force. I mean, we saw what Prepa was able to do earlier, being able to collect himself 5 Elims. And so far, are you hearing that? I'm not hearing any gunshots. I'm not hearing any fighting.
Where's GK?
Where's GK?
Where are they? Where are you, GK? I'm looking for you.
Could this be?
I don't see you. Are you?
Nope.
Yeah. Here we go. It's an apartment battle. I mean, these guys have to be used to this set by now. And it's crazy because GK have been going off and on, back and forth, right? With Mad Bulls over there in Rosshawk on Erangel. And then, of course, against Regnum Caria here in Pecado. These guys just love to start off with that action. And guess what? It ain't working.
It ain't working at all.
It ain't working.
I mean,
you know what?
There's 3 teams that are sure in life right now. That's Death, Taxes, and GK's Hot Drops.
Let me tell you something, for all you guys out there, you ever go into a market, you ever go into a store, and you ever look at the door and it says pull on it, right? These guys are pushing, all right? Now, here's the thing. That won't work. It don't work. But if you push hard enough, that door opens, Now, that does, probably, it is going to break the door, right? You will get fined, and you have to pay a lot of money for it. And the price that these guys are paying are points on the leaderboards, right? But the door could still open.
So what you're saying is that there might be a chance.
I think what I'm saying... Look, all we know is that the door can open if you push hard enough. We know that for a fact, right? Now... is it worth it?
No.
Depends on what's on the other side of the door. Is it going to be a first place finish? Probably not. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But
it's going to be some practice. I mean, if you want to practice hot drops at a PMRC, sure.
Maybe.
Which is the worst idea ever.
Does it? Maybe you get a pissed off Regnum Caria? Maybe? Maybe that's what you want to do? Who knows?
I mean, at this point, they're pissing off Regnum Caria. They're pissing off Mad Bulls when we go to Erangel as well. Maybe they just want to piss off people.
Maybe they need to change their name from GK to Gangsters, because that's pretty gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, yo, I don't care. I don't care how it's working out for us. We're going to keep hot dropping, baby. And we see the standstill going on right now. Regnum Caria using a great job. You see them always on the move, always working together. You see GK almost kind of stuck, just waiting for like these 1v1 situations.
Yep.
But it's just not going to happen. Regnum Caria are so good at working as a unit, and I think that's why we see GK get punished in these scenarios so many times.
And I do hope at some point here we end up seeing a clean flush out of these teams. For the team that ends up winning, not losing any players, that'll be super beneficial, especially with the current circle that we're working with. Because this first circle, I mean, if they didn't end up fighting, as the fight does commence, Satan ends up getting eliminated.
Dude.
Ready early on. Guess what? They're going to continue on with the fight. They know that there's going to be more players. One more Ragnar gets knocked, and he's more than likely going to get eliminated. Gaith and also Hope now backing up, trying to figure out how they're going to be able to recover themselves from this. Gaith going to open up the door, and I think Ragnar might give him just enough time to actually be able to pick that player up.
Satan just got okey-doked like crazy. I mean, they literally set up the trap for him, waited, and he walked right into it and got punished. Regnum Caria have just put on a clinic of how to punish teams on a hot drop. They really know every single angle of apartments. You can even see, look at that, taking the roof side, buying their time. Tron with the over-under shotgun. That's another member of GK down. Now we're going to have a 4v1. It's all over. Ooh. Oh, Ragnar actually was a 4v2. Now it's a 4v1. And Gaith pull off a Christmas miracle. It's not December. He goes for one. They go for the machete finish.
They say, you want to come into Pecado? We're going to machete you out of here. What?
That was disgusting. Okay, Nexus Gaming is here now.
I kind of got what I wanted, though. Clean flush. Regnum Caria did end up getting some players knocked from their side, right? But they're going to be able to pick them up, and then they're going to be able to pick up all of Pecado, as now Nexus is going to be just quietly trying to figure out where they can set themselves up to possibly surprise Regnum Caria, because right now, Regnum Caria, they might not have any ideas that people are currently pushing onto them, as we do see Road to Glory also starting to come in very close.
Well, looks like it's going to be a party at Pecado, baby. That's what I like to see. And yeah, I mean, great for Regnum Caria to be able to get all 4 points and not lose a player. But you can see some traps starting to get activated here. Octavian holding down Casino, waiting for a player to walk in. Wild 77K is here. I do not know if they heard anything and realized that there's another team.
They have no idea, Jukes. Look at the way they're looting right now.
Oh,
they're
Tron's
looting like they're just the
FPP.
only ones here, too.
No gun in hand, just getting that little extra run speed, trying to pick up every...
Oh, maybe he heard it there?
He knows now.
He has to
He
have
knows
heard
now.
Doran. There's no way.
He definitely knows. 1,000% Wild knows. He said, hey, there's a whole squad. And I love to see that perspective from his teammate, instantly stopping because you could hear him hearing those comms. He even heard that pin pull. Oh my gosh, got shot up in the process. So Regnum Karya on full alert here in Picado.
Now it has switched it up. Now they're going to be looting there with their gun now and making sure they go from FPP to TPP. As we see next is Kapahala and Machina now pulling up 2 on Doran. This is going to be a good fight once it ends up happening. Regnum Karya already with 4 Illims. They wouldn't be mad if they're going to be able to collect 4 more.
Oh, I think they'd be pretty stoked if they can get 4 more here. That'll definitely help them out on the leaderboards. They're currently sitting in 2nd place, right behind Nigma Galaxy. Need a good performance to catch them up. But Nexus Gaming, you know, still pretty down on the leaderboards. But they're holding this 5 stack right here. And
circle.
If this zone goes north, I think you just got to just dip. Just say,
go south.
Take the money and run. Get out of here.
Stay in Picado.
So that would be wild. I haven't seen a Picado finish in way too long, to be honest.
Years.
Oh, an El Pozo finish?
Wow.
Oh, okay. Man, we got what we asked for on steroids right here. Because if it's an El Pozo finish, man, that is going to make things interesting. We need to see a good urban finish here.
They said
in
you
the
want
PMRC.
madness? We'll give you madness. And guess what? Octavian right now chilling on the trash can. He's like, come on. You have no idea that I'm here. I haven't made noise in a minute. And that's one of the spots, too, that you rarely tend to look for a player when you're actually playing Regnum Karya, being able to be aware of the car, of the buggy going around, trying to get those angles on them. They're currently inside within that casino. I feel like if you're Regnum Karya, you're going to want to just back off from this fight. See if you can just get out of here and start focusing on that zone because, as we saw, it's going to be in a post zone. It's going to be a tough one for them.
Uh-oh, Exo Machina holding the gas station across the road, trying to get some peak shots. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya holding down Casino. Soulless getting knocked in the feed. Oh my gosh, Octavian almost got burned up. So, yeah, this spot was not too good for too long. Oh my gosh, Exo Machina did the drive-in, and Ezreal through the smoke pops him out.
He said, you're going to try to zigzag. I'm going to make sure I connect with you, and he's going to be able to connect as well with those shots. Sail now going back to the trash can, and he's actually going to be able to knock him. Octavian.
Back and forth all over the place here. Who's going to be get the last laugh as Kapahala tries to get a knock, does it. Meanwhile, Tron gets a finish, and they are going to lose Ezreal. Wild is still knocked. And yeah,
be a 2-2.
Yeah, and you know what? His teammate is not going to be able to get there in time to be able to save him. So it is going to be a complete 2-2 battle here.
It's not, and I think I got a chance to see that right. Yep, one of the players from Regnum Karya is currently going to be without heals, and it's going to be Tron. He's going to be looking to try to push the action here, or at least trying to make sure he moves a little bit closer to his teammates so they can give him some extra heals. I think he currently just has bandages. Nexus now going up against one player for Regnum Karya. He's going to be able to connect on those shots. And wow, 7K ends up getting knocked by the zone.
Here we go. It's a battle in the casino. Octavian getting ticked by the blue zone here. Waiting for Exo Machina to be able to back up so he can get a revive. That smoke had to come out, but wow, the pre-fire. Just too good. Loxy punishing these 2 players from Nexus Gaming. He wants these thirsts. He wants these points.
He really does, but he needs to be careful not to overextend. There is still one player alive from Nexus, and that's going to be Kapahala.
Here comes the smoke. Yeah, he does not want to walk out there blind. Kapahala is too focused on Tron, though, in this position. So I'm sure, yeah, with those smokes, he's going to go and get those thirsts, those must-needed points. Octavian did make it to the other side of the wall, and I don't think he realizes that just yet. Maybe yep, he does see him. Okay. Bop, done. Perfect.
He's finally able to spot him here, but as soon as Kapahala decides to get up, I mean, they currently have all angles on him. It's better for him to try to back off from this, maybe go inside one of those rooms and try to just find a completely different angle, because whatever happens here, unless he can be super, super fast on switching between players when he decides to shoot, it's going to be a tough one.
I think you find the lobby at this point, because this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. I mean, I think Regnum Karya are real hungry. He does stand up. Oh, Tron smoked himself out, so there goes that angle completely.
Tron was not ready at all, and Luxy now deciding to back off a little bit. He was able to get some good loot out of the player from Nexus Gaming, and then he decides to back off even more. At some point here, Kapahala is going to have to make a move. He's currently working without any heals.
No heals at all. That's going to hurt. This blue zone's ticking away little by little. He may just deny the point and go out to pop a blue here. I think that is the play. And, oh, we do see a replay as, okay, De Muerte getting into it with Vision Esports a little bit.
De Muerte, a team that I thought was going to be taking advantage since the circle was pretty much on them, currently getting some of the players eliminated. But guess what? They were also able to cause some damage, too. They were also able to get some eliminations on their side.
Well, not sure how that finished over there in Pecado, but we are looking over here in El Pozo, baby. Next zone does pop on over. El Pozo's still in it. I really want to see a finish in this area. That'll make things real interesting, as it is going to be Nexus Gaming eliminated completely.
Early on, and this is a team, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Where are they going to be able to keep the momentum from the good game that they had in regards to elims? It doesn't seem like it's happening now. Back-to-back games, not good here for Nexus Gaming.
Not good at all. And not to mention, Regnum Karya did put some points on the board. They are down to only a couple of players left. They did lose Ezel, which is going to hurt because he had 24 eliminations so far in this tournament. Coops just passed him up with 25, and he's still alive. So he's looking to continue that title of most elimination leader.
What's crazy for me is Coops is being able to get so many eliminations, but when I saw the damage that he was able to output yesterday, I think he was almost 2,000 damage over the second player following him, which was just wild for him to be able to cause that damage. And he's still been able to cause a lot of damage. He hasn't really been able to get that many illness, but we'll see what's going to happen here with Enigma Galaxy, as they still have all their 4 players alive, working currently with the 2-2 split, trying to see what the circle is going to end up doing and what some of these teams are trying to do as they're trying to get inside the circle.
16 seconds left on the clock right here as the zone is about to pop. Are we going to get that El Pozo finish?
Pretty please.
I want to see it. Come on, zone. Go on up. You know, Excuse Me wants it. Team Falcons want it. They're doing a 2-2. Look at that Falcon split right there on that bottom left side of the map. Okay, it is a little bit in it, but we still have a lot of this high ground still at play. So I want to see Team Falcons push into that circle, hold that spot, and just gatekeep all the rest of these teams as they try to push in.
And if I'm currently GG, I'm going to want to back off from this area because more than likely this next circle is not going to favor them in any way. And for them to work their way down from that hill, from that mountain, is going to be super, super hard, especially because they're not going to have that much cover to work with. They might have some angles here and there, but it's going to be so tough.
I'll tell you what, though, man, that high ground is hard to give up in this zone. I mean, we'll see if they do decide to give it up or continue to hold it, as there's now only 18 seconds left on the clock. Zone number 4 is starting to close. This is the calm before the storm, folks. Miramar is a big map, so I'm not surprised that we're not seeing any crazy action just yet, but once this zone does pop on over, oh, it's going to get hectic.
Just 3 more seconds. Some of these teams are going to have to start pushing in. I'm going to be looking at Gangsters. I'm going to be looking at, I mean, Enigma Galaxy is currently set right now with some of the 2 players at least within the circle. You can see Raouf getting on some shots there on Nextria. Nextria currently not finding themselves in one of the best spots. We're continuing to see this mini 14, and guess what? Nextria eliminated.
Just like that from downtown. So you think you got coverage? No, you do not. Enigma Galaxy, Raouf just doing a great job of getting those shots from long range. Punch King was one of the players to survive the end of the last match and get that chicken dinner alongside TQ. So you know Team Falcons are hyped. They're feeling themselves a little bit. They do have a good position in this next circle. So let's see if they can continue with that momentum. Meanwhile, our leaders, Enigma Galaxy, holding down the south line. They are holding the edge of this circle. We'll see where this next zone decides to pop, because if it does decide to center up, it's going to be chaotic.
Mad Bull is currently keeping an eye on them, but you know what, Gangsters, the team that was working on the outside, they decided to push in, and now they're going to be going up against Excuse Me and also De Muerte. As you can see, one of the players there from Gangsters go down and ends up getting eliminated, but they were at least able to get inside that building, which is going to be causing them to have a lot of cover. And going back to what you were saying earlier with Team Falcon, I would like them to push up a little bit more. They're a bit too spread out for my liking. The circle is closing in. They need to figure out where they're going to set themselves up. Where is going to be their headquarters?
Yeah, Axer, their IGL is really holding a good spot in this next zone. I wonder if the rest of the teams are going to decide to join him here in the next few seconds. 50 seconds left on the clock. Zone is going to start closing here. Coops leaving his head out for a little bit too long, and it gets ripped off by Zurich.
He ends up getting knocked, and guess what? Mad Bulls might see this as an opening. Yeah, they might decide to go for a push or just be able to recover themselves in that. Did I see that right? Maku ends up getting knocked as well.
Oh, yeah, he does. His ankles are broken because he is going to go down to fall damage right there. Let's see how we're going to see Enigma Galaxy hold it down. Okay, so Mad Bulls did get that initial knock, but I think that it's just a little bit too risky for them to go for this push. Oh, if he would have gotten that shot, we would have definitely see Ascend. But yeah, and you know, with this kind of separation, I don't think they realize that this is the same team. I think they think it's two separate teams holding that spot.
It is, and let's see what this circle is going to be doing here. GG, I mean, you were talking about they didn't want to give up the high ground. They didn't end up giving the high ground. Is it going to end up hurting them as the new circle pops? And it is, as they're going to have to move away from that. But if they decide to, they could end up crashing on Mad Bulls, as Mad Bulls right now is going to be within the compound. You can see now, GG, making the right thing. Pushing close to each other. Tixi and Kitsune are going to be staying back.
GQ, Vision, De Muerte, all going to have to push into this next zone. So we're going to see a lot of teams go out here as there's only a few seconds left on the clock. Zurich barely holding behind that hill. Punch King does have that mini 8X. He loves to have that weapon. And we'll see if he's able to put it to good use. Coops does get picked back up, as Enigma Galaxy have 2 eliminations on the board. They are already in this next zone, so they're in a really good position. There's a lot of hillside that they're going to be able to cross.
They are, but they're also going to be in a tough spot because they're currently being sandwiched right between Team Falcons and on top of that Mad Bulls too. We saw Mad Bulls being able to knock Coops earlier. That is going to be a tough spot once the circle does end up moving away from them, and we know it will. Gangsters now starting to make a push here on the Muerte. Are they going to be able to get any of these players? You can see Jafar now being able to move up to that second floor, seeing if you can find a angle here on Trix. Nades are coming down from Trix, ends up causing some damage. He's gonna have to back off as also the players from Gangstar start throwing some nades. Trix being patient, trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
and decided to back off. And as soon as he decides to come outside, guess what? Brute Force is like, we see you, we'll take that.
Brute Force have their eyes locked on the Coliseum right here. Gangsters are able to get inside of it, and this isn't the next circle, so this is a good position for them to hold, a lot of sight lines that they can get. Meanwhile, you got Gladiators on the other end. They were able to make a bold push all the way through that flat land, and that was the advantage of them having that high ground. They were able to see everybody in all areas that they can go to. So it's just Kitsune still holding that backside, but we now see him get that vehicle to join up with the squad.
Yes, we see Road to Glory here taking on some shots on Excuse. Is he going to be able to hit it? No, he's not going to be able to hit it, but I mean, XQ is going to be in a top spot right there, as you were talking about. GG, currently trying to figure it out. And we also have a lot of players from GQ that we're currently not able to see on the screen, trying to figure out how they're going to be able to make it into their circle. Road to Glory, inside a building. They haven't had to move. They're going to be able to cause some damage here. They should be able to hopefully confirm some of that damage into Ilms, or at least cause some headaches here for some of the other teams that they're going to have to fight at the end.
Okay, well, TQ is going to have a huge sight line right now onto Excuse Me. Yeah, they're smoked out, but that smoke is not going to last. They are in a very terrible position. TQ with the nade, trying to finish him off. You know he wishes the rest of his team was right next to him. 6 is most likely going to join up with him in the next few seconds because they're just holding this shack, but they're not going to be able to hold it for very long.
The Muerte ends up getting eliminated. Now we're seeing GQ. You were pointing it out earlier to me, Hodgix. Now they're going for that push. Meanwhile, GG is trying to figure out what's going to end up happening here as Tixi is currently eliminated. GQ going for that push. Evo Station gets knocked. Can he end up getting Meku? Meku currently going for the shots. He ends up getting knocked. AZ currently being able to pull out and takes over the spot where GG was.
It was a timing thing right there. Gladiators take that position, which is a strong spot, but they did take it in a little bit of an early time, allowed GQ to go ahead and surround them. I'm surprised that Gladiators didn't really focus on clearing out their backside first, and now they're paying for it, losing Meku in the process. Tixi really beat up Kitsune, gonna get the res, as GQ is down to 2 players as well.
Kitsune is going to be able to get this revived. They are going to have enough time here to reset And do they have any type of utilities to work with, or are they just going to hop on this buggy and get out of here? Which at this moment, I mean, he's going to just fully send it. It ends up backfiring for him. Kitsune gets eliminated. And Tixie is going to have to wait it patiently as he's going to try to make a push here to GQ.
Here he comes. He's got the DBS. Couple pop shots. Gets taken out there by Evo Station. So GQ being able to send an eviction notice to the Gladiators right there. Honestly, as soon as I saw Kitsune hop in that buggy, I put my hand to my forehead, saluted him, because I knew he was out of there.
Gladiators, I mean, the big fault of them on this match was they decided to stay on the high ground when we were able to point it out for way too long. I wish they would have won into the buildings a little bit sooner. Ends up backfiring them, and guess what? Another team that did go into the buildings earlier, we saw them in the stadium, GameStars, ends up getting eliminated with the big old donut.
Yes, they do. Fireflux are going to have a great position in this next zone. They're holding that high ground right at the edge of El Pozo. Now, they got to make sure they clear their backs first. Here comes Brute Force, going to be clearly kind of creeping up on them.
Brute Force currently working with 3. They're not working with Prepot, as Prepot is currently the only player eliminated on that squad. And guess what? It was Station, AZ, trying to figure out how they can find any cover for them. They do have 2 buggies that might work for them. And they do have a Rich that's currently saving their lives from Mad Bulls.
I'm going to call this See Ya Later Valley, because that is exactly what it is. If you decide to commit to this valley at this point in time, see ya, it is going to be really tough. You're going to have to time it just to perfection, because you can already see Mad Bulls have committed to it. They're all holding those hay bales, but they are so hard. It's so difficult to survive from this position. And you can see right now as Enigma Galaxy is getting punished like crazy. The smokes do come out. The toes right there available. Oh, Punch King got one. Freak knows it. Oh, he's on the run. And he does get to safety, at least for a little while longer.
And I think Freaks might just have the right amount of time here to pick up his teammates. He needs to be careful, though, because they're just being pinned by everybody. They're being pinned by Team Falcons. And on top of that, Mad Bulls. And Mad Bulls is getting spotted. You were talking about how they had those hay bales. Guess what? It's not working right now.
Yeah, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to hold that position, especially with these angles that that Team Falcons have. Punch King just popping toes right now. Any little angle that he sees, he's catching it. Catch doing a great job of shutting down that push from Brute Force. Now their backs are completely clear. They did lose a player in the process, though, so now Fireflux down to 2 members. They have a good position, but this next zone most likely going to center up. And if it does, oh my gosh, all these teams on the edge, see you later.
And Brute Force, whenever they decided to make that push there on Fireflux, they ended up backfiring a little bit as one of their players ended up nading one of their teammates as well. So not one of the best starts there from Brute Force as they try to take on Fireflux. And we know what Fireflux can do up close and personal.
Well, I'll tell you what, with this next zone, I'm thinking this could be a nice back-to-back chicken dinners for Team Falcons. They have a huge advantage here in this next circle. That hillside is going to pay dividends. They have to watch out, though, and make sure that we don't see a crazy push from Fireflux wrapping around towards them. It's going to be very difficult. Even if they had vehicles, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it. But let's see what Team Falcons can do. This is their chance to get a chicken dinner with a ton of eliminations.
It will be their chance, but it's going to be tough, too, because I don't even think they are currently within that circle. And Lutz right now from Fireflux being patient. Road to Glory currently working with 4 players as well. And guess what? They're going to just be taking shots on everything. They take over where GQ was earlier. You can see AZ trying to make it out of there. He ends up getting knocked. And now Team Falcons doing the right thing and getting some shots there on Mad Bull. So whenever they decide to push down from this hill, they're going to be covered. They're not going to have to worry about Mad Bulls.
Road to Glory now getting into the action here. They have to make a push. They have to get into one of these hay bale spots. The vehicle explosion does shut down that push right there. The timing from Road to Glory, very separated as they're panicking, trying to get into this next zone, and they are getting punished for it. Team GQ is eliminated. Mad Bulls committed to this spot very early on. Very difficult to hold, and I think we see the reason why. They are down to just 1 player. It's Frozen trying to get some points.
And while all this action was happening, remember we saw Freak earlier being the only player standing there for Enigma Galaxy. He was able to take the time and actually pick up Coops and his other teammate Lord as well. That's going to be a tough one as we see Mad Bulls Frozen actually getting a knock there on Freak, but Coops is able to get Frozen. Hopefully they're going to be able to pick up Freak. And now Road to Glory finding themselves here in a tough spot as Team Falcons is currently keeping an eye on them.
It is Team Falcons' time to shine right here. They need to get a ton of eliminations. Now, these players here on this valley are doing a great job of defending themselves. They're using that utility, those vehicles, to help give them a little bit more coverage. Meanwhile, you got Fireflux on the north side trying to figure out a way to push into this next circle. And they are getting punished here as we do see 6 pick up another elimination. Oh, but excuse me, getting a nade onto Axer. And Axer in a, I don't know how he allowed himself to get knocked with how much room the Team Falcons had.
Yeah, I have no idea how. And guess what? Now, Team Falcons, I mean, they had to take advantage earlier of that high ground, but it's going to become their kryptonite as they're going to have to push off. If they do have any vehicles, they are going to have to use it. You can see Coops there getting knocks by Team Falcons, and the buggies are they're gonna have to make it work here. They're gonna have to crash into Excuse.
They're gonna commit. They're gonna commit into Excuse. You can see those smokes coming out right now. They're trying to eliminate those sight lines so they can get a free push. All it takes is one nade. One nade, slip through the window, and they're gonna be able to get the chicken dinner. They need to wait though. They need to wait until the last second to make this push. Falcons pushing way too early here and getting punished.
Not even way too earlier. They're pushing by themselves, which is a big no-no, as we can see Enigma Galaxy now trying to work their way inside this circle. Road to Glory is just easy pickings as they do have some cover to work with. They have buggies, they have hay bale, they currently have everything working for them. And on top of that, they were able to make the push. Team Falcons, 2 players at a time. That's how you do it.
They did not push on the shack. Instead, completely go to the other side. I mean, I am so shocked that they decided to do that. This should have been an easy push. Fireflux now starting to apply some pressure to Excuse Me in that shack as Catch. Man, this little itty-bitty valley right here is paying off big time here for Fireflux.
It is, and I feel like Team Falcons actually did the right rotation there because they knew that Road to Glory and Fireflux were going to be too close to get some shots on them or start throwing some utility, and we know Fireflux is really good with that utility. And guess what? Now Falcons 6 getting some easy shots there on Excuse Me as they're going to be able to clear those players out of the way. There is still one more player standing.
This is Circle 9, folks. This zone is going to go down into nothing, and this one chunks players. Papa Blue is gonna punish these teams. So here comes 6, actually driving up to the crate. He does allow himself to get caught here by Havlik, but he still survives, and Catch takes him out. A bold push by the Falcons, making a big distraction, allowing Fireflux to take him out.
And that's what I was talking about in regards to Team Falcons not wanting to push where Excuse Me was. They knew that Fireflux was going to be too close. They know that Fireflux, even though they don't know that was Fireflux, you don't want to be too close to another team, especially when they have that utility. They're going to be able to throw those nades. And guess what? It becomes a snake out here as you're trying to make your way inside, trying to find any cover that you can. And right now, Fireflux finally having that good match that we wanted to see out of them.
Here we go. This is circle number 9, folks. The last game here in day number 2. This zone is slowly constricting on these teams like an anaconda, making it that much more difficult. Rosa forced to push up. Oh, you can see this. TQ, he's trying to get as central to the circle as possible, allowing the blue zone to work for him. Road to Glory. Yeah, Fireflux, nothing they could do. Just tried to snake up and got caught. Uh-oh, Galagas looking for some toes. They are holding that tractor. The tire is the only safe place for them. The nades coming in hot. It should be easy pickets. It's up to 6. 6 versus Road to Glory.
Road to Glory right now with the numbers advantage. They had 3. They had the angles. They're trying to get some shots. But guess what? 6 says, no. Slow down because I'm also able to get these shots on you guys. He's going to be able to knock one. He's going to be working with the blue zone on his back. He's trying to make a push even higher now. Can he get a knock here? He's going to be able to get 6. 1. He has 10 HP. Can he clutch it up? They might just give him the right amount of time here to heal up.
The reload is so dangerous. He does have an MG3, though. That's the gun to have. It's 6 versus Rio. 1v1. Rio trying to catch some toes here. If you're Groza right now, you should just be pushing up. Push up, try to go ahead and give some intel, maybe even a distraction for your team, but instead he's holding it down. Uh-oh, here we go.
Here
1v1 situation, and 6 clutches it for his team. The MG3 is too strong. Back-to-back chicken dinners for Team Falcons.
Day 2, Kings of Miramar, Team Falcons 6. Woo! We doubted him there for a bit, but he's like, nah. 3v1, I got this.
all day long. It is pandemonium in the studio. Calaris running back and forth, pointing to the sky, because I'll tell you what, that was nothing short of a miracle right there. Beautifully done from 6. That was clutch.
I'm just surprised that Road to Glory decided to just give that extra time. That last player from Road to Glory gave 6 extra time to heal, gave him time to also reload that weapon. What a performance there by Team Falcons. What a performance by 6.
That's how you pump it up, baby. Let's take it on over to the desk to close things out.
Well, as Calaris might say, it's the best team in the world right here with Team Falcons closing things out, getting that dub under their belts, and ending things off on a high note. And 6, I mean, what a phenomenal play here at the very end as well. We're talking about watching. He had a nade to throw, but he doesn't need a nade.
A legend of the best team in the entire world. Back to back here in one of the most difficult tournaments known to man.
They nailed that finish. What could I say? Excellent, excellent play from a titan of PUBG Mobile Esports.
To be fair, that is probably a better Falcon sound than I've ever heard 7 do.
You think so? Yeah. It was not a graceful Falcon, you know, the ones you hear like flying through the air. It just drops a little one at you. No, this is up in your face.
No, this is a beast Falcon, because he's got to carry an entire chicken with him.
Just like 6. Just like 6. An absolute titan.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the match rankings here in this last one as we break things down and end things off in the day. And they got themselves 18 points with phenomenal finish. Also, Road to Glory again. Able to get some decent points towards the end of the day. Getting themselves 15. Fireflix up to 11. Up to 11. Mad Bulls only on 6, but hey, that's 6 more than they were previously able to get. And of course, you're going to see Regnum Karya with their awkward fight at Picado yet again. With Nexus even chiming in just to Kapahala eventually die to the blue.
It wasn't great again. The hot drops that I think, my least favorite hot drop is the Picado one, and it just kept on going. We had 2 doses of it this Miramar, so I was very unhappy about it. Kind of crazy. Well, 5 if you count the addition of Nexus. Also, I want to point out again the Sadiators at the bottom of the tables. They looked like they were in a position to do pretty well, I think, this game, playing on those hills south of La Cobreria, moving down into that area and exerting potentially a lot of control. They allowed GQ to move through underneath their purview, and they just got ahead of them, and Gladiators could not move through.
Okay, well, obviously thinking forward into the match as well. Now, you guys had some difference in opinions on a certain team, Mad Bulls. It was over towards the field, and I believe it was a 2-1-1 split. Is that correct? And I kind of want you guys to argue your views on this, because I'm curious.
It started as a full 4-1-1-1-1 split, and then they regrouped the backline. And my opinion was that they didn't need to stay as split as they were, given the number of players that were left in the lobby, given that the position that they held on the back of it. A lot of teams are going to be coming towards that sort of area from the hills that the Falcons were occupying. And they did get punished for it eventually, but Blank had some other ideas.
Yeah, good point, John, but you're wrong. So, unfortunately, look, this is actually a position that Major Pride actually won in the PMPL EU, right? And I think it's a really strong position, but the way they played it was just badly. I think that's probably so. They chose the right spots. But what you want to do there is you just tuck in. You tuck in and you protect each location, and all you're doing is just denying space within the field. It's the main thing you want to do. And you said, you know, there's too many teams around. That's the whole point. You're just hiding away, and any team that tries to crash is going to get shot by GQ, by Fireflux, by Team Falcons, by Road to Glory as well. So that's your whole defense. It's everyone around you. But as you said, it didn't move down that way, so they don't have that successful finish.
So wait, how did they play it wrong then? They didn't tuck in, is what you're saying?
They didn't tuck in. They took too many fights, and even at one point, I think Zerich went out to pick up a loot crate, and he just kept peeking. As soon as he gets taken down, now they're on that 4-man split, as John astutely said, right? One of the players, I think it's Tulika, went to go pick him up. At that point, again, it's the 5 teams that you want protecting you all shooting that one vehicle.
I feel like I would have preferred them to play a lot closer. I mean, you could leave one person in an outpost, but I think regrouping 3 in 1 would have been a little bit more effective. I mean, you saw Road to Glory stay very close together and obviously get much deeper into this, and probably, all things considered, should have won that last game, despite a fantastic play coming through from Falcons to change the tune.
To even take it a step further, right? Because before this happened, before they had to actually push into field, we had 2 players on Mad Bulls in compound, and we had 2 players out of Mad Bulls actually defending Enigma Galaxy team over towards the southwest side.
Wow, wait. That's a lot of damage.
That is 1,576. That is a ridiculous amount of damage. I mean, he deserves all the praise he can get on Team Falcons. Just the legend himself, 6. And he takes it to 6 knockouts, but it's a little bit further, the 8 eliminations. I think that endgame, it was an interesting decision, but he had such good macro sense and game awareness that he knows that his cover is still going to be in there, and it will force the Road to Glory players out. And I think as soon as he got the first aid kit off, reloaded the MG3, he was pretty much done at that point. Like, he was just ready to go.
Yeah, he ran out of nades on the side of Road to Glory, and they just did not have any tools to deal with him, and you just lose those fights to an MG3.
I think if maybe they both pushed out at the same time, I think you just have to take your chances on that one, honestly.
I think did he manage to get the res off in the final seconds? No. I think he was still knocked behind.
He had to move because the blue was closing on behind.
That's your chances. You just have to make the push. And I think Road to Glory tried to play it a little bit safer, but it's that tractor wheel that 6 identifies that, you know, so many of those positions in the field behind the vehicles, you can take shots at the ankles, really just rip them from underneath them. But that one wheel is probably one of the most defensible areas on that field.
Yeah, it was, I think there was maybe, I don't know, I could be wrong, different ways to play that, like we talked about. He could have just taken out a nade, lobbed it over because he knew exactly where the player was going to be. But I think he wanted to do it in style. And obviously, I'm not going to criticize him because he won in the end.
Yeah, he took it all the way to the limit.
For sure. Yeah, really solid.
Okay, well, luckily for us, we actually do have an interview on stage. It's not going to be with 6. It's not going to be with Falcons. It's actually going to be with, excuse me, with Beck. So we'll go take a listen in, and we'll come back and round out the day.
Welcome to the main stage, where we are joined by Beck from Excuse Me. You know what, Beck, I just want to kick things off by talking about your performance. You've been very consistent as a team. It's been very impressive. How do you feel like your performance went today?
I mean, we're trying our best, and each day we're doing the better performance than the day before. Yeah, we're working just on our mistakes, and that's all.
لأن اللاعب من فريق اكسكيوز مي شفنا قديش ان ادائهم كان جدا ممتاز ومتفوق اليوم، فسالنا ان كيف شعوركم في هذه المنافسه خصوصا بعد مبارياتكم امس، كيف شايفين ادائكم اليوم؟ قال الحمد لله جدا سعيدين في ادائنا اليوم وجالسين نتطور عن الايام الماضيه وجالسين نتعلم ونتحسن يوم ورا يوم، وهذا جالسين نشتغل عليه.
Beck, when we're watching the stream, when I listen to the casters who are like talking through each and every play, we can make guesses as to what we think your team's biggest strengths are and where your strengths lie. But we want to hear from you. What do you think your team's biggest strength is coming into this competition?
You mean our best side?
Yeah, no, your best strength as a team. Like, is it your rotations, your frags?
I mean, I think it's rotations, because our captain is very smart for this region, smarter than anyone.
سألنا اللاعب فعلا ثقة مرة ممتازة، ثقة عالية في هذه المقابلة. أن سألنا فعلا وش الشيء اللي يميز فريقكم عن باقي كل الفرق المشاركة معنا أقوى الفرق اللي جالسين يشاركون معنا من منطقة الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا وبرضه في أوروبا. فإيش الشيء اللي يميز فريق اكسكيوز مي في هذه المنافسة؟ قال أن أكثر شيء يميز هذا الفريق هو الروتيشنات اللي يأخذونها، ويقولوا هي برضه يأخذون قراراتهم كلها بذكاء أكثر من باقي الفرق.
Now, Beck, you've spoken about fixing mistakes. Yep. That's what you're kind of focusing on right now. Now, you're so close to making that push into the top 3 in this competition. We're halfway through the competition now. What other mistakes are you looking to fix going into tomorrow?
We need to fix about the end game. The last zones, we're not like playing until the end. We're making just some silly mistakes, where default ones. Yeah, that's why we're not in the top yet. So we're gonna win, trust me.
تعجبني الثقة من اللاعب، لأن سألنا سؤال في هذه المقابلة أن بإذن الله أنتم راجعين لنا برضو بكرة، فإيش الأشياء اللي راح تشتغلون فيها؟ إيش الأشياء اللي تشوفون أنها كانت تنقصكم أنتم في الفريق عشان تقدرون ترجعون لنا بكرة بشكل أفضل؟ إيش الشيء اللي راح تشتغلون عليه تحديدا؟ قال أن الشيء اللي بنركز عليه هو نهاية المباراة في الزونز الأخيرة، هي اللي يبغون يركزون عليها أكثر في الإند جيم تحديدا، فهذا الشيء بالنسبة لهم هم اللي يركزون عليه، ويقول بشكل عام أغلاطهم كانت بسيطة لكن يقدرون يعالجونها، ويقول راح نفوز حتى برضو في الأيام الجاية.
Beck, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. We really appreciate it. And you've done an incredible performance in day 1 and day 2, so we can't wait to see what you bring on day 3 and 4 in the competition. Thank you so much and best of luck. Atik, as we walk to the front of the stage, let's do our nice slow walk here, because you know what? I've got to give credit where credit is due, okay? MEA have been performing really well up to this point. But what I will also say is that Europe are still undefeated in TDM. So, okay, I can't believe I just did that. I'm 32 years old. I'm never going to grow up, am I? So, thank you to all of the players, the talent, and the production for all of your amazing hard work so far in the PMRC. And thank you so much to all of the fans at home and here in the Gamers8 arena for watching and supporting your favorite teams. Please continue to do so. They can use all of the encouragement that they can get. And you know what? With that, we are halfway through the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. But there's still time to make a swift move up the leaderboard, but we're going to have to wait for day 3 for that. So, for now, my name is Banks, and this is Atik, and we're going to go back over to the desk to round out day 2 of the PMRC.
And just to mention one thing, you mentioned that already. We're still in the halfway through, and the TDMs are not over. So maybe you can see a comeback here from MEA. لكن حتى برضو عندنا نحن متقدمين فيها في الشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا في هذه المنافسات. فهذا كان ختامنا لليوم الثاني. شفنا الفرق وشفنا أدائهم وشفنا حتى برضو الأخطاء ووعودهم للمرات الجاية شو راح يتواكبون أخطائهم اللي كانت معنا في الأيام الماضية. هنا راح نشوف الفرق شو راح تتطور معنا بكرة وبعده، وراح نعرف فيها أبطال PMRC لهذه النسخة. هذا كان ختامنا لهذا اليوم. شكرا لكم على المشاهدة، شكرا لكم على الحضور. كان معكم مقدمكم باللغة العربية عتيق، ومعنا مقدمنا باللغة الإنجليزية بانكس. وهنا الحين ننتقل لكم على طول على الاستديو نشوف تفاصيل وإحصائيات المباريات كيف هي معنا ونختم لكم فيها اليوم.
I like how Banks is touting EU when he's from a country that's not even in the EU.
Oh.
We once were.
A simpler time.
A short time ago.
A better time.
Well, let's round out the day here, gentlemen, because we did have, I think, a pretty damn exciting day, actually. We got to see some individual stars step up. We got to see some teams step up. We got to see some other teams just really lay out in the blue zone and really just soak up those UV rays. But before we can get into that, we have to talk about our Colonel's Choice by KFC. And honestly, I don't know what it's going to be, but I think that play by 6 might have actually taken the chicken.
It's got to be up there, for sure.
It's got to be.
That's got to be a chinner for me.
Oh, dear.
Oh, he's lost his pen.
Oh.
You know, one guy that'll never lose his pen is the Colonel, because he's always writing down exactly what he wants his Colonel's Choice to be, and here it is on our screen. It is this Enigma Galaxy play across Lumberyard. It was just so fantastically orchestrated from this team. Very difficult to come up against, honestly.
Yeah, we spoke about how fluid Enigma Galaxy has been today in their rotations. We've really enjoyed watching how they're able to negotiate those splits, better than Mad Balls, and being able to execute in that final moment. Really great.
I think my argument was quite succinct. Thank you very much.
We can bring it back up again.
No.
We got time.
No,
I mean,
no.
we have like at least 12 hours. Back here with the show,
Slamming
right?
the gavel down. It's done. We're out of court.
There was no sound.
There was no solution.
It was a plush gavel. It was like a squeak.
There you go.
Oh.
Sound effects.
How did he do that?
What about our
blank.
save of the day by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib? There's a lot of them. I'm not even going to make you guess. You don't have to think about it, gentlemen, because there's been a lot of saves today.
I think it was
Let's
catch.
take a look. Yeah, I said you didn't have to guess.
I guessed anyway.
Catch.
Oh. Yes! Oh.
No way you
I
called
think
that.
the producer told you.
He didn't. He really didn't. I
don't
remember
know
this
about
play,
that.
and I really liked it because he steps out the way of the grenade and then comes back in for the res afterwards. You know, if he doesn't step out of the grenade, potentially he goes down, and Fireflux don't get that 3rd place. Really good stuff.
Well, he doesn't have nerves of steel like Kitsune did on Erangel, when he just sat through an air burst and just continued the res.
I'm pretty sure it was Tixie, actually.
Oh, was it Tixie?
Yeah.
I see that,
will
Nate.
get you up.
I see you.
Yeah.
I'll see
he
you
took
later.
the brunt of it. He didn't care. It was good.
Didn't care. That's fun. What about our ride of the day? Brought to you by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors.
It's got to be De Muerte on the third-party rundown on the Gladiators.
There's a little bit of Mad Max going on there.
For sure. It's got to be that. Oh, I forgot about this one.
Oh, no.
On the first match of the day.
It was the ride of the day.
I tried to blank this out of my memory, and it just will not stop haunting me.
Oh, dear.
It was awful, that Fireflux
Well, I do have
elimination.
the Abdul Latif Jamil Motors guarantee that their vehicles do not explode like that.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
They don't. I would know. There has been the guarantee.
Do you have a driver's license?
Provisional.
I had to think about that, actually.
Yeah.
It could be worse. You could be Maxman trying to
What does that
get the
was the
ambulance
most
reversed.
millennial thing you've ever done.
I'm old, man. But this entire event is about MEA up against EU, right? So I'm curious, how are the points looking here between these two regions? Yes, EU has been dominating when it's come to TDMs. MEA has been dominating when it's come to chicken dinners. The points currently favoring MEA.
Oh, wow. Look.
Not many, though.
The points are so big, Jason, but...
I can hear Kalaris. Oh, yeah.
The difference between the points
is so small.
I can hear him say small.
I do like that the
average
limbs.
Yeah.
3.67 for both sides. You know, they're just hand in hand.
It's pretty close. I think that the average damage difference, it's representative of the points, but that's kind of all they got. And the fact that EU is relying on that little margin as well from the TDMs.
Does average damage get taken from TDMs as well?
Oh, I wonder.
I need the numbers here. 3.67 is weirding me out.
That's a very John thing to say, saying he needs the numbers because he needs to break this down. He needs to run
Just
his
one more
stats
number,
on
man.
it. Yeah.
Please, man.
John doesn't need the number. He has full faith in this scoring system.
I did hear him and Kalaris.
You give me these numbers, I'll just present them all day.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Well, I'll give you some numbers, though. They're not going to be that. They're going to be our overall rankings numbers and see which team is currently in the lead. But we can probably guess it's still going to be Enigma Galaxy.
Hell yeah.
That actually is... That's Falcons, man.
Look, Team Falcons get 6th place because 6 takes them up into 6. It's just like 7 would like to be in 7th place in a tournament like this. 6 wants to be in exactly 6th place. So if they finish the tournament in 6th place, it's 6's doing.
Is that why
That's a
Alpha
lot of
7
6s.
didn't win back in PMWI?
I think they were trying their darn hardest. I'll tell you that now.
Well, credit to Excuse Me as well. 6 chicken dinners. Sorry, 6-0. I don't know where that came from. 53 eliminations. They've been putting up some big numbers here. A lot of eliminations going their way. And one of the few teams on that front page without the chicken dinny. But looking down the second, I know how much you hate that. That's why I'm saying it. Nexus, though, 38 points, which is still a shame. They have not really kind of hit their stride. But then again, I wouldn't necessarily expect them to. I think for them, this is a very big learning experience, being on LAN, first time playing together. And hopefully they take an experience like this and push forward into the PMPL, come back stronger, maybe hit the regionals, even stronger than that, maybe see them at PMGC, who knows?
I mean, I'll tell you who doesn't have that excuse, and I harped on about them a little bit earlier, is the Gladiators. Sat down there, 14th place.
True.
They need to show more than this.
I feel like you're really...
I am so disappointed in them, to be honestly, I am disappointed in their performance here. And I think a lot of people are.
Okay.
You know, I completely
They have
agree.
more in the back pocket.
Because I understand for them that this isn't the same kind of caliber as like a PMWI. But if you want to be like a legendary team, you have to treat every event, every match you go into as your last match. And you have to try your hardest every single time, or at least work on the things that you haven't been able to fix necessarily in the prior events. So I don't know, that's why I'm harsh on them. I know they can do better. I know they can do better, and I want them to be better. So I'm totally with John.
Okay.
Are you
guys finished digging their grave?
Are you disappointed or are you appointed?
I would say they've got a lot of things to fix. And I think if they're using this as like a training ground to look at a lot of those things, that's fine for me. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think they actually are using this as a training ground, though?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like a lot
You can say that, but are they actually doing it?
A lot of teams are. I do feel like, you know, again, we're adjusting a lot of things. And for Gladiators, adjustment hasn't come easy in the past. I don't think it's going to come easy now.
No, they have 2 more days to prove it, but we'll have to wait.
Fair enough. Well, we do have our MVP to crown on the day. I don't know if either of you have a prediction that you want to do, or would rather just see it. Do you have a prediction?
I have a guess.
I'm trying to see if you have your stats thing open over there.
No, this is the map feed. I think Azel has done incredibly well for the roster today.
I think Ketch.
I think the new pickup, we saw the impact that he had earlier in the day with the stat highlights as well. I think that's going to carry through.
Well, let's see. Who's our MVP here of day 2? Drum roll, please.
Let's go. Look at that. 18 eliminations of the day.
The producer did tell us both, but I in my heart,
That's just not true.
I wanted to say Ketch.
What? I've been had here. Right up the flagpole
Well,
for
I'm
me.
kind of disappointed that when I said let's get a drum roll, and John, you defaulted to.
Oh, that's true.
Instead
Sorry.
of-
Any reasonable person should default to Lento.
Exactly. 18 eliminations on the day, almost 3,000 damage. Not quite to what we saw out of Coops getting his 4K plus, but still putting up exactly what Regnum Karya needed here. And also, more importantly, doing this while having 2 matches in a row against GK in Picado, winning out, I believe, on both, but not easy to do.
It wasn't easy for them to. And I really like what Regnum Kai were able to do today. Again, like I was saying earlier, yesterday it was very central. Today, they have once again proven that they can play from the edge side of the circle, push their way in, and it has just been looking quite strong. I think yesterday we didn't really get a full measure of their strength.
It's difficult as well when they're playing in Picado on the hot drops.
What's up?
Nothing.
On those last 2
sorry.
matches to not have a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth about them.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're probably going to be having at least, well, not at least, at most 4 more of those happen because we still have 2 days of action left to come here at the PMRC. But we're going to have to end off the show here for now, get the team some time to rest, get us some time to rest as well, and give you guys some time to rest. Because when we come back tomorrow, we're going to have some more
TDMs! Let's go.
PUBG Mobile action. Get us out of here.
My showing in the
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Alfie, I'll try, Alfie, I'll fight for us.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks.